नहीं नो डायरेक्टर सर Namaskar. A very good morning, everyone. I welcome you all to this dissemination workshop, come regional CME, on organ transplantation and artificial intelligence in healthcare, jointly organized by Aiims Bhubaneswar in association with National Academy of Medical Sciences, known as NAMS, India. I request our dignitaries to kindly grace the dais. We have our chief guest today, Shri Subhashish Pandaji, IAS, Additional Secretary at the Prime Minister's Office, Government of India. With him, I would request our Executive Director and CEO, Aiims Bhubaneswar, Professor Dr. Ashutosh Biswas, Professor Dr. Digambar Behra, President NAMS, and Professor Dr. Bhagirathi Dwivedi, Organizing Secretary, Aiims Nams Regional CME, to kindly accompany our chief guest onto the dais. The President Aiims Bhubaneswar, Professor Dr. Anita Saxena, is joining us online. I request everyone to please rise for the national song Vande Mataram. I request the IT cell to please play our national song. Thank you. I request everyone to please be seated. We now have floral welcome for our dignitaries. Floral welcome for our chief guest, Shri Shubhashish Panda, IAS, Additional Secretary, PMO, Government of India. Floral welcome for Professor Digambar Behra, President, NAMS. Floral welcome for Professor Dr. Ashutosh Biswas, Executive Director and CEO, Aiims Bhubaneswar. And floral welcome for Professor Dr. Bhagirathi Dwivedi, Organizing Secretary, NAMS Aiims Regional CME. Tamso Ma Jyotirgamaya, from darkness to light. I request all our dignitaries on the dais to please join for the lamp lighting, symbolizing the inauguration of our CME today. Request the IT team to please play the Saraswati Vandana. I request Professor Dr. Ashutosh Biswas, Executive Director and CEO, Aiims Bhubaneswar, to kindly deliver the welcome address. Professor Biswas, please.
Jai Jagannath. Good morning to everyone. The Honorable Chief Guest, esteemed faculty members, distinguished speakers, respected delegates, colleagues, students, and other faculty members. It's my great pleasure and honor to have our very distinguished personality today to join in this CME. And on behalf of Aiims family, I welcome to everyone present here to join this regional CME organized by Aiims Bhubaneswar and NAMS. I extend my warm and heartfelt welcome to our distinguished the personality, and it's an honor to have with us on the board the CME national and international renowned personality in health, honorable members of Niti Aayog, Dr. B.K. Paul, who needs no introduction into this field. We are extremely thankful for sparing his valuable time despite his busy schedule for joining this to support this program. We are also honored to have another very great personality in the health innovation and contributing immensely, the additional secretary to the Honorable PM, Sri Subhashish Panda, whom I know from Aims Delhi, and I have seen his extraordinary dedication, devotion, commitment, and visionary leadership in health when he served as a DDA in Aims Delhi. We are also extremely happy and honored to have our President of NAMS, Dr. Digambar Behra, for considering Aims Bhubaneswar and having faith in us for organizing this regional CME in Aims Bhubaneswar. Sir, thank you very much for considering and having faith, and hopefully we'll be able to justify your all the aspiration, and probably we'll be able to meet the regional demand in organ transplantation and artificial intelligence. And also, I am extremely honored to welcome our President, Madam of Aims, Dr. Anita Saxena, who will be joining online. And also, would like to express my sincere thanks to our President, Ma'am, for joining and giving blessing into this CME, regional CME. Also, I'd like to thank our organizing secretary, this Dr. Bhagirathi, for managing everything within a short time to organize such a regional CME on organ transplantation and artificial intelligence. Also, I'd like to express my sincere thanks to all the delegates, nationally and internationally renowned, and also our Secretary of NAMS, Dr. Umesh Kapil. His support, constant support and guidance right from the day one, and he has come 2 days before to see and to organize whether everything is in the right track or not. So extremely thankful for the precious time and his commitment to this noble cause. And there are several other personalities joining this meeting as Executive Director from Aims Kolani, Dr. Arvind Sinha, and Executive Director from Jammu, Dr. Sachidananda Mahanti, and Executive Director Dr. Minu Singh from Aims Rishikesh, and several other renowned personality that joining today to support this program. Those are Dr. Anil Kumar, who is the National Director of the NOTO, and also there are several other personalities that you know. Dr. Y.K. Chawla, who was the member of our institute body and the chairman of the Standing Academic Committee for last 5 years of this institute, and who was also president, he was the director of the PGI Chandigarh, and under his leadership that we formulated, and his cake only make this fruitful. Now today we have the liver transplantation. So he was the instrumental for having this program in Aims Bhubaneswar. And another personality, Dr. Subhrata Acharya, who was the president of Aims Bhubaneswar, served for 5 years, and many contributions that you already know and witnesses. And this is liver transplant is one of the contribution from his side. And Dr. Y.K. Gupta is also renowned personality. He is the president of, now currently president of Aims Kolani, and also he is very, very well known nationally and internationally in the department of, he is a professor of pharmacology, and I know him more than 30 years when I was senior resident and all. So he is very great personality and very academic and innovation and research in this field. So today he is also supporting us for this program, and he is also the member of NAMS and the task force. Dr. DM Satpathy, who is the DMET Odisha, also will be joining here, and from other department, that other institution, director of the IIT Bhubaneswar, Dr. Sripad Kalmurkar, will be joining in this program. And also from other department, other state. We are organizing for 4 states, the Chhattisgarh, Bihar, West Bengal and Odisha. The members are coming, the delegates and the expert member. So Dr. Manish Mandal is the chairman of the state SOTO from Bihar, joining today, and also will be sharing his experience in this field. Dr. UK Satpathy, who is the nodal officer of the additional DMET from Odisha, and different other expert member, Dr. Bipin Kaushal from PGI, Dr. S.K. Mathur, and also Dr. Santanu Kaur, and different other, and Dr. Different specialties and resource persons are also joining today. So this is a very important, program. Artificial intelligence and organ transplantation for India is a national importance. So the NAMS has taken up, and also the task force is there to prepare a report, the guideline for how to establish this organ transplantation program and improve the capacity building across India, and also artificial intelligence. So focusing on these 2 subjects, all the national, internationally renowned personalities are here, and this is to develop a regional 4 states and nearby all, to develop this, to strengthen this area that we are lacking in the eastern region of India. So we are going to discuss this today about east, west and north, south, how this organ transplantation program is going on and where we are compared to other parts of the India. So in this, the aim and objective of this program is to disseminate and discuss the current knowledge, practice regarding organ transplantation and artificial intelligence, to share the report prepared by the NAMS task force that for setting up and strengthening the capacity building in the various institutions in the eastern region of India. There is no doubt that organ transplantation is known to save the lives, and AI is future of medicine. And very soon, this will be bringing the revolutionary change in the health sector and in practice of medicine. Therefore, despite an enabling law for transplant, it hasn't been taken up across India. There is a wide gap between the organ transplantation, that organ donation and supply in our country. This CME is organized to bridge this gap. So there are a lot of things that we are going to discuss, but few points that we are going to highlight how this CME is going to have the discussion. Organ Retrieval Center, either for transplantation or non-transplantation, should be created in all medical colleges and in major government hospital. Multi-organ retrieval team should be formed in all major hospital. Lack of information, knowledge, trained manpower and infrastructure are the main gaps. So brainstem declaration committee should be mandatory for all government and private hospitals. These are our aspirations, so to strengthen this program. The hospital, more than 200 beds should be involved in organ transplantation. Dedicated organ transplantation team or department or unit should be created in each state. Advisory committee of organ transplantation should be formed in all hospitals. All the driving license should include a provision for pledging of the organ. These are all the recommendations. Linkage of all hospital with the SOTO, ROTO and SOTO and NOTO, though through one digital platform with daily updates in update the information. Rules for organ donation from deceased donor and living donor to be separated. Rules for tissue donation to be separated from the diseased organ donation. And our Ayushman Bharat PMJ included kidney, bone marrow transplant. However, there is a need to widen its ambit to include other transplantation in this. And also, this CME including the artificial intelligence, which I think is going to bring a revolutionary change in the practice of medicine in future. AI, that application in various fields, in a early diagnosis is the to prevent, and prevention is better than care, that we know. And also if you can predict the disease far from the disease onset by applying the artificial intelligence, I think through various prediction model, 2 years or 5 years or 10 years before, if you can know you are going to have a diabetic, or 5 years before, if you know that you are going to develop cancer from a tissue by the machine learning process and artificial intelligence, that will be a great boom. Through the, I think, analyzing various proteomics, genomics, the precision medicine now coming and is a health for all. So understanding its power, the artificial intelligence has a tremendous power to predict your disease, prevention, control, and also monitoring your disease, therapeutic intervention, and also various ways. So today we are going to discuss and its potential benefit and where we are in terms of artificial intelligence, how much we have applied, and then we'll know the gaps in our clinical setting in different fields, that is early diagnosis, detection, prediction, and like radio imaging, microscope, and so on. So today, I think these are all the very important area that we have taken up. This is a regional area in Aims India, Aims Delhi, Aims Bhubaneswar is going to be leader in this region. And I would like to thank the NAMS, the President, the Secretary, for providing this opportunity to organize this regional CME in this region. And also yesterday, Secretary NAMS, we had a meeting and committed many things in a financial and technical way to develop a regional center for this organ transplantation and artificial intelligence. So center of excellence in this region, we are going to have this. So after this, probably we will be more powerful to go into this field. So I am extremely thankful all the participants coming here today, joining, and also once again, I'd like to thank the Additional Secretary, Sri Subhashish Panda, whom I gave only 2 days to confirm but he didn't take 2 days when I gave a call, and immediately he given the consent. So that proves that his dedication to the health sector is enormous. Thank you very much, sir, once again for joining and giving us and blessing us into this field. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your warm welcome address. May I now request Professor Dr. Digambar Behera, President NAMS, to kindly address the gathering. Professor Behera, please.
A very good morning to all of you. Honorable Chief Guest Sri Pandaji, IAS, Additional Secretary in the Ministry, in the Office of the Prime Minister, Professor Biswas, the Executive Director of Aims Bhubaneswar, Dr. Dwivedi, the Madam Anita Saxena, the President of Aims Bhubaneswar, and the Member Executive Council of NAMS, the Professor Y.K. Gupta, the Member Executive Council, and of course he is the Chairman of Artificial Intelligence and Health Task Force of NAMS, Professor Y.K. Chawla, former Director, PGI Chandigarh, and also the chairman of the task force of NAMS on the organ transplantation. The other executive directors from other Aims, I could see Dr. Minu, Dr. Mahanti, and others, the faculty members of Aims Bhubaneswar, the ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to welcome all of you to this dissemination workshop, come regional CME on two important topics, that is organ transplantation and artificial intelligence. They are the two different topics, in fact. It is my duty, I'll just briefly talk something about NAMS. I do not know many of you know here or not about NAMS. The National Academy of Medical Sciences is an autonomous organization under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. It was established in the year 1961 and the first inaugurated by our first Prime Minister, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, and its first convocation was addressed by the then President Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan. And since then, all the important dignitaries, the prime ministers, the governors, presidents, they come and address us and bless us. You know, we have got the main function of the National Academy is to excel in the field of biomedical sciences, the all related biomedical sciences. We recognize the fellows, members, associate fellows, and associate members, etc. So we have got more than 1,200 fellows and about more than 3,000 members, and then more than 10,000 members of the National Academy of Medical Sciences, those who have completed their National Board of Examinations. You'll also know the NAMS was the first organization to start this National Board of Examination. It was being actually conducted by them. So now it is a separate board has been done. So besides awarding fellowships and memberships, etc., the Government of India also has recognized this as a main organization for the continuing medical education, or the CMEs. So we conduct and help various CMEs in all over the country, and we give a partial grant of money. So now the current grant we give out to 2.5 lakhs of rupees for conducting any CME. And then, as I told you, for everybody we have got something to be associated with this NAMS. The who's who of medicine, you know, is part of this august organization. So, you know, you can see we are not a very rich organization financially, but you can see academically we are a highly rich organization. And besides that, we conduct the Navigate CME programs for the postgraduates, that is named as NAMS, Aims and PGI. The faculty from these organizations, they give lectures for the postgraduates and the young faculty members. Every month, first and third Friday, we give this lecture series. We have got also to help the students. We have got a 24-hour online biostatistical class in association with the Indian Council of Medical Research. Then we have got a batch of emeritus professors, those who are retired, and any organization or institution wants their help, they can go and help them. And also we recognize the academic excellence in the form of academic excellence awards, and then we honor our female scientists. So every year we give 3 awards. So we hold convocations every year. We have a journal, that is the Annals of National Academy of Medical Sciences, which is an index journal. It is now in the Aims journal, so I think you can always send your articles. Then So like this, so these are some of the important activities of the National Academy. But as regards this this task force, we decided to have important task forces. We had 18 different areas we chose, and we have got the report, the task force reports, and then they are transmitted onwards to the Ministry of Health and Family Affairs for onward transmission for the further action. So this time we have chosen these two topics, the organ transplantation and artificial intelligence. The council approved that they should be disseminated throughout the country because we focused on these two areas, as I said. So the organ transplant, it was chaired by Professor Chawla and a group of experts on this. So that is what we will be discussing today. And similarly for artificial intelligence, it is Professor Gupta who is chairing with a group of other experts. In fact, the sixth region, this is the second one we are doing. So last week we had it at Bhopal, Aiims Bhopal, and then it is today, it is here at, and I could see that the lot of enthusiasm, and we have two dynamic directors, I think Dr. Madhav Kaur and now Dr. Asutosh Biswas. Dr. Biswas, we are really very happy to note that, and obviously it has blessed none other than Sri Pandaji, who is working in the office of the PMO. So obviously our effort has reached now the highest level. Now coming to organ transplant, why we decided to have these two important areas. We all know that roughly every year in the country we require about 5 lakh organs to be transplanted, because we need that much is the the requirement. But actually we don't get that much. Hardly 3% of that they get one organ or not. Although you can see the by the end of 25 December we had got about more than 82,000 active waiting lists. And then of that, many of them are kidney transplants for the kidney transplant, followed by about 60,000 plus are waiting. And for the liver transplant, about nearly 20,000, I think. All these figures can be given better by Professor Chawla during his address. So basically what happens, any organ transplant, it is a very, very task, and it is a tasking job actually, because my exposure to transplant, of course, I know I was working in PGI throughout my career. We have seen that institute started the kidney transplant since the 70s. Dr. Yadav was the one who had started the renal transplant, then Dr. Mukund Minch, then he continued that. But when we started and when Dr. Chawla was the director, he gave a great push to the transplantation program in the PGI Chandigarh. We have seen, and then of course Bipin Kaushal, who is the medical superintendent, who is here today also to speak to us. Then he also, I think that team gave a great push to the organ transplant. So what I have seen, why I am trying to tell you that it is a team, that is what matters actually. It is not the expertise may not be, they are important. I am not trying to say the surgeons are not important, they are important. But it is the non-medical issues, they are I think also equally or even more important. It is a teamwork, and they are more important to persuade people. Say for example, it is very difficult about the brain death, and that is not being done. I was a member of the brainstem death declaration as a pulmonologist, so I was a member of the team. It is very difficult. They will call you at the middle of night. Then we will try to curse the director. He has put me in the member. It is that type of thing. So it needs dedication. And of course, there are legal and ethical issues. Then you should see that there is no commercialization, and so on and so forth. The lot of out of I think nearly 160,000 road traffic accidents. They are the possible donors, and their organs could have been used. But what we get only few about 1,000 or 2,000, maybe something that figure Dr. Chawla was telling at Bhopal, I remembered that. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, it is required. It is not necessary that every medical institute or medical college should have a transplant center, they should do active transplant. Say for example, in the state of Odisha, not every, they have got now many medical colleges, not every medical college should have a transplant center, they should do it actively. They should identify, the government of Odisha must identify some centers, 1, 2, 3 centers, and then the others should try to help the retrieval of the organs, how those organs can be utilized here. So I think those type of things are required. I think all these details the experts are going to tell us in the course of the day today. I remember how difficult I was just trying to, my association with the transplant was the lung, because I am a respiratory physician. So we started the lung transplant in a PGI, and that was the first one in the public sector, not in the private sector. So, it was, we are 4 or 5 faculty members. It took hell of the time, all of this. Those 3, 4, 5 days, we had got no, people will not, we can't sleep, we will go here, there, then we have other jobs. So I think it is a very taxing job also that we have to understand. So you have to plan accordingly. And then subsequently, after I left, then obviously my colleagues, they have left that, so now no more, they are doing the lung transplant. The other issue is why Dr. Vinod Pal, his time, he will try to focus us, tell the NAMs that most of the organ transplant is occurring in the private sector. There's so many, you have got 800 plus institutions in the country, and about 70-80% are done in the private sector. Why the government sector will not do? Government sector is for this thing. This is a requirement of the country. So we should also be geared up for that. So that is, I think, another area. It is not that then there is a regional disparity. As you could see, it is the south and the western part, and then the northern part, central part is totally neglected. Let me tell you, my lung transplant patients, when I advise to my patient, then always I tell go, because there is no other option. Nobody, I work in the North India hospital now, even. So any patient, I think, then I have to tell them go to the Apollo Hyderabad or Apollo Chennai or somewhere like that, or Bombay. So they have to go there. From Chandigarh, they have to go there. So these are the type of things we have to see and look into. The second aspect is the artificial intelligence, the second important workshop that we are doing. As you know, the artificial intelligence it has come in a very big way. It is trying to affect every aspect of our life, be it is industry, be it anything, but our focus will be the healthcare. The role of artificial intelligence in healthcare, we know there are many controversies, many areas. So even last lecture when I had the workshop at Bhopal, so I got a little confused about the things. So how it is going to help us? It has got many, many positive things. But on the other hand, there are issues like ethics, the issues like the data security, data safety, data clarity. Then Professor Gupta gave a nice lecture about the drug development, how artificial intelligence is going to have the drug development, how it can be. That is a very positive step. But the question is when, say for example, earlier before the AI, the so-called 10% rule, I think he told us, that means it takes 10 years to develop a new drug, it takes $10 million to develop a drug, and then the success rate is 10% only. So, but by artificial intelligence, these things can be overcome. But the question is, when any drug is developed, that has to undergo a clinical trial. When you are using artificial intelligence in a clinical trial, so as a physician or as a surgeon, am I going to accept that clinical trial result? I'll see whether it is really acceptable. So that type of dilemma is still there. I think that needs a clarity. And the most importantly, why we took up this mission is that let me put it that way, most of in healthcare and AI, it will be used by the healthcare professionals. So by and large, I believe, I may be wrong, at least myself, I say that we are, at this stage, we are illiterate as far as artificial intelligence is concerned. At least I should say, I am illiterate. So that the both plus, minus, and what are the advantages, disadvantages, that we need to know. At least the doctors need to be trained in that. You'll be happy to note that the NAMS, in association with the IIIT Hyderabad, we are running a certificate course. It is a very, very popular course. Our third batch, they have just got their completion. It is an online course. So there are many, many enthusiastic doctors at different levels, different specialties. They are enrolling, and then the feedback which we are getting, it is extremely good. So that's why it needs the doctors to be also become literate to know the plus minus points about artificial intelligence. So ladies and gentlemen, these are some of our endeavors of the National Academy on these two aspects. These are the two, today is the second one. So we have planned one at Aiims in Shillong for the northeast region. Then we are having one one will be at Gujarat for the western part, one will be at PGI, Chandigarh, and one will be at for southern zone. One will be doing at Madras, the SRM University. So we are going to complete this cycle very soon. So, I will be again becoming a part of the NAMS as the president of NAMS. So I will request all of you to become a part of it, become fellows, become NAMS. I am not promising you that I will be helping you, because it is my executive members are here and they are laughing. You see, it is not also very difficult. But if you are eligible and if you will qualify, then we will be giving you fellowship and a membership. But I will request you, all of you, to become a part, apply, go through the details that is given on our website. And then I will request two things to Professor Biswas, sir. You will be agreeing with my request. I think there are about 6-7 fellows from Aiims, from this Aiims. So if they can be felicited. And secondly, I will request Professor Biswas, sir, if you can open a cell here, NAM cell, so that it will be, it will be propagated, your people will be, encouraged to become part of it. So I will make these two requests. I am also will request the other, Minu has already done that in her institute. And 2 days back, I opened one at Government Medical College, Chandigarh, before I came here. So we have got so far 53 such cells. So we want to spread out to the country, different institutions. So that will be my request. So these are some of my remarks and then my thoughts about this workshop and the CME. So thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your address, for enlightening us about the history of organ transplantation and AI, and also encouraging all our faculty members to become members and fellows of NAMS. So our president, Professor Dr. Anita Saxena, was scheduled to join us online. However, due to unavoidable circumstances, she is not able to join us online, and Madam sends her best wishes for the program and to us. Moving forwards, we'll go ahead with our felicitation. As a mark of respect and as a token of our gratitude, we now have a short felicitation ceremony. I request Professor Dr. Ashutosh Biswas, Executive Director and CEO, Aiims Bhubaneswar, to kindly felicitate our chief guest, Shri Subhashish Panda, IAS Additional Secretary, PMO, Government of India. I request Professor Dr. Ashutosh Biswas ji to kindly felicitate Professor Dr. Digambar Behra, President, NAMS India. May I now request our Executive Director, Professor Ashutosh Biswas, to kindly felicitate our Organizing Secretary, Aiims Nams Regional CME, Professor Dr. Bhagirathi Dwivedi. May I now request the President NAMS, Professor Dr. Digambar Behra, to kindly felicitate our Executive Director and CEO Aiims Bhubaneswar, Professor Dr. Ashutosh Biswas. Thank you, sirs. Our chief guest this morning is none other than Shri Subhashish Panda, IAS, Additional Secretary, PMO, Government of India. May I invite Shri Panda to kindly address. So there is a slight change in the program. We would like to invite our fellows of NAMS for felicitation. From Aiims Bhubaneswar, I request Dr. Bhagirathi to please take over.
We welcome Professor P.R. Mahapatra sir, Professor Bhajantiwala Misra, Dr. Sonu Sonam, and Professor Ashok Jena. I think I'm not missing any other name. Please come to the trust.
I would request our dignitaries to please remain on stage so that we can felicitate our other invited dignitaries. Professor Dr. Y.K. Chawla for his felicitation, please. May I invite Professor Dr. Y.K. Chawla on stage, please. Sir, आप join कीजिए. I request Professor Dr. Digambar Behra and Professor Dr. Ashutosh Biswas to kindly felicitate our dignitaries. Professor Dr. Y.K. Chawla is very well known at Aiims Bhubaneswar and across the country. He is the ex-director of PGI Chandigarh. Sir, आप please join कीजिए. Photos के लिए please sir join कीजिए. Thank you, sir. Professor Dr. Y.K. Gupta, may I take the opportunity of inviting Professor Y.K. Gupta, please? I also take the opportunity of inviting Professor Dr. Vipin Kaushal, Professor Dr. S.K. Mathur, Professor Dr. Arvind Sinha, ED Aiims Kalyani, Professor Dr. Meenu Singh, ED Aiims Rishikesh, and Professor Dr. Sachidanand Mahanti, ED Aiims Avantipura, to please join on stage for the felicitation. And also Professor Dr. Shantanu Kars, please. So please join for the photograph. A big round of applause, please, to have so many luminaries on stage together. It's very inspiring. Thank you. तालियों से स्वागत. Do we have Professor Shantanu Kar also to please join for the felicitation? Thank you, respected dignitaries. Our chief guest this morning is none other than Shri Subhashish Panda, IAS, Additional Secretary, PMO, Government of India. And may I now invite Shri Panda to kindly address all of us here today.
Thank you so much. Namaskar to everybody. And as we say in Odisha, Jai Jagannath. It is my privilege to be here today, and I'm grateful to the organizers, especially Dr. Biswas, for having been so kind as to have given me an opportunity to be here in Aiims Bhubaneswar today, to hear all the eminent experts on the very important topics of organ transplant and AI in healthcare. We are all aware of how, in the past decade, the health sector has moved, not only in terms of the availability, access to treatment, to medical care across the country, but also in terms of medical education, expanding the capacity and the resources and the seats for MBBS and postgraduate education across the country. Having said that, I would also like to state that had it not been the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister or the effort of the Government of India, in conjunction with the state governments, we wouldn't have reached where we are today. It was only a few days back that the WHO has recognized the fact that India is a leading country globally in terms of reduction of maternal mortality rate and also in terms of reduction in the infant mortality. And they have also specifically mentioned it has so happened because of the intervention made by the government across the country. It was because of the special efforts being made to make interventions in the health sector, in healthcare, and especially in the maternal care and child care, which has brought about a whole lot of change. We see a drastic change in the out-of-pocket expenditure that used to take place earlier, where a patient would dread the fact that if he or she was to take treatment, then the expenditure would be huge. And especially for people from the underprivileged section of society who are economically slightly underprivileged or disadvantaged, it would be a traumatizing experience to get any kind of healthcare treatment. But over time, we see how where Bhubaneswar did not have any good, so to speak, healthcare centers, we first of all had Aiims sanctioned by the Government of India, and this has come up to be one of the eminent Aiims in the country, along with Delhi Aiims. And I feel proud of the fact that it has reached where it has today, and I'm glad that it is hosting this very important workshop on organ transplant. It was only the other day that I was having a discussion with the ministry and the director of NOTO on where we have been progressing in terms of organ transplant. Not just once, I had a follow-up meeting also with them, because there's this perception in the Prime Minister's office that this is one area where the government can only do so much. It is largely every individual in this country, this huge population of 1.4 billion, to understand that there is a need of organs to be shared with your fellow citizens so that somebody can lead and have a new lease of life. During our discussions, we found out some of the data Dr. Behra mentioned. You look at the data, we in fact have I would say it's a sad tale to relate, but we are the third best country in the world in terms of organ transplant. How many organs were actually transplanted? Last year it was something like 20,000. It was an improvement over 18,000, which was there in 2024, or even lesser in the year before. But 20,000 organ transplants, where Dr. Behra mentioned that annually we need at least 5 lakh people to be donating their organs so that more people could have a new lease of life. So this is kind of dismal. At the same time, we look at what is happening in terms of live donations, in terms of live cadaver donations. It is again pathetic, a very dismal number. In this huge population of 1.4, we only receive 3 to 4% of organ donations, and 22% of transplants are only live. 82%, I beg your pardon, is a live donation, meaning thereby some relative is donating. Largely seen, again, you see a picture which is not a very happy picture, which is that the largest donors are the women. So it's basically a husband falling ill. Maybe it's chronically, we see largely renal transplants are the requirements, or a lung transplant is a requirement. It is the wife who steps forward to donate for her husband. And if you look at the figures in terms of if the wife falls ill, how many husbands donate, you would see it is pathetic. So it is actually an eye-opener for all the men folk sitting out here to understand how we've been treating our ladies in the house. Not only are they maintaining your house, not only are they supporting you in your household expenditure, not are they sharing the responsibilities of bringing up the children, they're doing everything possible to assist you and maybe even beyond that. Yet when it comes to organ donation, it is the women folk who are donating more and less is being donated by the men to the women. That's something which we need to change. That's a thought process which needs to be changed. I find here that we have a lot of youngsters, future doctors to be, nurses to be. It is for you to think in terms of what can bring about a change. When we go to a hospital for a treatment, what is the advice that the doctor, how does the doctor counsel the patient? There will be many patients who come to you who are terminally ill. They are there in the last breath. How many of us actually are being able to convince the family, counsel with them, give them good advice, prompt them, goad them, give them directions, show them the way of how an organ transplant can happen? So when we were discussing this in the Prime Minister's office with the Health Ministry, we realized that not very proactive steps are being taken by the fraternity itself in terms of donations happening. While NOTO is working, it's kind of working in a standalone manner. The SOTOs are working in a standalone manner. I had this opportunity of working in Aiims Delhi for 3 years during the COVID time. And there's a separate ORBO over there working on its own. So there is a need of coordination. There is a need of actually assisting each other. There's a competition right now for an organ. There should be more of convergence, of prioritizing in terms of developing an SOP and then prioritizing which patient should get more. There's a huge lot of issue of ethics involved in this. Thought has to be given of, is it the youngster who has a longer life to lead should get it earlier? Or is it a socially and economically underprivileged person who cannot access an organ otherwise by paying huge amount of money should get it earlier? Or is it somebody who can live a life, or it would be a life or death situation? Is that patient demanding, should be getting the organ first? So these are various issues which need to be discussed. I'm sure the expert team under NAMS, which is deliberated and all that, would be sharing also, would have thought out on all these issues. In this current year, the estimates, I don't know whether how correct they are, but this is something which I found. There are about 90,000 patients waiting in queue for an organ transplant. If you look at the number of institutions which are providing organ transplant, it is abysmally low. Yes, as Dr. Behra pointed out, that larger number of transplants are taking place in a private setup. That's not bad at all. Somebody is doing the job. But then not many people across the country would be able to afford that kind of facility. And hence, the need for institutions of eminence, national institutions like all the 18 Aiims which are functional right now, to be centers of transplant. Not all Aiims are doing that. There are a large number of eminent and prominent state-level medical colleges and hospitals under the government sector. They're not doing that. What is it that is preventing the surgeons, or as Dr. Behra pointed out again, and I agree with him, it's a team effort, just not the surgeon, a whole lot of other experts need to come together and create a team to work to transplant an organ successfully. So what is preventing us from doing that? What is stopping the surgeon from taking it up? Is it the difficulty? Is it the technology required? Is it the training required? Is it the equipment required? Is it because there's no team to work? Or is it because simply it's not there in our mindset to actually get together a team to work to do more of organ transplant? I'm sure deliberations would have taken place. I'm talking as a layman, as an administrator who deals with policy. And yes, as a person who's dealt for a short while, been in Aiims to look at the eminent faculty and the team there doing the hard work 24/7, learned a lot from them and understood the system. And thereafter, my experience as a Principal Secretary Health in the state, and now working in the PMO, handling again the same subject of health to take the vision and directions of the Honorable Prime Minister forward in this country. What are the challenges which I look at? One is psychological. When we were discussing that, let's hold a camp in the government offices and let's have donations happening. People signing in on the dotted line to say, I'm willing to donate my organ when I lose my life. Suddenly I saw within the administrative system also a pullback, because it's all a psychological issue. While you are alive, you may donate, sign on the dotted line. But the moment you are gone, I don't know how many of your family members would be willing to allow your body to donate organs to the health institutions. So it's a huge psychological warfare which we must carry forward. A prime example of what has happened only recently. There's this little girl, 10-month-old baby, Alan Sherin Abraham from Kerala. In Kerala, this little child lost her life, and kudos to the family members who donated her organs. And 5 people, small children of different ages, got a fresh lease of life. That's something which need to learn. I mean, most precious is always the little child who's come into being on this earth as your extension, and you lose the child, but you are yet willing to give away organs to different people, to people you don't even know, whom you have never met, never recognized, and would probably never meet again. But you're willing to share because the thought behind it is, my child is now living in so many other human beings. So my child is living and not lost to me. The same thought goes for our elderly also. When we lose our elderly, we miss them throughout our life. But what an honorable way, what a glorious way would it be if organs of our elderly are now living inside other people, and we still see maybe our parents, maybe we still see our relatives living in those human beings. So there's this psychological thought process which needs to be changed in the common man. Then I spoke about gender disparity, of course. There's a low public awareness. I don't know how many people in the common public are aware that if they give their organs away, somebody else can use it. We don't know how much people are aware of how the process is, where should they go and donate their organs, where should they make a commitment. That's something which the NOTO and SOTOs will have to work harder on. And then, of course, the technical issues. I experienced it a couple of years back also, the issue of brain stem death certification issues. So I'm sure the experts must have given a lot of thought to that, of how do we come out. The recent order of the Supreme Court, where for the first time euthanasia was allowed in our country based on a court order, is something which is new, which is radical. Many of us might not agree with it. Large number of us agree with it. So there are ethical issues. There are possible biases which would come in. But we need to come out with good standard operating procedures to allow others to gain. Let me not put it, it sounds awful, but from the passing away of somebody else receives those organs and continues to live on. That's something which we need to work on. Then the role of the doctors, the allied health workers, the administrators handling it, the specialized organizations working on the sector, all of them will have to come together and work on it. The CME should give a lot of ideas to the doctors who are not into it to actually come into the transplant responsibilities and take up more transplants across the country. When I was given this shared by Dr. Biswas about what we are talking about today, the topic was organ transplant and artificial intelligence in healthcare. So I kept wondering, are there two different topics that we are going to talk about, or are we talking about organ transplant and AI in organ transplant? And I wouldn't be wrong in saying so, that AI is something which is going to be all pervasive in our life. We cannot avoid it. It's moving so fast every day that you will not be in a position to avoid it. Currently, when we look into our mobile phones, you get a Gemini, you get a Perplexity, you get a Grok, you get many other such things. You type in something, sometimes it gives you a good response, sometimes it gives you a very ridiculous response. Many times you will have to reconcile the data it gives, because what it is doing is basically what everybody is talking about on the web, and that's where it picks up its information and it is showcasing before you. In no time, let me tell you, it will all be very authenticated data, very authenticated information. So as I was saying, we are talking about only organ transplant separately from artificial intelligence? No. They could be talked about in the same sense, in the same tone, because AI would also be a way forward for organ transplant. I'm sure we are looking at that also. How can AI help? One, of course, matching the donor and the recipient, looking into all the genetic data, looking into the clinical data, looking into the lab data, bringing it all together and putting it in front of the specialist to say, this is the dashboard. Now take a call whether you want to do the transplant or not. AI could also help us administratively. It could link. If there's an organ available way down south in Kanyakumari, and somebody way up north in Avantipura is requiring an organ, and it is urgent, it is life or death, AI could actually connect the entire country together and tell us where the organ is available. It could also route our chart for us of how that organ can be transported from all the way down south to all the way up north, and what would be the route it should take, which is the optimum route, minimum time taken for the organ to reach its destination where the transplant is going to take place. It could predict outcomes. It could tell us whether there will be equity and efficacy in the allocation. If you have a huge database where there are organs, there are donors, and there are recipients, there are people waiting for organs to be provided to them, AI could be utilized to actually match them and come out with an efficacious data to tell who or where that organ should go to. We'll have to be careful, of course, because AI is as good as it is trained. If there are biases in its training, that bias will get perpetuated, and over time, it will become the SOP for it. So we'll have to be very careful about that. So at the end, when I say AI, if you look at AI separately from organ donation, of course, massive things are happening, rapidly things are happening. Tuberculosis, we know, is the second largest killer in this country after cancers. Now we are having handheld X-rays, which are connected to the AI system, where the AI is looking into the radiological images and telling us possibility of the patient having tuberculosis. And then thereafter, it goes to a specialist to confirm it. Similarly, for cancers, for breast cancer, for example, wherever there is a radiological intervention for diagnosis, AI has already stepped in. Even for routine diagnosis of ailments, AI has stepped in, but there's always a word of caution. If you go and Google and say, I'm having these symptoms, you could end up taking a medication which is entirely not required or was not for that treatment. Probably you're suffering from something else. As of now, my word of caution to all of us is don't look into AI to take treatment as of now. Go to a specialist. The AI assists the specialist, not the common man right now, to take medication or understand what the illness is. Lastly, I would request NAMS and also the eminent faculty members, the eminent experts who are present here, the honorable doctors, the allied teams, the allied health workers, the students who are all here, to look for a system where organ donation becomes a norm and not an exception where we have to coax everybody to share. Now, ultimately, when you die, either it's burned away or buried away. What's the point? Your life is over there. Somebody may remember you by seeing your photograph, but had it had been that your organ was inside somebody else and that person is living, and probably you are still living for another 60, 70 years. And lastly, I would only have to say this, that this process of organ donation is just not technical, but we need the technical people to actually get converts. Convert people who think otherwise, who do not think about organ donation, to understand of what a noble task they would be doing if they commit to organ donation. But as I said, if we do not spread the availability of organ transplant capability in the health institutions in different parts of the country, especially in the government sector, then a large number of our citizens would be deprived of actually availing an organ transplant. And that would be something which would be very sad for us. So these CME, I'm sure, is going to promote organ transplants from happening. You will be sharing a lot of technical inputs, I'm sure, during the day about how to go about doing the organ transplants. But I would be more keen in terms of, as a policy, of how we make organ transplant a norm rather than an exception. Thank you so much for having me here. Grateful to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your thought-provoking address and highlighting the important issues of gender, of ethics, of problems in organ donation, the role of INIs in organ donation and organ transplantation, the joy of organ donation, the issues in certification, and the all-important and pervasive role of AI in today's medical practice. Thank you, sir, very much. Moving forwards, I would request our chief guest, Sri Subhashish Panda, to kindly unveil the booklet, Organ Transplantation Initiatives, A Gift of Life by Aiims Bhubaneswar. We are also distributing the NAMS Task Force Report on Organ Donation and Transplantation 2024 and the NAMS DGHS Ministry of Health and Family Welfare Report of Task Force on Artificial Intelligence in Healthcare in India 2023. Thank you, sir, very much. May I now request the Organizing Secretary, Aiims Nams Regional CME, Professor Bhagirathi Dwivedi, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. Let me give my thank from core of my heart to all present here on the stage and in front of the stage, everybody. Let me start with our chief guest, Pandaji, IS and Additional Secretary to PMO. He has actually let me share few words while narrating the vote of thanks that you can understand why you are really thankful to them. As Director, our Professor Biswas also told that he has agreed very immediately and he has a very soft corner towards this state and agreed to come to this occasion and without much of effort from our side, he agreed. We are very glad to sir in that respect. And his last word, what he said regarding organ donation should become a norm. Actually, it reminds me one line from our my MBBS career. When I was a first MBBS student, my professor of anatomy told, just see that we have 100 crore people in this living people in this country, but I am limited to give you some dead bodies. You have to adjust with that. So that gives actually that hurts me very really. That gives a very good impression, a very deep impression that we have so many living persons, but we are not having that type of heart to donate ourselves to the noble cause. So this should be the norm actually, what sir told me. We are very thankful to give this message to each and everybody. And so we are very much thankful to our President NAMS, Professor Digambar Behra, to select our center the second, in the second part, the second regional CME for this purpose. And he has been instrumental for the state for many, many years actually. I am very thankful from many years. I think from the starting point of National Reference Laboratory for Tuberculosis or anywhere, he provides continuous support to this part. We are very much thankful, Professor, and also to our director, Professor Ashutosh Biswas, for believing us and giving this task to the committee members and giving the opportunity to conduct this and giving all the supports and guidelines behind to make it a great success. Behind all, we have our President, Madam Dr. Anita Saxena, but she could not attend this online, but she has given our all blessings. We are very much thankful for giving all the supports for that. And our Niti Aayog member, Professor Binod Paul, VK Paul, he will be joining online, and we are really thankful to him from the heart. Everybody will be enjoying that talk, I think, as a message from him as a part of Niti Aayog member. All the NAMS experts, senior experts like Professor Chawla, Dr. Gupta, and Dr. Mathur, and they have given continuous support during framing of this academic schedule. And we try to disturb them throughout the study, this period organization activity. So they have provided all of the supports required. And we are very much glad that our executive directors from 3 institutes, Rishikesh, Avantipura, and Kalyani, Dr. Meenu Madam, Sachi sir, and Arvind Sinha sir have already joined to us to grace this occasion as the experts for chairpersons and different sessions they'll be delivering. We are very much thankful to you all for your kind participation. And other experts like Dr. S.K. Mathur, K.N. Bhagat, Dr. S.K. Kar, our professor, our former president, Dr. Subrata Acharya, will be joining in the afternoon session. I think all the experts are very kind to get it organized, along with our support from, all the support from our secretary, NAMS, Dr. Kapil. From the starting point, he gives us continuous support and guidance to get it done. And actually, the major event is, as everybody tells, it's a combined effort of all medical colleges, social activities, many things are being done in one platform. So we have invited delegates from 4 states, Odisha, Bihar, West Bengal, and Jharkhand. And we are very much thankful to the DMETs, deans and principals, MS, of those hospitals and delegates who have joined here, and immediately, in spite of their within a short notice, they could come and they are attending this organization. All INIs also, 3-4 INIs also are getting participation, and IGMS Patna, who are getting delegates from these institutes. Hopefully, it will be a great success and great learning platform. We are very thankful for your all participation in a short notice. And from Aims, actually, Bhubaneswar, we have a very dedicated team of organizing committee members, especially very young faculty, young dynamic faculty like Dr. Ravi, Dr. Sandeep Angsuman, and Sandeep Tripathi and Sambit Tripathi and Sandeep, and our Professor Shweta, who is anchoring all the events, and all other committee members like Dr. Ashok have continuously put their effort. Mr. Mahaling has continuously put their effort to get it done. And behind this, we have a long admin support of DDA, admin staff, accounts officers, finance officer, engineering section, executive engineer, and sanitary, and everybody is quite involved. Our IT section to deal with all these programs. Everybody has put their continuous effort, and so we are very much thankful to them for being here. And our dear students, nursing officers, staff, faculty, all our faculty members and students and resident doctors who are participating as a delegate, and all our NAMS and FAMS member of the institute who are supporting wholeheartedly for conducting the program. And also, we thank our PRO who is arranging all those press, media, and citizen activities previously before conducting this meeting also. Also, many press members are here to highlight the issues, what we are going to conduct and what message to go to the public. We are very much thankful to them. I thank each and everybody, even if I don't take some names for difficulty, I thank each and every one from core of my heart. Thank you all. Good morning again. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dwivedi. May I now request everyone to please rise for the national anthem. The IT team is requested to please play the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Jai. With this, we come to the conclusion of our inaugural ceremony. We will have a short tea break now of 10 minutes. We shall reassemble in 10 minutes by 11:17 a.m. And thank you very much for being with us today. We look forward to the academic sessions ahead. Thank you. We start our scientific deliberations today. Our topic for the next session is ethical issues, guidelines, and recommendations of the NAMS Task Force on Organ Donation and Transplantation. And for this, we have our chairpersons whom I have the privilege of inviting on stage. Please put up their CVs. Professor Dr. Digambar Behra, President NAMS. Professor Dr. Ashutosh Biswas, Executive Director and CEO, Aiims Bhubaneswar, and Professor Dr. S.K. Mathur, President, Zonal Transplant Coordination Center, Mumbai. I request our chairpersons to please occupy their seats on the dais. And may I invite our esteemed speaker for today's morning session, Professor Dr. Yogesh Kumar Chawla, Ex-Director PGI, Chairman Task Force NAMS. So our respected chairpersons, Professor Digambar Behra, Professor Ashutosh Biswas, and Professor S.K. Mathur, cordially invited on stage, and our esteemed speaker, Professor Yogesh Chawla. So I request the chairpersons to please introduce our esteemed speaker for the day, and he'll be speaking on ethical issues, guidelines, and recommendations of the NAMS Task Force on Organ Donation and Transplantation.
Good morning, everyone. We've had a very good start during the inauguration. A lot of information has been given for the organ donation program, and let's start with it. I'm extremely grateful to Dr. Behra, Professor Ashutosh, Professor S.K. Mathur, and the entire team from All India Institute for giving me a chance. I think this is something very important which the National Academy took up as a task force. I, being a hepatologist, I've seen all my patients with end-stage liver disease being totally helpless way back in 2010 and before. So when I took over as the director of PGI, I felt it's very important that we should have organ transplantation in the PGI. And we could successfully do a lot of organ transplantations. The basic premise was, if we can promote organ donation in the institute, we have a big trauma center, a lot of emergencies come to us. So organ donation was something that we promoted first. And because of organ donation, we could do transplants in almost all the organs, the heart, lung, pancreas, kidneys, kidney pancreas, all these went off very successfully. And we can proudly say that PGI has the highest number of kidney pancreas transplants in the country and possibly very close to the world also. This is a group of patients who have diabetes and chronic kidney disease. We've progressed. Kidneys have been there since many years. So since we could do a lot of organ donations, the National Task Force was formed under the aegis of Dr. Umesh Kapil and Dr. Shiv Sareen. And they gave us the responsibility to have a task force so that we can have organ donation in big numbers in the country. And the focus was mainly on government institutes rather than on the private. So we had team members like Dr. Harsha Johri, who is well known from Gangaram Hospital. Dr. S.K. Mathur is here with us. He's been instrumental in starting organ donation in Maharashtra. And from zero to it has become a very impressive figure. Anita Panda, she's a cornea transplant surgeon. Dr. Balakrishnan was there in our task force. He's the cardiac transplant surgeon here. Sunil Shroff runs Mohan Foundation in the south, and his foundation has done extensive work on organ donation. Anil Kumar is the chairman of NOTO. Rajneesh Sahai was the Director General that time of Health Medicine at the Government of India. Vipin Kaushal, Vijay Tadia, these were members who helped us in formulate the guidelines, and they were instrumental in doing organ donation at the institute. Nitin Agarwal and Vivek Kute were the other members from Ahmedabad and Delhi respectively. We know that organ transplantation saves lives, and this has been an unmet need for patients with end-stage disease. Whether it's kidney, whether it's liver, heart, it is absolutely important for these patients to survive and contribute to the society. The live-related transplants have been well established in the country, and this has been there since 1990s, when the Transplantation Act was passed in 1994. But somehow deceased donation or cadaveric donation has not picked up the way it should. Few states are doing very well, and this is all because of the proactive action taken by the state authorities and non-governmental organizations. And a few examples are Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, to name a few. If you do a transplant in patients with these disorders, they have a chance to live and contribute significantly to the society. So organs donated are a national asset. India has made meaningful progress in organ transplantation, but there are a lot of systemic gaps, some of which have already been alluded to by Professor Ashutosh and Professor Digambar Behra, and also the chief guest who was there with us. As I said, 1994 was a landmark time when Transplantation of Human Organs and Tissues Act was passed in the Parliament, and this was meant to help organ retrieval, storage of the organs, and transplantation for therapeutic purposes, and prevent commercial dealing, which used to happen once in a while during that time. This act has been adopted by all states, except possibly Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka, where they have their own separate legislation, which again is doing extremely well. In 2011, the Government of India came out with a national organ transplant program, which was meant for organization and financial framework for promoting organ donation. And on the basis of this, the National Academy came out with the task force, and we had a consensus amongst these 12 members and came out with the printout that is already there with you here today. The estimates you all know per year, as from the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, kidney, liver, and pancreas, there is a huge demand for these organs. In India, the organ donation rate is less than 1 per million of the population. We would be self-sufficient if we have 124 donations per million. Only then all this backlog would go off. Living donors, unfortunately in one way, is now the primary source of kidney and liver transplantations. But there is always an element of potential exploitation and we are not very sure what are the health complications of donors because of the partial hepatectomy that they have and in the kidneys. We have huge number of fatal road accident deaths and also cerebrovascular accidents. Some of these patients, almost 18 to 48% with cerebral hemorrhage, are not able to survive. So these are the group of patients who can be taken up for organ donation, and so also tumors of the brain. So as I said, in India, the organ donation rate is less than 1 per million. In Spain, it is 48 per million, and USA 35 to 40. So you can see the huge difference between the two. Spain has a method of opting out. That means anyone who gets admitted, it is understood that the person would have an organ donation unless the person opts out or the family opts out. So in India, about 80 to 95% of the transplants happen in the private health setup. The cost is prohibitive. We need to reverse this trend. And this is the place where All India Institute and other medical colleges of eminence would take the transformative step. To give you the statistics in 2021 of organ donation, the cadaveric organ donation, there were 171 in the public hospitals as compared to 521 in the private setup. So there is a huge gap there. And living donations were 827 and almost 7-8 times in the private, 6,500. So you can see the difference between cadaveric and living donations, public versus private institutions. Private are scoring over the public institutions, even in organ donations. NOTO was formed, which is there in Delhi. There's only one of it, which was formed in 2011. ROTO, there are 5 of them, which look at different regions. And SOTO is the state-associated organizations. And under these, there are almost 1,000 hospitals, of which 700 are transplant centers and 146 are retrieval centers, and some centers are for biomaterial collections. So the role of these organizations was to integrate the efforts of state, institutions, healthcare professionals, NGOs, formulate SOPs, and have organ allocation policies in position. This is the chart within India, where if you look way up in the north and in the east, far east, there is no NOTO, ROTO, or SOTO in these regions. But there is a good distribution throughout the country of ROTO and SOTO. If you look at the organ-wise centers that are registered with NOTO, as I just mentioned, about 1,000 till date, private centers are much more than the government centers. So also is true of the organ retrieval centers. There is hardly any deceased donor activity in the northeast states, Jammu Kashmir, Ladakh. Some is happening in Uttarakhand. Jharkhand, there is no activity, and the other smaller states, they need to start doing work effectively in organ donation. Just a statistic of 2024, the living donors were about 15,000. Deceased donors or cadaveric donors were only 1,100. So you can see the disparity between the living donors and the cadaveric donors. This is the graph given to me by NOTO, which says the number of deceased transplantations over the years. They have increased, but not significantly. The value in 2024 was much higher than that in 2023. It is improving, but we need to further improve it significantly. If you look at the total liver transplants that have happened, state and union territory-wise, whether it's living-related or cadaveric, highest has happened in Delhi. followed by Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, Kerala, Telangana. And the northern states and eastern states are extremely poor in that. So also is true for heart transplantation and lung transplantation. The pancreas transplant, we are proud to say that Chandigarh has the highest number in the country. The organ tissue donations also are happening simultaneously, and here again the lead is by the southern states rather than the one in the north or in the east. So we all know that India is the third country after US and China in total transplants. There has been marked improvement in infrastructure, more number of transplantations are happening, but somehow the growth in the private health center is much more. And one of the problems we all face is the low cadaveric donation rate, and we have a lot of missed opportunities, and we need to have solutions for that. So what are the deficiencies and corrections which we mentioned in the National Academy Task Force? There is extreme reluctance to donate the body for organ transplantation because there is a feeling of body disfigurement, there is regional disparities, and maybe religious issues also tend to hamper these patients from doing organ donation. There is a lack of brainstem death identification, which is across the hospitals. So we need to be more aware of definition of brainstem death. It is unclear to doctors and nurses who are the prime people who go in for organ donation and motivate the patients and their relatives to do organ donation. We at PGI had initially a very poor rate of the brainstem identification by the doctors as well as nurses, but repeated workshops by Dr. Vipin and the other team members of the hospital administration and neurosurgeons, it made a lot of difference, and now they are all very conversant. And I would suggest that Aims Bhubaneswar also should have repeated workshops starting from the residents, the faculty, nurses, to make them oriented about brainstem death and how to identify these patients. The ICUs do not have trained personnel also to identify brainstem death. And so also is true for the hospital staff in medical colleges, district hospitals with ICUs, and how to deal with end-of-life care. So I think this is something very important. And there are only a few hospitals which participate in organ donation. There should be a hub and spoke pattern. There are so many trauma centers, so many retrieval centers. There should be a hub and a spoke pattern where all these patients who are brain dead should be transferred to the organ transplantation activity where it is active. So one should register all trauma centers and medical colleges for donation. There should be good SOPs for manpower and equipment. There should be monthly activities of NOTO, SOTO, and ROTO, which should be notified on the websites, and information on workshops should be updated. And most importantly, there should be monthly death audits of brainstem death by the SOTO. That means accountability of all the medical colleges and institutes coming under SOTO should be made it mandatory that they should report all brainstem deaths that have happened in their institution. At PGI, every 15 days, the hospital administration used to take the accountability of the ICU people, the critical care, anesthetists, neurosurgeons, as to how many brainstem deaths have they identified and how many of them they could convert to organ donation. Initially, first 3 months, the response was not very strong because it involves a lot of extra work for them. But then it was a success story after 3-4 months. And same thing would happen at Aims Bhubaneswar if there is an accountability from these departments take the neurosurgeons into confidence. We studied the model of All India Institute, and we made a neurosurgeon responsible for the brainstem death along with the hospital administration, and everything worked very wonderfully. So when you require a repeat license for a retrieval center or a transplant center, this certification is given for 3 to 5 years. There should be a quality metric on organ donation and the quality of transplant that has been done. What is important in a lot of centers who want to start transplant or have initiated into transplant is the transplant coordinators. They are absolutely important. So I believe Aiims Bhubaneswar has only one transplant coordinator. They should have about 4 or 5 transplant coordinators as the organ donation and organ transplantation program moves forward. The NOTO, in fact, gives a pay to the transplant coordinators of about 35,000-40,000. So you can take that from the government, NOTO authorities, and have more transplant coordinators who are dedicated and who understand the benefits of organ donation and organ transplantation. There are problems with regulatory and administration delays. So if you have SOPs, this organ donation pathway can be made much faster. Always keep the police on your friendship side, and the police should designate nodal officers for organ donation related activity. At PGI, we've been doing orientation courses for the police every month or every 2 months, and the police in Chandigarh and even the adjoining areas is well accustomed to the brain death protocols. Procedure for MLC is streamlined and the SOPs have been made. Education and training is important, and organ transplant units should be there in all India institutes and medical colleges and retrieval centers. State government should identify the medical colleges for multi-organ transplantation, but all India institutes should be an advanced transplant center, and it should be a multi-organ transplant center rather than individual organ transplant, and there should be subdivisions. As and when the expertise grows, one can improve upon this. There should be recruitment of people who have a passion for organ donation and transplantation, especially I'm talking of the surgeons, neurosurgeons. The consultants should be trained, the surgical consultants should be trained either in having specialized training of organ transplant, or they should have the organ transplant fellowships. Trauma centers need to be improved. There should be a pool of transplant surgeons, and the Transplantation Society would play a major role. The Honorable Prime Minister, quite a few years ago in his Man Ki Baat, spoke about organ donation, and this boosted the organ donation. So there's a lot of public awareness going on, especially in the north. With the result, we've been successful in getting organ donations. But walkathon, festival celebrations, incentives for organ donation, all these things need to be done. And the Ayushman, CSR, crowdfunding, and insurance penetration should be better for patients who require a transplant. Some recent changes that have happened is that the domicile is not required for transplantation. The upper age limit for recipients has been removed. There is no fee for registration. Initially, patients used to get registered in different states, but now there is no fee required, and there should be a round-the-clock post-mortem to be made available. There should be a uniform organ transplant policy, green corridors, and transport by the airlines should also be made free of cost. And lastly, the pledging is very important. That should be either through Aadhaar-based or even through telemedicine it can happen. I'll quickly go through the ethical issues. The family overrides even if a person pledges. So that public awareness should be there. There is a little bit of trust deficit because there is a lot of negative publicity whenever some transplant happens in a little shady way. So the family is suspicious about the family, and at times when you are performing brain death tests, occasionally a movement of a segment of the body makes the family feel that the patient is likely to come out. Commercialization and exploitation is another factor. Allocation fairness, living donor ethics, cultural and religious beliefs all have to be taken care of. And some legal and operational issues is the poor implementation of TOTA by different states, brain death certification gaps, authorization committee, bureaucratic delays, limited ICU infrastructure, and you have solutions like strengthening the autonomy, improve brain death awareness, transplant allocation services should be better, strict enforcement against organ trade, streamline authorization committees, protect the living donor, expand deceased donation program, and have transplant coordinators in every ICU. Public engagement and cultural sensitivity involve the religious leaders and there should be public awareness to a large extent. At the Institute, all colleges and schools were covered by the hospital administration and the neurosurgeons, giving the importance of organ donation. And one should learn from high-performing states. So in conclusion, I would say that India does not suffer from lack of organs, but it suffers from lack of awareness, systems, and conversations. So thank you very much, and I hope this would incentivize or motivate the people around in different institutes, including Aims Bhubaneswar, to go in full throttle for organ donation so that they can do many more transplantations than what has happened. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent talk, Professor Chawla. On the basic thing is that what he conveyed and what should be understood is the importance of diseased organ donation for organ transplantation. And the institute like Aims, which are considered the premier institute in the country, as they had been taking lead until 90s, before the private sector became heavily loaded, I think they have to take that lead back. It is their responsibility and their duty, and should be proud of that, because that's what was happening when the PGI Chandigarh and Aims Delhi used to do the first thing first in the country. The rarest surgery, complicated surgeries, okay, complicated treatments. That's what has to come back to the institutes. I think, Professor Chawla, that's what the message you want to give it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. As you have rightly said that we are having 1.4 billion populations in our country. Therefore, there is no organ deficit. We have many organs. So it's a lack of awareness. Probably you have to look into that. But sir, as I am passing through over the last few years about this, working into the business of organ transplantation and donation and setting up the many ICUs and all, and you are the instrumental behind this and all. So just my one suggestion or just observation that most, I think, important hurdle in Aims or any institution is that we are setting up the organ transplantation, ICU and all, and after a few months or years, it is closed down, is not functioning. Most of the institutions, they are giving this message. And also our secretary, additional secretary said that in one of the states, he visited and started transplant, but now it is closed down. So this is probably happening. We are enthusiastic to start and subsequently it is closed down. So what is the most important factor to maintain sustainability? From my side, I find that when you examine critically into this, what is the cause for closure of this after starting spending so many $1 million for it. So I think the brainstem death committee and declaration, how strong in your hospital they are working, the committee. Was one of the examples that one of the patient died, and probably we are not looking for into it to declare the brainstem death and passing the message to the relative, he is no more. Nobody is going to discuss about that point to the patient relatives or so. There is one hesitation. Frankly, just sharing that, and also who is going to examine that? Your team, and that probably those things at a grassroots level is the weakness. And you have some suggestion into this to throw some light so that we can be more stronger in this field to improve our transplant system.
Yes, one of the most important factors is the motivation of the surgeon. The surgeon who's involved in transplant is not associated with the patient, but he comes to know that this patient is brain dead. So if it is a motivated surgeon, he would talk to the hospital superintendent, he would talk to the neurosurgeon that this person is brain dead, so we can take this patient up. Although this is all behind the scene. Second is we need to give credit to the transplant coordinator, the neurosurgeons, and the critical care people that they have done a yeoman service. And whenever somebody does an organ donation, once the relatives should be given some sort of an incentive. So your pool of organ donation should be good. At the same time, your surgeons need to be motivated all the time. There may be negative results, but with positive results, it should be highlighted everywhere that this surgery has been done by this surgeon, and he should get that kick for the stimulus. Money is also a factor. ICUs have stopped because of the equipment not being able to get repaired, but there is always a way out for that. Biggest thing that we realized is the neurosurgeons have to be taken in your stride for organ donation. They are a big help, and that was one of the reasons why Vipin would also agree that the hospital superintendent, the critical care people, and the neurosurgeons, they should all work in tandem.
So, sir gave a broad overview and what are the issues and what are the possible solutions. And then also the chairpersons, both of them, they raised important questions and gave their comments. I think we should stop here. Thank you very much, sir. The remaining questions will be taken up during the panel discussions also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Quickly request the speaker and the chairpersons to please join for a photograph. We'll have the felicitation of the speakers and the chairpersons towards the end. Thank you very much, respected chairpersons and esteemed speaker. Moving on, we go to our next session, current status and institutional preparedness on the transplantation program at Aiims Bhubaneswar. And for this session, I take the opportunity of inviting our chairpersons, Professor Dr. Arvind Sinha, Executive Director and CEO, Aiims Kalyani. Request to please put up his CV, please. And Professor Dr. Sachidanand Mahanti, Executive Director and CEO, Aiims Avantipura. I request Professor Arvind Sinha and Professor Sachidanand Mahanti to please take their seats on the dais. as chairpersons for the next session. May I also take the opportunity of inviting the speakers onto the stage, Dr. Manoj Kumar Das, Department of Urology, Aims Bhubaneswar Faculty, Dr. Brahmadat Patnaik, Faculty, Department of Surgical Gastroenterology, Aims Bhubaneswar, Dr. Sonali Mahapatra, Department of Hematology, Aims Bhubaneswar Faculty, and Dr. Sanjay Kumar Giri, Faculty, Department of Burns and Plastic Surgery, Aims Bhubaneswar. I request all of you to please join on the dais. And request for the first talk by Dr. Manoj Kumar Das, Faculty, Department of Urology, Aims Bhubaneswar.
Just a request for the speakers to keep to the timelines, please.
Thank you. Jai Jagannath. Good afternoon, respected chairpersons, my teachers, dignitaries, betters, and colleagues. When we talk about organ transplant, it is never possible if somebody is not donating. So the spirit of organ donation should be there among all of the citizens so that we can match the gap. If you'll see the annual transplantation it is happening around 13 to 14,000, maximum 15,000 in a year. But if you'll see the demand, it is coming in lakhs. So very well said quote in Charak Samhita, Paropkaraya phalanti vrikshaha, Paropkaraya bahanti nadiyah, Paropkaraya duhanti gavaha, Paropakararthamidang sariram. So this body is meant for service to the human being. So when you are talking about preparedness, institutional status or current status of any organ transplant, it is never possible if you don't have a supportive, willful, administrative or your authority. So we are privileged to have our esteemed Executive Director, sir, who is always there to support us. And apart from that, all the faculties, all the respected departments, including OT committee, everybody is on their toes when we talk about transplant. And I'm glad to say that when we proposed this program, we had a lot of difficulties at that time. Sachi sir was there, who was standing tall with us in getting all the permissions at that time. And later on, when Vishwas sir joined, after that we started the transplant. And till now, the transplant program is going on successfully. Till date, we have done 70 transplants. Out of that, 53 live donor transplants. I'm happy to say that from the beginning, we started doing laparoscopic donor nephrectomy to give lesser pain to the donor, which is the most important part of your transplant program, donor. So till date, we don't have any major complications with the donors. Apart from that, we have done 17 cadaveric transplant that we started in month of July in 2024. So till now, the number is 70 and it's ongoing. So out of these 70 patients, graft loss was there. Without complication, we cannot say that 100% success rate. It can never be possible when you are dealing with diseased persons. So complication, if you'll see graft loss particularly, we had 4 graft loss that happened on follow-up, during follow-up because of rejection 2 and IgA nephropathy recurrence. And about the mortality, 3, 1 in house who died because of severe sepsis and pneumonia, and other 2 on follow-up due to rejections and intracranial hemorrhage. And if you see the donor status, particularly females always outnumber the males. Mothers, sisters, and the spouses, they come forward to donate the kidneys. Regarding our achievements, already I have told what we have done, but one particular case, I'll be happy to share that we did dual en bloc kidney transplantation. The donor was a 14 months kid, whose both the kidneys we transplanted to a 16-year-old girl who left the school. She was not studying. We transplanted. Now she is following. The photo is there. Knowingly, I have blurred the face. Now she has joined and now continuing 10th class. And the same dual kidney transplantation patient got the India Book of Records 2025. So if you will come to the readiness about the infrastructure, we are completely ready. We never fear for any transplant if it's going to happen because our authority, our team, everybody is with us. And whenever the call comes for cadaver, nobody denies. That is best part of our institute. Everybody comes forward because cadaver transplant always happens in the late night, always, or late hours. But we have never denied anything. It is not because we are operating, it is because of the support system. Thank you very much, everybody, for supporting us. And we have all the state-of-art ICU, and it is always a privilege to get well-trained staffs with us to get the better outcome that we always have with us.
Sorry, Manoj, the time is...
If you'll see the
Manoj.
upcoming, sir, just one. And if you'll see the way forward upcoming plan, I will just go through the AI-generated this Renal Science Center of Excellence, because the next topic is on AI. So we are hoping we'll get it soon, and we'll have everything what we want for transplant program. So thank you very much. Thank you everyone for supporting us, supporting the institute. Thank you.
Thank you, Manoj. Now the next speaker is Sonali. You are this next? Brahmdat. Okay, please come. Join. You are given only 5 minutes, Brahmdat. Thank you, Manoj.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon all, respected dignitaries, chairpersons, my dear colleagues and seniors and my teachers. So I am here to just give a brief overview how we are doing bone marrow transplant at Aims Bhubaneswar, our achievements and our future planning. So overcoming the resource constraints, we had started bone marrow transplant way back in 2023. One isolation room was adapted, or we converted one isolation room for the BMT purpose, and with the available resources and with the help of the administration. And we conducted first autologous bone marrow transplantation on a patient, 51-year patient with multiple myeloma. And then we knew that it is feasible, and even if it is like makeshift arrangement, but after that it is going on unstopped, and not a single day the room is vacant, and continuously patients are admitted and discharged. So we are able to establish a functional high output transplant service despite spatial and staff limitations. So regarding statistics, till now we have conducted 31 bone marrow transplants, 28 are autologous procedures, and most common indication were multiple myeloma, 1 case of diffuse large B-cell lymphoma, and 2 cases of pediatric high-risk neuroblastomas. They have undergone autologous BMT. And last year, we started doing allogenic bone marrow transplant in 2 cases in severe aplastic anemia with mass sibling donor, and 1 case of CML in blast crisis. We are fortunate enough that till now there is no mortality. All our patients are alive and doing well. So, vision for our future, that we know that Odisha is a high prevalence hemoglobinopathy state, like our incidence of thalassemia and sickle cell anemia are very high. So we want that we should have a BMT center for the curative intention for thalassemia and sickle cell anemia, and broaden our both allogenic and autologous transplant indications across additional malignancies, and also expand our capacity to address other hematological conditions and like inherited bone marrow failure syndromes, primary immunodeficiencies, other genetic conditions, and metabolic conditions in children, leveraging our existing expertise. And we also want a dedicated BMT wing so that we can integrate with novel immunotherapies like CAR T-cell therapy also for a sustained growth. And right now, 1 patient with Ph positive relapsed acute lymphoblastic leukemia is admitted under our unit for CAR T-cell therapy. And till now, our success rate, it shows that we are able to provide the effective services because of our dedicated staff and their competency and dedication to the patient services. So these are our staff, and we are very much thankful to our staff and to the administration and Aims Bhubaneswar for giving us this opportunity to start BMT and arranging to start the BMT way back in 2023. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sonali. I invite Dr. Brahmdutt to talk about, I think, liver transplantation.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I'm really thankful to Aims administration to provide this opportunity to share our initial experience of liver transplantation. The vision for liver transplantation actually started way back in 2022, and then that time Professor Subrat Kumar Acharya was the president of Aims, and initially the May 2022 actually he conceptualized how it should be, and one preliminary discussion was there. And then gradually, after the Professor Vishwas took over as a executive director, things changed dramatically. Mathur sir is here in the audience, and I must say about his commitment about organ transplantation. You can see way back in 1994 also, he was instrumental in increasing organ donation, especially in the western part of the India. And this is the first meeting where Sachi Mohanty sir is also there. He was the medical superintendent. Professor Pamecha was called in to see overview about the preparedness and initial feasibility of Aims Bhubaneswar. And in July 2022, Professor Vishwas sir joined as a executive director, and then in August we had a deliberation from Noto, and Soto sir is also here in the auditorium. And then things actually changed dramatically, and it took a very good slope after that. So the training of the manpower was done for 3 months, starting from October, November, and December in 2022. During those training, we were fortunate to retrieve 2 pediatric liver from the Aims JP Trauma Center that time. And that was the first instance where 2 consecutive pediatric cadaveric donation happened in India as of that time. After that, MOU with a government institution like ILBS was the key. And if you can see, Professor Biswas himself went, I was with him and we went to meet Professor Sarin at ILBS. That was my initial institution where I'm trained. And then he visited the entire facility, the cubicle system of the liver transplant ICUs. And after coming back from that visit, he took a regular review about the preparedness of the transplantation. Awareness activities are very, very important. In 2022, this was the first ever program on organ donation awareness. Chawla sir is here. He was instrumental in designing this particular program. Dr. Bipin sir is also here. They all were part of this program, and we had 650 plus delegates during those days in 2022. And this small awareness program in 2023, again in 2024, and between in and outside of the Aims during the years. And these programs actually in background, they help you build the a good cadaveric support whenever it happens at your institutions. So the first organ retrieval was done at Aims in February 2024, and the organ was flown to ILBS and it was transplanted. We have retrieved 2 pediatric liver as of now. The first was a 1.5-year kid, and the second one is a 1 year and 4 months kid that is from Aims Bhubaneswar, and he was awarded as the youngest organ donor in India in 2020-25. Last year, we retrieved 1 liver from a neurotoxic snake bite patient. That was the first instance in India where, because this is slightly controversial whether you should be or should not be taking those organs. And after that, we started the dedicated liver transplant clinic last year in February. ED sir inaugurated, and there are so many departments that take part in designing and the preoperative evaluation of patients in that dedicated liver transplant clinic. There's a fixed protocol for recipient evaluation. The OT is state-of-the-art with all relevant equipments. This was the sketch of the ICU in 2023, and I'm proudly saying this is the first and the only INIs in India having such kind of advanced 10-bedded transplant ICU with all sorts of high state-of-the-art equipment and air facilities. The infection control team is also very tough at Aims, and after getting a negative report from all the cubicles, then only we could do our first transplant in a few months back, that is in December. And during during the hospitalization also, the administration, especially the honorable director, went and met the families, and both the recipients are now following up at liver transplant clinic. So in terms of awareness about this post-transplant outcome also, it is very important to increase awareness. And you can see May 2022, we started thinking of doing liver transplantation, and it happened in December 2025. So to all the administrators sitting, I would like to tell that there are 5 important concepts through which actually you can plan a liver transplant if at all you want sustainability, so that it will not stop by doing few transplantation, and it actually needs time. So the road ahead is doing disease donor liver transplantation, pediatric liver transplantation. This month probably we are doing 1. And we have already registered for ABO incompatible liver transplantation. Sustainability is an issue, but that will be well taken care of. Obviously, the team work is very, very important, but somebody should show administrative as well as surgical leadership who can actually guide and take the team forward. So sustainability is an issue at government setup, but I think with passage of time and experience, it will be well taken care of. It all depends on your mentality. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, Girio, please join.
Respected, good afternoon, sir. Respected chairperson, dignitaries, and delegates. Before starting my talk, I just want to know in the hall, how many of you knows that skin can be donated? Please raise your hands. because it was, everybody knows, sir, thank you, sir. It was known, everybody, that we can donate the solid organs, but now in this era, after trauma, burns is the second most common cause in India's death. So skin is very much essential. In a literature, it has been found that in even medical fraternity, 85% people doesn't know medical fraternity, they don't know that skin can be donated. So a lot of awareness is required. I will also request Soto and Noto people to add that skin is very much essential, and by this we can revive nearly about 30 to 40% people burns cases, which were in the range of 40 to 60% burns. So my slides will little bit of about the burn center, what we have done and what we are planning to do. So this is the burn center which we have just inaugurated by Honorable Health Minister Mansukh Mandaviyaji with our director, Honorable Director Sir, with Dharmendra Pradhanji in 2023. It's a 35-bed burn center which we have started with 8 beds. The need of the skin, as I have told, it reduces evaporate water loss and most effective dressing, so it's a barrier to infection. So that is why burns cases we required skin, and it is very much essential. Skin should be donated by the person, and the awareness has to be done. What we have done. So this slide is for burns where acute stage, burns more than 30% TVS in adults and more than TVS in children. So we can use these allografts. Skin banking is a bank collects, processes, and stores the donor skin for use in the treatment of burns, chronic wound. So skin bank is a service, it is not a product. And it can only work with the cooperation and coordination of the people for the people. So skin can be stored, and it's a very beautifully 4 to 8 degrees centigrade up to 5 years. And these are the skin banks present in India, that is 34 skin banks. Although 34 skin banks in India, in Eastern Zone we have 2 skin banks, and out of 34, only 7 to 8 are functional. With opening a skin bank, if you do not have the donors, no need of skin banks. In Eastern Zone we have only 2, and that is also non-functional. This is the skin donation. We can donate this free availability of the skin, by which will help the victim alive. Sorry, though no religion explicitly prohibits this organ donation. It's a very beautiful of this is branded, cadaveric, and live donor parents. Parents we can take, but that is for the children's. So cadaveric skin harvesting is like our solid organ, like most preferred donor skin, only the superficial layers we take, no disfigurement, no bleeding, so no matching required. The beautiful is that no matching is required, no HLA required. We can just HIV, hepatitis B, hepatitis C negative. So should be harvested within 6 hours of the after death. So this is the donor selection criteria. This is the absolute contraindication, where only we have to know the time of death or the cause of death or the sepsis is not there at infection. These are the donor screening. So the most important part of skin harvesting is that skin can be harvested within 6 hours of the death. No matching is required. Can be harvested in 45 minutes. Only the superficial layer of the skin are harvested from legs, thigh, and back. No disfigurement, no bleeding. So these are the phases of skin. I will go rapidly. This is by which we can collect the skin from the cadaveric. This is dermatome used for the skin grafting. This is used processing, harvested skin, harvesting 50% glycerol. Then again into phase 2, where you can convert to 85% glycerol. And then it can be stored in 4 to 8 degrees centigrade. This is the phase 2 process. This is phase 3. I'm going a little fast because time limit is there. Phase 3 is skin is mixed in 2:1, and we stored it in the 85% glycerol. These are the equipment. Distribution protocol, as we do not have skin bank, so the letter request from the doctor go to the hospital letterer, skin bank director approves the request, distribution invoice is prepared, and skin is sent by the cold chain room, and transport time is all over India by 12 to 24 hours. So what we have done till inception of our one center, we have nearly seen 1,346 cases, 185 deaths, 1143 cases has been operated, and 136 is referred due to the non-availability. Although death is little 15%, but we are trying our best to decrease that one. So our experience with allografts, we all have about done 40 tangential excision, importing the skin from the other skin banks, and have successfully discharged 28 patients. And the patients undergoing this procedure are found to be respond well and helps quicker recovery. These are the cases which we have done. And we are really thankful to the skin banks which have given to us the skin, that is KLS, Belgaum, Karnataka, and Bangalore, Karnataka, Victoria Hospital, also National Burn Center, Maharashtra, and Masina Hospital, Maharashtra, Chhattisgarh, Madurai. These 6 centers have donated skins for our cases. These are some of the cases. If you see 70% TBSA, we have used nearly about 2,000, and patient has post-operative 27-day. We are able to see. This is similarly second case where 45% total burn surface area. You can see the whole of the anterior abdomen and has gone, and we have used the skins. This has helped, and patient has good in 36 days. Allograft with Alexander Dingling, some autograft is used in these cases, which have held better way of healing these cases. You can see, and recently with us, this case, this is about 45% burns, and patient is now doing well in the ICU. Patient is there. 2 slides are there. The 2 slides are there. This is also similarly fifth case, 50% thermal bone. We have given 2,000 square centimeter skin has been used, which has been taken from the Bhillai hospital. So to our medical community, the clinical reality is a temporary biological dressings and universal compatibility. The beauty of it is no cross-matching is required. So we can use it in different places, like even if large skin losses like trauma and chronic wounds, and 6-hour procurement window and donor area is the most important part we have to see. The most important bottleneck is the public awareness and myths of disfigurement, which is not required. The 6-hour window period is very important, and strict exclusion criteria, and 24 rapid response teams, high setup and maintenance costs, and serial micro. I'll request the SOTO people to help to make the awareness and to establish. Our future plan is to establish skin banks, strengthen tissue banking, promote the cadaveric donation awareness, and standardize donor infection, and foster the collaborative networks across the burn centers. This is a burn place, and this is recently visited by Nadda sir with our director sir to have a visiting all the burn cases in the ICUs. And this is recently, SOTO has already inspected for the skin bank, and all the documents and everything has been given to the SOTO, and hopefully by another 10 or 15 days, I was discussing with sir, we'll get the license so that we can start skin bank in our center, because with our director sir, we have procured all the equipments, only we are waiting for the SOTO's license. Once we got it, I think we will start it, which is very much essential in this part of the world. Thank you. This is our team, without which we cannot do all these things. Thank you.
Thank you to all the 4 speakers for giving an overview of what is the transplant situation at Aiims Bhubaneswar. What I realized is that transplant basically requires, it's clinician driven. A clinician has to be motivated, go out of the comfort zone. From the routine work, they have to really push forward. Along with that, they definitely need capacity building, build a team, and the administrative support, infrastructure that needs to be created. Capacity building has to be there, and regulatory approvals need to be gotten. It is definitely wonderful to see what the Aiims Bhubaneswar team has done. Just a question to Dr. Manoj. What are the requirements? Let's say, when would you be the right time to start renal transplant? Because that is generally the first transplant any institution starts. So what stage in the development of a department or the institution would you want to start renal transplantation?
Hello. Yeah. Whenever you are planning for transplant program, first of all, you should have one established department. You'll be doing all the related urological procedures. You have the manpower, you have the instruments, you have the setup. Everything should be in line. Apart from that, if you talk about transplant, you need, most important is you need a very good nephrologist. And we are privileged. We have super nephrologist with us, Dr. Sandeep Panda and team. Apart from that, coordinator is also very important. If you'll go out of this manpower and the infra, then other things, we have to take all the permissions, approvals from the states and committees. That is actually, that look after is being done by the administrative personnel. And in our time, we were very privileged to get all the support for that. And this is not a like one day work. It takes time. You have to keep everything ready. See, in-house things should be ready so that you can go to outside to ask for the permission.
Thank you.
Thank you. All are my students. I really feel proud to see my students prospering like anything. They're talking so well in front of the teacher. Having said this, Aims has done a wonderful job. We have started implanting seed somewhere in 2022, but you see the fruits now. It is blooming like anything. We have started the renal transplant when in my later stage of MS here. We have started for, the liver transplant, ICU and other things we have worked out in those days. And so also bone marrow transplant, skin, lot of things has been done under the leadership of Dr. Biswas also. So it's a teamwork which has already paid off. I hope that in the long run also the promise of going for heart transplant by Aims Bhubaneswar will come true. Having said this, I would like to say one more thing also. In my MS period, we have started this. I came out with a notification for this brain stem declaration. We have involved all the teams. And when I came out with that order, I still remember a lot of confusion. Even the neurosurgeons, they were not willing. So a lot of things must have been, corrected after my departure. But yes, now you can see we are improving like anything. To the state government, faculties or the institutions, the representatives are here. See, as I have already told you, you have to start implanting the seed now to see the result maybe after 3 to 4 years. See, there will be a lot of issues will come up in transplantation. Manpower would be the biggest issue, but unless you dream, the dream will not come true. So those who are waiting here, they should take this message and go ahead, do some work so that we will do a lot of work for the people of the state. Lot of things are needed. Most important thing is skilled multidisciplinary teams. Every medical college has got all this. The question is you have to join hands. Somewhere the bottlenecks are there. We have to overcome those things and so that the transplant will be successful. The future of the medical is nothing but transplant and organ donation. And the other one is the cancer one. So these are the three things which is very, very important, and those are the future of medical science. Unless you give importance to the transplantation, the survival would be difficult. Having said this, Dr. Chawla was telling that the private sector peoples, they are doing much, much better than the government ones. We have to analyze staying inside the government sector. Take the examples of Aims Bhubaneswar. Live donation, everybody is doing. We have to give importance to cadaver donation. I think we have started cadaver donation also. That is a huge thing. Infrastructure-wise, government hospitals, definitely it's a difficult task. But once you start going, you go on doing, aiding of the infrastructure, manpower and everything, so that one day you will see that you will also equally competent in all the respect to start the transplantation. And Aims Bhubaneswar is now leading his second institute after New Delhi Aims. Once I was discussing the issue with Dr. Brahmadat Patnaik, he told the infrastructure, for example, the ICU, whatever is there in Aims Bhubaneswar, it is taken away by New Delhi Aims now. They want to follow whatever we are doing here. The credit goes to you, sir, Subrata Acharya, Dr. Biswas, all the legendary persons who have dreamt of this 5 years before. Now it is. You see, New Delhi Aims, they have taken our landscape, how we have done the ICU. It's a proud moment for Aims Bhubaneswar. So all the credit goes to all the faculties, all the people, those are involved directly or indirectly, and the director, plus legendaries like Dr. Suprata Chajo, Dr. Chawala, and those are involved. So my blessings are there to my all the students, those who are sitting here. Most of the students are sitting there also. And some of the students, they are giving support to the OPD services and IPD services. Aims Bhubaneswar is coming up or booming like anything. People, those who are here, they should take the credit. They should practice whatever is being done here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, respected chairpersons and esteemed speakers. I would request you to please join for a photograph, quick photograph before we move on. There's a slight change in our program because Dr. Anil Kumar, Director Noto, is online and the time given to him was 12 o'clock. So we'll take the session on promoting organ donation and transplantation in India next. Thank you. So for the next session, promoting organ donation and transplantation in India, I would like to request the chairpersons, Professor Dr. Y.K. Gupta, President Aims Kalyani, and Professor Dr. U.K. Satpathy, State Nodal Officer, Soto, Odisha, to please come onto the stage and occupy their chairs on the dais. Professor Y.K. Gupta and Professor U.K. Satpathy, please. And our first, we'll have two talks in this session. Our first talk will be by Dr. Anil Kumar, who is the Director, National Organ and Tissue Transplant Organization, which we call as NOTO. So he is the Director of NOTO. Thank you, respected chairpersons who've joined now. And with your permission, we may request Dr. Anil Kumar, Director NOTO, to please go ahead. Dr. Anil Kumar, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks to the organizers, AIIMS and the National Names Bhubaneswar and National Academy of Medical Sciences for organizing this regional CME and dissemination workshop on organ transplantation and artificial intelligence in healthcare. Respected chairpersons, the various experts, students, and faculties who are attending this regional CME. I'll be talking about promoting organ donation and transplantation in India. So, as you know, our Honorable Prime Minister has also emphasized in his Man Ki Baat addresses many times that the importance of the organ donation. And he has categorically stated in his addresses that one organ donor can save up to 8 lives. So, and what is the current situation that we have in the country? If we look at the current need of organ transplantation and availability of the donors, that how many transplants that we have been able to perform. So you can have a look at this. The estimated need for kidney transplant, the new cases for kidney transplant is roughly 2 lakh new kidney transplant requirement, new cases every year. And liver and heart also, it is more than 50,000 each organ every year. Total around 89,000 patients are in the waiting list of the National Registry. Basically, it is a combined waiting list of all the patients which are registered from different hospitals across the country, and these are the patients waiting. And this is the number of transplants that were done in 2004 and 2005 also we have displayed here. 2024 and 2025. So you can have a look at that and total number of transplants, if we look at in 25, that has been updated till date by the various hospitals is 20,019, which includes roughly 3,475 disease donor transplants, and rest all were from living donor transplants. So this is the 3,475 transplants. They were done from organs that were, donated after death by various around 1,227 donors from all over the country. So 1,227 donors contributing to 3,475 transplants in the country. So what is if you look at the states where the transplants, these deceased donor donations are happening from the total 1,227 donors, as I said. So these are the major states or only states where the deceased donation happened last year in 25. The highest number happened in Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Gujarat. So mainly the southern part and the western part of the country. Then we also had donations in Odisha where this CME is happening. 14 donations in Odisha. So Odisha is also now picking up. And Punjab has also gained around 17 donations reported from Punjab last year. So, which is a good progress as compared to the new state where the donation has recently taken up. Total transplantation, if you look at the total number of transplantations where they are happening. So the hub of the transplantation is the Delhi NCR region. Out of the total 20,019 transplants that were done. So you can see in Delhi NCR region has done the highest number of transplantation, followed by Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, Kerala. But in Delhi NCR region, if you look at the percentage wise, the deceased donor transplantation is only 2% of the total transplantation, and 98% is living donor transplant, which is not a ideal situation, not a happy situation. So these are the various states which have done the highest number of transplantation in the country last year. So total of 12 states are shown here. In Odisha, if we look at the data in Odisha, so total of 225 live donor transplants happened in Odisha and 30 deceased donor transplants happened in Odisha. So total of 255 transplants were reported from Odisha last year. Various centers which are doing transplants in the country. So currently we have 800 organ transplant centers which are linked with the National Registry, and the green bar indicates the centers which are in government, and the red bar indicates the center in private, and blue bar indicates the total number of centers. So you can only around 15 to 20% of these organ transplant centers are in government. Rest all are in private. Similarly, if you look at the donation centers, the non-transplant organ retrieval centers, there also around 33% of transplant centers are in government and rest all are in private. So there also the private is, is in a majority of the infrastructure is available in private. So where are the various, there were various amendments in the act which have, boosted organ donation in a way. Like in 2011, the act was amended and there were certain provisions which were added to boost organ donation. One was to have mandatory transplant coordinators to encourage the family members of those who, suffer from brainstem death and counsel them to agree for organ donation. Then the act also recognized the retrieval only centers. Then it is also mandatory to request for donation from the potential donors if they are available in the ICU. So that is also mandatory request provision is there. The brainstem death can be certified by anesthetists or intensivists if neuro experts are not available. Then eye and cornea retrieval can be done by a trained technician, not necessarily by a ophthalmologist, which was then swab transplantation has been included, where we exchange of the organs in case of biologically incompatible, near relatives, between the near relatives or two pair of donor and recipient, the exchange of the biologically incompatible, or pairs of these donor and recipients is allowed. And the central government was given two mandates to establish a network. The purpose of the network is to have an efficient system in the country for organ and tissue procurement and distribution, and to maintain a national registry of all those who require transplants and all those who are donating. So basically, the clause of the act mentions that registry of the donors and recipients of organs and tissues. So basically, this registry must contain all the details of the donors and recipients. So including their names, their relation, etc. All these are things. So given this mandate, the central government then notified this network in the gazette, and then a order was issued by Ministry of Health that the National Organ and Tissue Transplant Organization will carry out all the functions of the network, which was given. So we have this networking where under the Ministry of Health we have NOTO, National Organ and Tissue Transplant Organization. Then we have 5 regional organizations, and similarly state level organizations which network with the transplant center, retrieval centers, and the tissue banks. Tissue banks means where the tissues are being retrieved, they have to be tracked to the storage places, the tissue banking. So the whole purpose of this registry is that we maintain the database, and we are able to do good amount of surveillance as well as tracking of the each organ and tissue which is donated and transplanted. So that tracking is also very important, and also to carry out any scientific research based on these data. That is also a mandate under the act, which has been assigned with the NOTO. So NOTO is required to maintain this network as well as the registry. So currently this network is extended to 31 states and union territory, and these are the states and union territory which are depicted here, only barring very few small states which are highlighted in the pink color, that is Ladakh, Nagaland, Manipur, Andaman Nicobar and Lakshadweep. All other states, they have organ and tissue transplant organizations which are dedicated for developing this program of organ donation and transplantation in their respective state. If you look at the regional comparison of the data, like these 5 rotos that we have, 5 regions covering the east, north, northeast, southern and western part of the country. So because today we are doing this CME in the eastern part of the country, so eastern part is indicated by the blue color, where you can see that this is the basically how much of, like, this is the total number of transplantation. If you look at the eastern part, it is 1362, and then if we look at the living donor transplantation, out of this 1362 is 1284 is the living donor transplantation, and rest all are deceased donor transplantation. The regional eastern region includes other states like Bihar, West Bengal, Jharkhand, and these states are also part of the eastern region besides the Odisha. Then we have so this is the regional distribution. So here you can see again the dominance is total number of transplantation is almost north and south is almost similar. In the regional, if you look at the regional comparison, while the deceased donor transplantation, mainly it is the southern region which is dominant, followed by the western region, and again the same trend is there in the deceased donor transplantation as the trend is there in the deceased donors. So Noto, what the Noto is supposed to do, Noto, as I told you, is basically at the apex level of this network, and so is entrusted with defining all the policies, guidelines, and SOPs, maintaining this data bank, including the data bank of the pledges, then organizing training and a framework for training, coordination and allocation when the organ is to be allocated outside the region, carrying out the awareness, at the national level, and if there is any research is also to be carried out, that is also to be done by the national level organization in coordination with the particular institutions and the regional and also the other organizations. So ROTO basically has a mentor role to develop the transplantation in the entire region, while the SOTO is the main implementing agency for development of the program in the state, in that particular state. So, and it is also responsible for, implementing all the schemes which are there in the National Organ Transplant Program, maintaining the waiting list, and coordinating every step of organ procurement and till the transplantation, coordinating even the brainstem death identification, certification, and organizing retrieval, carrying out IC activities,
30
training and
seconds.
CMEs in the state. And this is the framework. The patient who requires transplant, they have to be registered by the particular hospital where the transplant is going to take place. The registration is not done by the Noto, Roto, or Soto. It is every hospital which is part of this network has a login ID and password given by Noto, and they can log in into their account and enter the details of the patients. The registration criteria of the patient are given on the Noto website for like organ wise, like kidney, liver, like we say, MELD score should be minimum 15 before it is advised transplant. So like that, the registration is done by the particular hospital. Then the patient's name will appear in the waiting list, and then when donation is happening, the information will go to the
Time up. Can you just wind up, please?
Okay. So is 15 minutes over? I don't. Okay, I'll just. So I'll just focus on the main point so that I'll just wind up within 2-3 minutes more. Yeah. So basically, what is to be done? I'll just go to the just the main slides. What is to be done way forward? Yeah, so what is to be done? Basically, I would like to focus everybody's attention to what is to be done to increase donation, increase transplantation, and what are the various administrative reforms that should be implemented. Like to increase donation, we have to focus on increasing the awareness, IC activities, linkages with trauma centers and various ICUs and retrieval centers, placement of the trained transplant coordinator. So that has to be ensured. Societal recognition of donors and felicitation of family members. That is also to be, encouraged to be implemented by at the state level by the institutions. Trained brainstem death team and implementing the brainstem death audit, because that is the main challenge that we have identified in main roadblock to the organ donation program, that the brainstem death patients who are brainstem dead, they are not being identified and certified. So audit has to be carried out, and training of the brainstem death team should be implementing, and mandatory certification of patients who are brainstem dead should be implemented. And then certain initiatives to encourage basically incentivization to the brain death team or facilitation that they are, they can be, sometimes the local issues are there, the vehicle is not available for the team member to travel from their residence to the hospital. So like those issues should not be there. Then increasing the transplantation, we have to infrastructure augmentation to be done to have better, more facilities of the transplant and retrieval centers, transplant departments and units in the hospitals. Like if we cannot have full department also, we can have one of the unit in the concerned, department which is dedicated for transplant. So that all the residents, etc., they can be by rotation, they are posted over there and they are, also trained simultaneously. Then skilling, training and capacity building of professionals, mentor-mentee program that some institution which is doing good in transplantation, they are acting as mentor. Then cost reduction for transplantation or compensation through the schemes like Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana and Rashtriya Arogya Nidhi scheme, etc., should be, utilized. Then administrative reforms, we should have robust IT system of networking, uniformity and transparency in processes, and grievance redressal mechanism. A lot of grievances are there in these program, and so that should be implemented. We are looking forward to one nation, one allocation policy, one portal, national registry and digitized allocation, and that is the work is underway. We hope to implement this before the next National Organ Donation Day on 3rd August 2026. So thank you so much. These are the things I just wanted you all to focus on so that we can, promote and augment organ donation and transplantation in the country. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anil Kumar.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anil Kumar.
Very, very exhaustive talk, and we wish that there was time and we could have given all the slides in detail. I might just one question. You have mentioned in the last slide about the way forward, which says that donation, increased transplant, and administrative reform at each place. Mention 5-6 points. Is there any systematic approach by government or by any other agency which is addressing all these varied points, monitoring them, the progress, or they are just the points which have been identified?
The points which I displayed in the way forward, they are all, way forward for the government. Basically, we are working for, improving infrastructure in public sector, for skilling of the professionals, and also mentor-mentee. These are all, points of agenda on which we are already working, and some of the things have already been implemented also.
Thank you, sir. I take the opportunity of inviting our next speaker in this session, Professor Dr. Vipin Kaushal. He is the Professor and Head, Department of Hospital Administration, PGI MER, Chandigarh, and Nodal Officer of ROTO. Professor Vipin Kaushal, please.
One second. Aiims Nams again. This one. Good afternoon, namaskar, respected chairpersons, esteemed organizing committee members of Aiims Bhubaneswar and NAMS. I stand before you to discuss few challenges in organ donation and transplantation in government institutions. It is rightly said by Dr. Manoj, when there is no organ donation, there is no transplantation. Nobody talks about it. So to promote organ donations, we have to work very hard as a team, rightly said. so many people sitting here, how many have pledged the organs? Just raise your hand. I have. Not many, so Aiims Bhubaneswar should make it a point to motivate all these sitting here to pledge the organs. With this, I will just give an overview what PGIMR has evolved its program. Way back in 70s, the kidney transplantation was being done. Then the act came in 1994, and then we have evolved and started doing all the programs in liver, heart, lung, and of course with pancreas, as already discussed by Dr. Chawla sir. So earlier the program was going on in cadaver organ donation since 1994, but the impetus came when Dr. Chawla took over as the director of the PGI and did the sampling about this cadaver organ donation program, as well as we got the road to his efforts. And this, small sampling has now grown into a big tree, and we have done so many, you can see the transplants which have been done in kidney, heart, simultaneous kidney and pancreas, simultaneous liver and kidneys, and under Roto North, all SOTOs in the states, these are functioning except Leh UT, which is created only a few years back. So issues and challenges remain very high. There is high burden of organ, cases, failure cases. Few donations are happening. There is challenge of, manpower. So many issues already discussed. I am just skipping the slide because these are mostly, and every institution going into this faces all these challenges. So we have very less trained manpower. Transplant coordinator's role is very, very important, which is not, we generally, administration also say, why we have to have a dedicated transplant coordinator. But in PGI, what we have seen that due to the transplant coordinators, we were able to increase the rate of organ donation. The other issues, operational issues, there are manpower I already discussed. So technically we are very, very sound. How to promote, that is very, very important. Now coming to the public, there is less awareness. There are social issues, ethical issues. There are misconceptions and misgivings also that the only poor give the organs and rich get it. But it is not true. It is strictly as per the laid down criteria. Then all these challenges, of course, any institution like Aiims Bhubaneswar doing it, and other medical colleges in the government setup. Of course, the private sector is doing very good as far as, transplantation program is concerned. But you will realize the mostly potential donors are there in the, private, in the public sector hospitals. But most of the conversions are done from the potential donor in the private hospitals. So what factors, or how we worked in PGI, I will discuss that in few slides. It is a seamless and robust system of organ donation and transplantation. So we need to have laid down good policies as these 4 departments in Aiims Bhubaneswar discuss, 4 panelists, how they worked. The work started way back 3-4 years back, and the fruits they are started getting now. So it needs to have a seamless, and very important is a human resource. There has to have committed leadership and a passionate, committed team working without boundaries.
30 seconds more, sir.
Okay, sir, I will just finish. And community engagement is very important, sir. Without awareness, nothing will happen. Creating difference, how we did it. Active and passive surveillance with the time information flow, and donor selection, leading to increase in donor pool, flexibility has to be there, and donor being maintained properly in the triage area, where they're made for maybe for 1 to 2 days, and then review meetings with the stakeholders continued. And then room in trauma center for counseling next to the kin, sensitivity meetings with the police because in most of these cases are medico-legal cases. We need to have the NOC from the police. So they need to be sensitized. And then very important is the lot of discussion has that brain death certification committees, members, and getting them in at the odd hours that need to be worked, and all investigations being conducted in house with quick response. Then liaising with the traffic police area sharing. This is organs are the national treasure. We need not to waste them, so need to have sharing, proper allocation, and then sharing. Postmortem at the odd hours, forensic teams have to be involved in this. That is very important. We involve them, and the free transportation facility for the donor who has donated the mortal remains are to be sent home, and recognition of the donor families. This is what we're doing, creating difference with the so committed leadership. We have a director at the hands of the affairs area in the Aiims Nams, the hospital administrator. Then we need to have a dedicated nodal officer, dedicated transplant coordinators, and ROTOs and SOTOs role is very, very important to take this program forward. This is the very important slide which shows the work start when the patient comes. It's the treating team, the nursing staff, and the transplant coordinator. Then the backbone is the transplant coordinator. He has to coordinate with so many people, need to have a bed in the ICU, then the donor preparation, recipient preparations, all the tests to be done, liaising with retrieval teams which are coming from outside, and proper disposal of the donor mortal remains. All these works are to be done by the transplant coordinator. Equipping, we need to have a dedicated transplant coordinators, then CMEs for the doctors, healthcare workers, nurses, sensitizer, diagnostic staff. This is not important to do the LFT at this middle of the night. They need to be sensitized about this. And of course, we need to do a lot of research on this subject. Awareness campaigns, we need to take along our departments of hepatology and renal transplant, took lead in this. They hold many campaigns. And ROTO, being ROTO came, Community Connect, we held 650 camps for the last 10 years. That student engagement is very, very important. They are the young ambassadors. In the morning, a lot of students were there. So they should take the chief guest said that it should be a norm, not an exception. So they should take forward. We have a student engagement program. Then public forums are very important, advocacy sessions, and case studies, we have done 60. Then all these, how can we reach to the public IEC material we have shown, and we have proven it and done, made video spots, documented. Social media can be used very effectively in this. These are the media stories. We need to have positive impact. Any negative story will take the whole program back. So we have done 7,000 stories during this period, all positive. And then green corridors. We created 98 green corridors and shared so many organs with the other institutions. Otherwise, they could have been wasted. So it needs a lot of efforts, but proper SOPs like this, what investigations are to be done, patient is declared, once they give the consent, it's a donor-free, so stamp is there, Form 8, according to the THOTA, all legal formalities are done, and then how to inform the police, because police is far away. We are taking on WhatsApp also, the format is proper there, how to do organ allocation, surgical notes. When retrieval teams are doing, they put the surgical notes, which are very convenient for the forensic teams, and then letter to the airport authority for taking the organs without any radiation, and although autopsy of the donor, we take the consent of the forensic team beforehand, get the file clear beforehand, before going for the organs. So homage to the organ donor, and this is the letter which we give along to the family members for showing our gratitude, then honoring the donor families as well as the other stakeholders like traffic police, the police members, the airport authorities, CISF, all are being honored. So it will promote the program. We get to recognize, we give the motivation and defining movement when the Man Ki Baat already highlighted by Noto Chief that this is 3-month-old Abadat with whom the Prime Minister of India spoke to her parents, and it promoted the program in Punjab, and we could do 17. It made the difference. Other things would have been there. So it is there in the heart of our Prime Minister that we should do better in organ donation. So carry him quality infrastructure we all have with us, supplemented by proactive review and redressal mechanism ensures the good delivery with visionary and top-driven initiatives. executed by skilled and synergized teams, result into unprecedented success. That is very, very important, and creating a positive conversations which are lacking. We shy of talking organ donation with focused awareness campaigns and 360 media engagement to build enhancing environment. That will really work for the public sector hospitals. So hats off, salute to these magnanimous donors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your nice deliberation and sharing your ideas and thoughts at PJ Mayor. As a state nodal officer, Odisha, for this photo, I would like to share that Soto Odisha was established in 2019, and we are doing a lot to support the organ transplantation in our state. We have already registered more than 14 institutions for conducting the organ transplant. We have also made one scheme that is called Jiban Upahar to address all the issues regarding the transplant. We have also instituted one Suraj Award for the donor families. We have made the brainstem death declaration mandatory in our state, and the report should come by 30th of every the succeeding month. State honor also we give during the rites, last rites of the donor. And till now we have done 1,970 transplants, out of which kidneys 1937, including the deceased donors, and also liver 33. Thank you. Thank you.
That's very good, sir. This brings the awareness in the public, and they come forward. That is a very good initiative by Soto Bihar. Thank you.
ट्रांसप्लांट सेंटर which is as cumbersome as you mentioned. मेहनत करने के बाद में we have a record of their follow-up success maybe for 5
Sir,
years,
earlier
10
they were
years.
not keeping. Now we have made it mandatory to keep the records of the follow-up cases, sir. So actually, NOTO has also asked us to give the records, and we have asked our departments which are doing the transplant program. Mostly it's the renal transplant department, urology and PJ, and liver transplant. So we have started keeping the records.
Is it mandatory to keep
Well,
records?
they have given not mandatory to be, but we have to report to them, sir.
Mandatory नहीं है.
Mandatory नहीं था अभी, sir. But they ask how many, because the people wants to know how successful this after doing the transplant. So they are also got it and give the report. But they shy of sharing the record. That is there, sir. But we coax them to give it. They have started maintaining it, sir. Now.
अब कितने साल तक मतलब उसको मॉनिटरिंग करना चाहिए? 5 साल, 10 साल?
5 years, sir. 5 years is everything in medical history is 5 years. All projections and predictions are done for 5 years.
Thank you very much for excellent talk.
Thank you, sir.
Any question from both the wonderful speakers? Any question from the floor? Thank you, Dr.
So I request our chairpersons and the speaker to please join for a quick photograph. So we have 2 sessions pending, but I believe we'll break for lunch now. No? We'll continue? Yes, so we'll have one more talk, I think. Final word from Director Sir, whether we'll continue or we'll break for lunch. We will continue, okay. So thank you very much, respected chairpersons and speakers. We continue. We have the next session, Challenges in Pharmacotherapeutics and Handling Antimicrobial Resistance in Organ Transplantation. And for this, may I take the opportunity of inviting our chairpersons. Professor, ji sir. So may I invite our chairpersons, Professor Dr. Meenu Singh, Executive Director, Aims Rishikesh, and Professor Dr. Umesh Kapil, Secretary, National Academy of Medical Sciences, and our esteemed speaker today is Professor Dr. Y.K. Gupta, President, Aims Kalyani. Request for the CVs to kindly be displayed.
I think this I am privileged to have wonderful chairperson, Dr. Meenu Singh and Dr. Kapil. And because I think the time is already we are late for lunch, so I will try to be a bit brief. तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है ये जो ट्रांसप्लांट इतना मुश्किल I was just resembling it with arranged marriage. So अरेंज मैरिज में पहले लड़की ढूंढो या लड़का ढूंढो, उसके बाद में सारी तैयारी करो, पंडाल की तैयारी करो, उसके बाद में सारी चीज़ें अरेंज करो, फिर शादी हो गई, शादी के बाद में उसका घर बसाओ, और घर बसने के बाद में उसका फॉलोअप करो, एटलीस्ट 5 साल या 10 साल तक काम सक्सेसफुल हो रहा है कि नहीं हो रहा. एंड दैट इज़ वाई इट इज़ सो कम्बरसम. सो दैट्स वाई इट इज़ ए मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी, multifaceted work which cannot be done by a single person or single department or even single organization. It has to have a collaboration from different things. एक चीज़ मुझे लगती है कि ये इतने सारे में I was just looking, people have not highlighted one important limitation कि अगर हो गई शादी, अगर transplant कर दिया, तो one of the important limitation in today's scenario is the failure. And one of the important reason of the transplant failure is the no antibiotic is available for agar infection ho jaye to. And those who remember, the पहला antibiotic में Nobel Prize मिला था penicillin को 1945 में. 1945 में penicillin को मिला, and then we considered Alexander Fleming, and this is general knowledge question, even अमिताभ बच्चन आस्क इन द फर्स्ट राउंड. इतना सिंपल है इनके वाई उसमें जो करोड़पति वाले में. एंड नाउ इट वाज कंसिडर्ड कि अब हमने सारा इन्फेक्शन की दुनिया जीत ली, एंड दैट वाज द टाइटल, विक्ट्री ऑन इन्फेक्शन. एंड सून आफ्टर दिस पेनिसिलिन बिकेम रेजिस्टेंट, एंड एट दैट टाइम पेनिसिलिन बिकेम सो इम्पोर्टेंट that people used to collect from urine of the people who get penicillin and recover penicillin and give it to others. That was so important. And now, उस penicillin में resistant होते गए, and several new penicillin, ampicillin and cephalosporins and all those. The second, in just 54, another Nobel Prize was given, Waxman, और उसको मिला streptomycin की antibiotic. मैं नमस्कार जी, खत्म करें? अरे अच्छा अच्छा. So now Dr. Paul wants to deliver a talk, so I will continue this after some time. Connect करो.
So Professor Vinod Paul has joined us online. We are very, very privileged today, and I'm sorry for interruption. And I would request Professor V.K. Paul, who's joined online, to deliver his address, because we are all waiting for him to give his address to us today, and we are very privileged that Vinod Paul sir is here with us today, and we'll continue with the lecture of Professor Y.K. Gupta after this. So Professor Paul, as everybody knows, Professor Vinod Paul, he is the member of Niti Aayog. Sir has joined. So Professor Vinod Paul, we have connected from here, Aiims Bhubaneswar, if you can hear us.
We are able to hear you.
Yes, sir is visible and audible both. Welcome, sir, and we look forward to hearing from you today.
Well, thank you very much.
नमस्कार सर, मैं डॉक्टर उमेश कपिल
आपने आशीर्वाद दिया था नैम्सकॉन चंडीगढ़ में कि हमें देश के अंदर गवर्नमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के अंदर ट्रांसप्लांटेशन एक्टिविटी बढ़ानी है और उसी सिलसिले में हमने एम्स भोपाल में किया था और आपका आशीर्वाद से हम यहाँ पे कर रहे हैं भुवनेश्वर में और हम चाहते हैं कि आपका सहयोग, आपके आशीर्वाद, आपकी मेंटरशिप, आपकी ब्लेसिंग्स हमारे साथ हमेशा बनी रहें. Thank you very much for joining, sir. Most grateful to you. Over to you, sir.
Umesh, sir. Dr. Kapil.
आपकी आवाज आ रही है डॉक्टर साहब?
Yes, sir. आवाज आ रही है सर आपकी पूरी.
ठीक, धन्यवाद. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Namaskar. Most respected Dr. Dikambar Behra ji, President NAMS. Respected Dr. Ashutosh Biswas ji, Executive Director and CEO Aims Bhubaneswar. Respected and dear colleague, friend, Dr. Umesh Kapil ji. Respected Dr. Yogesh Chawla ji. Distinguished faculty of Aims Bhubaneswar, dear residents, students, scholars, and all the invitees to this important workshop and regional CME on organ transplantation and artificial intelligence in healthcare. I would like to make a brief submission to this wonderful audience and thought leaders who are present in the room and those who are going to take forward the agenda of Swasth Bharat in the context of Viksit Bharat forward, the younger generation of faculty, scientists, and doctors, nurses present in this meeting. I wish to add my voice to the fact that we need very important and urgent and serious efforts to advance the national capacity for organ transplantation. Essentially, you'll hear a lot about this from other speakers, but I want to add my voice to this very, very, very noble task and very important priority for our people. A lot will be spoken about the unmet need, but here are the number that I am familiar with. Against a need of about 1.7 to 2 lakh kidney transplants, potentially, we are able to do about 14,000. So we need to do more transplants. Against a need for 40 to 50,000 liver transplants, we are currently doing about 5,000. Potentially 50,000 heart transplant needs, and we are doing about 253, 260, under 260, a difficult task. First is, this must change, and this must change dramatically, extensively, contributed to by both the public sector and the private sector. This may already be known to this audience. Certainly the leadership have heard from me earlier also, that out of the 18,000 overall organ transplants, this does not include corneal transplant, by the way. Out of the 18,000 plus, less than 4,000 are undertaken by public sector hospitals. So that is the pitch that we would like to make. So not only our overall transplant activity is low compared to the need, but participation of the government sector is very, very modest. And this must change. Private sector must do more, and we are very grateful to the private sector for doing this job. But at the same time, we as medical colleges, institutions of national importance, the AIMSs, and large hospitals of the state government and the union government must also have to pitch in. Because we have a huge presence in secondary plus as well as tertiary care system. There is tremendous amount of tertiary care capacity within the public health system, and it has been rising. Above all, we are home to the centers of excellence represented by the INI system and the Aiims system. Having said that, therefore, the request is to move in this direction in a very significant way. At times, I, and perhaps yourselves also, will be surprised why very well-known hospitals and medical colleges in existence for 50 years, 30 years, even longer, and reasonably well endowed, are unable to undertake, simple transplant, starting with, let's say, kidney transplant. Why does it happen? Why are we in that state? And this is the change, that I am requesting the National Academy of Medical Sciences to bring about, working with the key players and the leaders of the transplant community as well as health sector leadership in the public sector. And Aims Bhubaneswar is indeed one of those very important centers. So this is the pitch that we wish to make. And here we are talking about creating kidney transplant centers, liver transplant centers, hopefully heart and lung transplant centers and pancreas in future, but also at the same time creating an ecosystem of organ retrieval centers around the hubs where transplant can be done, public or private. So on both aspects, one, to enhance capacity for organ retrieval, which is relatively a low or a easy technology, easy paradigm to create, and why practically all the medical colleges of, let's say, more than 15 years in being are not in a position to be the organ retrieval centers. How can we address that? And this is where I request the academia present here, including Aims Bhubaneswar and others. How can you help in doing so? And Aims Bhubaneswar in particular, how can you, around your geographical area in particular and beyond, because we are all India institutes, you can actually influence beyond the immediate state and more, to be able to create such an ecosystem. I'm aware of the fact that Aims Bhubaneswar conducts kidney transplants. That's to my knowledge. And at one stage there was some difficulty about some permission. We were happy to have facilitated that. So how the catchment area can become interesting? And when you create this, the organs retrieved from various places can go to the private sector. So be it, in a legal way, no issues. That's also going ultimately to the people of India. And there's a huge need out there as well. I'm happy to state that the PMJ, Ayushman Bharat PMJ, covers kidney transplant. More should be done, more will be done. But we have pathways to help citizens, even in the private sector and of course in the government sector as well. Clearly, the cost of transplant in the government sector happens to be lower, perhaps 1/3 or 1/2, and that makes its access to less resource people, less resource citizen of India even more relevant and more timely and a bigger cause. So one is organ retrieval center. So let's think, NAMS could think, you can think as to how much of the organ retrieval system network need to be created in this part of the country and how we can work in that direction. Why should not the organ retrieval be a norm in well-established medical colleges? Then we need, I would say, a simple goal is to work together to have 50 new kidney transplant centers over the next 5 years in the public sector institutions in the country. At least 50 more. Because current participation, as I said, tends to be very low. Can we have 10 new liver transplant centers in public sector in the next 5 years? And actually 10 would be in the new AIMS system and a very major hospital where this is lacking. What is it that we can do together to make it happen? You may like to send your teams to other centers where these activities are. The medical team as well as the surgical team and the nursing team and paraprofessional team to be able to go and learn these capacities. This is the least we can do working together. And here I'm sure private sector would be also delighted to provide training opportunities. We can create those systems out here. So there are two ways in which we, as let's say, Aims Bhubaneswar, you need to think. A, of course, where we already have the capacity, let's say a kidney transplant. So can you help around you 2 to 4 medical colleges in the next 3 years to establish kidney transplant centers? And NAMS, can you help? And all of us are be there to help. Secondly, for transplant which you're not doing, let's say if you're not doing liver transplant, how an AMS system can reach out to key players in this area, some of them are present in this room, to be able to assist and help Aims Bhubaneswar to start a liver transplant. So two-way thing. There are horizons that I have to meet, but there are things for which I'm helping others to reach those horizons. So a two-way help. And of course, the third strand is how to help the organ retrieval system as being a near norm in most medical colleges. And here, I think a systematic plan would help. How it is to be done against the timeline will help. This opportunity can be used by the leadership present here to think how much can we do in the next 2 years? What is it that you do first? Where do we reach out for help? Where do we send people for training? And so on and so forth. So in a nutshell and in brief, my humble submission is that let us enhance the national capacity for organ transplant, including organ retrieval systems in our country, number one. Number two, how the institutions present in the room today can move from where they are to where you can systematically incorporate new transplant programs in your institution. And if it is Aims Bhubaneswar, if you are not doing liver transplant, can we move in that direction? Can we work together to build that capacity and you become ready for it? And where we have our own capacity, how we can help others come and take training with me over a period that is necessary, and then handhold back home for them to be able to have a robust transplant program panning out. I'm mindful of the fact that even when we get trained, we need help at times to actually perform transplant in a safe way, in a confident way, and that kind of a hand-holding is needed, often urgently sought, but this is something which is also being followed and institutionalized by very important players in our country, and this kind of a help can be given by those who are running such programs. So very simple suggestion here, requesting you to please come together and have a plan of your own, start working in this area, and let's create an ecosystem for organ transplant that our nation deserves. Thank you very much.
Sir, we are most grateful to you for your kind words and taking out time in spite of your busy schedule. I would just like to inform that Aims Bhubaneswar is doing kidney transplantation. They are doing liver transplant. They have already done 2. They are doing skin transplant.
Dr.
They are doing bone marrow transplant. And what we have done on behalf of NAMS, we have given them a commitment that all the nearby medical colleges, stakeholders who are interested in undertaking the transplantation activities, they can be invited over here. They can be invited over here and they can be provide training, and we will support their funding so that they can come, be here for 3-4 days, get trained. So that is what we have committed. And also, right, sir, thank you very much, sir. Your PA is calling that I should stop. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much once more. And next time when we have the meeting, we'll have your date and convenience, and we pray for the early recovery of your family members. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity, and apologies for a little delay and shuffling of the program. God bless you. Have a great meeting, and thank you, and my respects to all the all my distinguished colleagues and my seniors and the leadership, as leadership present in the room. Thank you. Good day. Sir. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I think that connection is gone. So we were on the talk with Professor Y.K. Gupta, President Aims Kalyani, who was giving the deliberations. I would like to ask the chairpersons whether we'll continue or break for lunch.
I
So
think
sir
we
has
break for
told
lunch.
we'll break for lunch, and post lunch we'll start with Professor Dr. Y.K. Gupta's talk on challenges in pharmacotherapeutics and handling antimicrobial resistance in organ transplantation. So we are running almost an hour delayed. So I request everyone to kindly break for lunch, and we'll meet at 2:25 p.m. here. Back to the post-lunch session. So we'll continue from where we had left. We'll start with the session on challenges in pharmacotherapeutics and handling antimicrobial resistance in organ transplantation. May I call upon the chairpersons, Professor Dr. Meenu Singh, Executive Director, Aims Rishikesh, and Professor Dr. Umesh Kapil, Secretary, NAMS. Do we have Professor Meenu Singh and Dr. Kapil here? Okay, so we wait for some time? Okay. And Professor Y.K. Gupta, is he here? He's also coming. Okay, so once they come, we'll join in the next 5 to 10 minutes. I think they should be ready. So we'll start off from there. We begin with our post-lunch session. May I invite the chairpersons for this session, Professor Dr. Meenu Singh, Executive Director, Aims Rishikesh, and Professor Dr. Umesh Kapil, Secretary, NAMS. I request you both to please grace the dais. And our speaker for this session is Professor Dr. Y.K. Gupta, President, Aims Kalyani. He will be speaking on challenges in pharmacotherapeutics and handling antimicrobial resistance in organ transplantation.
थैंक यू। खाना खाने के बाद आधे बराती तो छूट गए बाहर बट इट्स गुड, जो हैं वो सुनने वाले हैं। और तो व्हाट आई वाज टेलिंग कि ये जो हमारा पूरा सिस्टम है ना ऑर्गन ट्रांसप्लांट का, आई वाज जस्ट थिंकिंग व्हाइल आई वाज चेयरिंग एंड लिसनिंग इन द मॉर्निंग, ये बिल्कुल एक टिपिकल हिंदुस्तानी शादी का है, जिसमें पहले आप डोनर को ढूंढो, उसकी पूरी हिस्ट्री देखो, फिर उसकी सूटेबिलिटी देखो, फिर उसके बाद माहौल तैयार करो, ओटी तैयार करो, पैराफर्नेलिया तैयार करो, लीगल एंगल देखो, एथिकल एंगल देखो, उसके बाद ओटी में उसको देखो ले जाओ, फिर उसके बाद में उसके रिश्तेदारों की खातिर करो उस पर। फिर जब आपने सब कुछ कर दिया तो बड़े दुश्मन हैं आपके वहाँ पे, और उनमें से एक दुश्मन है माइक्रोब। और इसको हमने अनफॉर्चुनेटली इतने सारे लोगों ने कहा उसको ज़्यादा भाव नहीं दिया, क्योंकि ऐसी कोई बहुत ज़्यादा स्टडीज़ भी नहीं हैं दैट हाउ मेनी रिजेक्शंस आर टेकिंग प्लेस, हाउ मेनी अनसक्सेसफुल आर टेकिंग प्लेस इन इंडिया बिकॉज ऑफ antimicrobial resistance. There are studies available from abroad where it says that up to 15 to 20% rejection or unsuccessful transplant occurs because of antibiotic resistance, and there is no infection control in these long term में। ये इसलिए एक बड़ा ही important चीज़ है। And I was just telling कि अलेक्जेंडर फ्लेमिंग को प्राइज़ मिला, हमने सोचा कि इन्फेक्शन ख़त्म। देन उसके बाद में वॉक्समैन को प्राइज़ मिला स्ट्रेप्टोमाइसिन पे। देन उसमें स्टेटमेंट था दिस इज एंड ऑफ ट्यूबरकुलोसिस। न तो ट्यूबरकुलोसिस ख़त्म हुई न इन्फेक्शन ख़त्म हुआ। सो देयर इज़ अ रेस बिटवीन एंटीबायोटिक एंड द रेजिस्टेंट माइक्रोब, एंड इन दिस the antimicrobial resistance or microbes are winning the race, unfortunately, and antimicrobial agents are falling short. And today, the pipeline of new antimicrobial agents is almost drying up, and we are looking for new antimicrobial targets. And I will talk in the evening how the artificial intelligence is being excessively used for developing new antibiotic targets, and then how it can be done. That is a different topic altogether. But then there are different challenges only on this, which is often not so attended, लेकिन अगर उसमें हम अटेंशन पे नहीं करेंगे तो इतना सारा मेहनत करने के बाद में अगर उसको इन्फेक्शन हो गया, तो इन्फेक्शन ट्रीट नहीं हुआ, तो आपकी 1 करोड़ रुपए की मेहनत 50 रुपए की प्रिकॉशंस की वजह से ख़त्म। एंड दैट इज़ वाई दिस इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग। नाउ यू जस्ट सी दैट एंटीबायोटिक रेजिस्टेंस टुडे इज़ कॉल्ड एज ए साइलेंट पेंडेमिक। WHO ने भी इसको कहा साइलेंट पेंडेमिक। लोगों ने ऑब्जेक्शन किया, दिस इज़ नॉट नो मोर ए साइलेंट पेंडेमिक, दिस इज़ exactly the pandemic. And you can see cancer, heart, stroke and AMR से जो disease से जो death होती हैं, total अगर हम tuberculosis, HIV अब मलेरिया से हिंदुस्तान में और एशियन कंट्रीज में देखें, टोटल कर दो, उससे ज़्यादा डेथ बिकॉज ऑफ एंटीमाइक्रोबियल रेजिस्टेंस से होती हैं। एंड देन 4.7 million deaths are associated with resistant, and whereas 1.4 million deaths are attributable कि हम उस तक पहुंच ही नहीं पाए कि हम उसको एंटीबायोटिक दे सकें। एंड देयर लॉट्स ऑफ थ्योरीज व्हिच इज कॉल्ड एज। इसमें एंटीमाइक्रोबियल रेजिस्टेंस, व्हाई इट इज इंपॉर्टेंट, इंडिया इज द हार्डेस्ट हिट। 17% हमारी पॉपुलेशन है ग्लोब की, 17.5%, लेकिन हमारा शेयर जो एंटीमाइक्रोबियल रेजिस्टेंस का है ये हमारे इंडिया का डेटा अभी जनरेट नहीं हुआ, बट ग्लोबल डेटा जो WHO के स्टडी है, मोर देन 30%, इट वाज नियरली 30%, नाउ इट इज मोर देन 30% ग्लोबल डेटा हिंदुस्तान का है जो एंटी माइक्रोबियल रेजिस्टेंस. सो दैट इज व्हाई दिस इज मोर इशू in developing country, and India contributes maximum in this. That is something important. ये सभी को पता है, but then just see why this is organ transplant में AMR क्यों होता है? Because simple thing is, post-transplant patients are high risk because all of them are getting immunosuppression. जब immunosuppression हो गया, naturally, any opportunistic infection, any hospital-acquired infection, they will get more. Multi-drug resistance are increasingly reported, and there are only few studies in spite of this such an important project, that data ही नहीं है हिंदुस्तान में कि organ transplant में कितने cases में multi-drug resistant organism है. I think that is one area where I would request all those who are involved in transplant program should work upon. And limited therapeutic option ही नहीं है. Now you go to meropenem, carbapenem, and then it doesn't work, then you give cholesterol, it doesn't work, then you are stuck at the God's mercy. And that is what is happening. Threatens to success transplant, and now, why transplant patient at a high risk? Because they are immunosuppressed. कितना भी हम उनको इम्यूनोस्टिमुलेंट दे दें, क्योंकि हम उनको इम्यूनोसप्रेसेंट ड्राफ्ट रिजेक्शन के दे रहे हैं, तो इम्यूनो कंप्रोमाइज रहेंगे ही वो. फ्रीक्वेंट हॉस्पिटलाइजेशन, एंड इन इंडिया every hospitalization increases the risk of infection by 4 to 6%. That is what the data is, 4 to 6%. Every hospitalization. Repeated and then repeated antibiotic exposure. जितनी बार हम जाएंगे उतनी बार उसको antibiotic मिलेगा, and this antibiotic sometimes is given what is called as a not rational. And when we say rational means right antibiotic, right dose, right duration. And if you don't give it, that means it is going to be a irresponsible antibiotic, which can be a resistance. Invasive procedures, इतने ज़्यादा invasive procedure होते हैं इसमें, and every invasive procedure, whether it is catheterization, whether it is intubation, whether it is any other, it increases the possibility of infection. And then each ICU stay, and that's why precaution in ICU is such an important, such a critical, कि हमने कहा मंडप बनाने के लिए जितनी importance है वो बड़ा important है. And then this is, you see, these are the organisms which are more commonly, and you can see E. coli to Pseudomonas. Number of deaths in million which are happening are because of these resistant organisms. We are not going to go into details of that. These are the common resistant organisms, ESBL producing Enterobacteriaceae, carbapenem resistant organisms. Now carbapenem resistant organism is becoming major and major issue. Vancomycin resistant enterococci and multi-drug resistance gram negative. And this is more dominant in hospitals, and there are very few treatment options which are available. And what you do, challenges isme. Increase morbidity and mortality. लेकिन हमारे पास इसका डेटा नहीं है. I tried to search in the entire literature कि कहीं कोई डेटा है कि इसकी वजह से कितनी mortality और morbidity हो रही है, because the confounding factor तो बहुत सारे हैं. But what is this? Is limited antibiotic choices. आपके पास choice ही नहीं है. I will tell you why. Outbreak in transplant units is very well known. Patients become more reservoirs for, एक बार उसको resistant हो गया, then it becomes a resistant organisms का reservoir. And then it transmits antimicrobial resistance to all the time, to all the public which is income, and threats to sustainability of the organ. Now this is something which is very important. See, if you give correct time, a correct antibiotic, particularly carbapenem, correct treatment in 1 hour of initial hypotension in sepsis, it causes 80% survival of this sepsis. अगर हम immediately right antibiotic हम उसको दे दें. And what has been seen, that even 1 hour delay in starting right treatment reduces the survival rate by 7.6%. Now you can think of, अगर हम 6 घंटे बाद उसको appropriate antibiotic delay करें, तो approximately 6 into 7, 42 to 50% chances of survival will be reduced if you 6 घंटे delay कर दे. Each hour is important. And that's why what is important here is that each transplant unit must have the quick TOT microbiology lab, turn around time जिसे कहते हैं. अगर हमको रिजल्ट ही इसका 4-6 घंटे के बाद में आया तो उसका कोई फ़ायदा नहीं है. इसीलिए मॉलिकुलर डायग्नोस्टिक का रोल इसमें इतना ज़्यादा हो गया कि आपको इमीडिएटली एज अर्ली एज पॉसिबल इफ़ यू गेट द डायग्नोसिस of the organism and you start correct treatment, I think this will be something very important. And under-recognized tool for resistance influence 60 to 70% health decisions, जो हमारी culture sensitivity है. लेकिन हमारा spending on these diagnostics is less than 6%, is up to 6%. In globe, this is much, much higher. And that is something which is more important to develop the facilities. And the barrier is laboratory infrastructure, point of care diagnostics. Now, IITs, couple of IITs and Aiims are now being funded on the projects to develop point of care molecular diagnostics, particularly useful for transplant patients or maybe sepsis patients. Good rapid POC diagnostic urgently needed. Diagnostic the kits तो बन गई हैं बहुत सारी, लेकिन उनका validation is a process which is taking time, and this validation is very important before you say that yes. And they are especially useful for rural health setting where the labs are not available, because the patient सिर्फ वहीं पे नहीं रहेगा, it will go to his own native place. So economic impact इसका है is increased ICU stay, and each ICU stay, particularly when you know that 70% are transplant are done in private sector, much less in government sector. भी Dr. Vipin ने भी दिखाया था. And then you know the cost of ICU in private sector, and that increases, logarithmically increases the cost. Expensive antibiotics, cefiderocol, which is not available in India. In Delhi hospital, 35,000 rupees an injection vial is coming from import, whereas generally it is 15 to 16,000 rupees, and now we are introducing to 5 to 6,000 from GARDP, which I have principal advisor to. Longer hospitalization, increased graft loss, and threat to transplant sustainability. That is something which is challenging. What could be the solution? Hospital-wise stewardship program, and we have started with Niti Aayog support. The all network of all Aiims, 18 Aiims, the network of stewardship, कि जो है उसको तो बचा के रखो. And I will tell you one thing, the GARDP Global Antibiotic Research and Development Partnership, we have developing few antibiotics which we release in next 2 years. There are a few antibiotics which are developed by Vocart, and some antibiotic is being developed by Orchid. Issue आ रहा है कि WHO भी एडवाइस कर रहा है, मिनिस्ट्री भी एडवाइस कर रही है कि ये एंटीबायोटिक अगर आपने रिलीज़ कर दिया, बंदरों के हाथ में चला गया, तो एंटीबायोटिक तो ख़त्म. बंदर मीन्स द फिजिशियन who are using this left and right without rational use. And therefore, use them, introduce them before you do not introduce them unless you create an infrastructure where the public or the physician are empowered to take decision कि किसमें देना है, किसमें नहीं देना है. And this is a very important policy decision which all of you can take in, whether only Hero department can prescribe, or whether a committee can prescribe, or which drug should be included in formally, and which drug can be prescribed by each and everybody. Today, unfortunately, the data is not available, but the cefiderocol and other antibiotics are being used left and right by others, by importing unofficial data. Now, reduce unnecessary antibiotics and optimize duration of therapy. That is something which is important. Early pathogen identification, molecular diagnostics is important. The molecular diagnostic लोगों ने बना तो दिए कई सारे startups में. Validation is one which is required, and the second thing is making them effective at the POC, proof of at the point of care जहाँ पे है. तो वहाँ पे इसको हम कैसे करेंगे? Reduce empirical broad-based antibiotics. हम 90% केसेस में अभी भी एंटीबायोटिक एम्पेरिकल यूज करते हैं, which will never go. But you can reduce the incidence of empirical antibiotic. You can make evidence-based empirical evidence. It looks paradoxical. लेकिन अगर आपका एंटीबायोग्राम आपके हॉस्पिटल का अवेलेबल है on the website of each Aims, if you have an antibiogram of your ICU, if you have an antibiogram of your transplant unit, then perhaps without even waiting for the results, your empirical start of the antibiotic will be more rational. So that is what is important. Next generating sequencing and AI machine learning approaches. We are not going to talk in this, but that is what Kapil was saying, that AI and transplant is some different. ऐसा नहीं है. AI का use तो transplant में इतना ज़्यादा आ रहा है, right from identifying the possible success of a donor and recipient to possible success of the transplant to possible surviving of this can have an effect can have some predictive value on this, because after transplant the patient goes into so many confounding factors, from environment to infection to immunogenicity to immunity and so on, and then to adherence, compliance. ये सारी चीज़ें अगर हम AI based decision करेंगे तो that I think is what is the outcome of that. Novel therapeutics, जो अभी maybe after 5 years this will be in use. Bacteriophage therapy is still not an officially recognized therapy. Microbiome modulation, and it has been found that if you change the microbiome of the intestine, it may alter the immunogenicity, or maybe immunity, which may reduce the dose of antibiotics, and the effect will be better. So, but this is yet, ILBS is doing a couple of studies on this. The immune-based treatment and non-antibiotic approaches is one. Antibiotic sparing, methenamine with vitamin C is one approach by which you can reduce the antibiotic, but it can be a very effective urinary antiseptic. Particularly, it is now found to be effective in kidney transplant patients for a prophylaxis. So that is a new approach altogether. This is, I will not go into the details, principles and strategy for clinical antibacterial pipeline. I will not go into detail. Pipeline जो antibacterial की है, तो इसमें हम 2-3 तरीके थे, old chemicals, and then look for what is the repurposing of that. Use AI to find out how the molecular structure can be altered so that the resistance जो उनको destroy करने वाला enzyme है, that becomes safe. And that is why you have virulence, and then all those will not go into. This is the algorithm, new algorithm altogether. There was a time when just anti-penicillin, streptomycin, they were developed by serendipity. Now serendipity is no more. Now it is AI-based identification of the target. That's what you do. So these are the antibiotics in pipeline. I will just mention cefiderocol, which is already approved in other countries. Clinical trial are being done by our organization, GARD-P. And this is the drug which 35,000 black mammillary, and the target price is 5,000, which government of India has approved. But this is something. And there are a couple, zoliflodacin, ये 4-5 antibiotics हैं. ये आपको बाद में धीरे-धीरे पता लग जाएंगे. Surveillance system, global AMR, and guide empiric therapy, take emergency resistance pattern, and then infection prevention measures, which people usually don't consider as a measure. Measure तो चला गया high tech उसको transplant करने में, but this is also supportive major issues. Education and training, and that's what this NAMS can do. Policy recommendation, funding new antibiotics, and that's what the government has started funding from BIREC, and there is a one unit of cephalosporins which has been started and inaugurated by Dr. Jitendra Singh in Jammu. So this is what is strengthening. And you know, हमारे API antibiotics के सारा हमका China से आता है. So we are vulnerable. So that's why the industry is coming up. Now this is what we published couple of papers, and how to make innovation attractive. innovation for scientists, to faculty, to microbiologists, and to industry. So there are push and pull both mechanisms, and this has been very highly quoted policy papers on antibiotic accessibility. So the crisis R&D access, and this is what you say, advanced antibiotic innovation, enabling quality supply. This is what the GARD-P is doing, and advancing antibiotic innovation. These are the few companies in India which have been heavily funded by Department of Biotechnology and which are close to developing some antibiotics, new antibiotics. And for finally, the real-time analysis of digital strategy. This is something which is very important. Monitoring, real-time, continuous monitoring of antibiotic use. And we have developed a software where the prescription analysis can be done, and you can find out what is the prescribing pattern of antibiotics in respiratory medicine, in orthopedics, in critical care, in transplant. And then the analysis of these antibiotic prescription, feedback of this can improve this. So that is the National Treatment Guidelines. One Health Consortium has been made, because you know the antibiotic is not only the problem of human, it goes into environment, it goes into the earth, it goes into the water, and then वो जो एक न्यू दिल्ली स्टेट निकला था वो भी एनवायरनमेंट से आया था. सो दिस इज व्हाट समथिंग इज इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग. सो AMR थ्रेटन्स द फ्यूचर ऑफ ट्रांसप्लांट. कितना भी आप डेवलप कर लो, आप बेसिक अगर आपका सैनिटेशन, हाइजीन, एंटीबायोटिक्स का अगर इफेक्टिवनेस नहीं है, देन इट इज अ बिग थ्रेट. Transplant patients are highly vulnerable, limited treatment option, urgent global action required, and multidisciplinary collaboration. This is what is important. And so when you say collaboration, global collaboration, because ये resistant होने के बाद ये तो है नहीं कि विदेश नहीं जाएगा वो transplant करने के बाद में. विदेश से transplant होके वो हिंदुस्तान में नहीं आएगा, ऐसा भी नहीं है. So that is why this is a one issue, antibiotic resistance. I am very happy that Dr. Biswas has kept this, and because this is one of the important challenge which each transplant unit must keep in back of mind. Not a small issue, can be a big issue sometimes. Thank you very much.
Dr. Y.K. Gupta sir, it was a very exhaustive and very comprehensive presentation. Everybody enjoyed it. I'd just like to share with you, Indian Council of Medical Research initiated in 2013 a national program for identification of AMR. And there are about 46 centers. They're collecting the samples and sending it to All India Institute of Medical Sciences. And then the profile of AMR is being established. This is being done. Also, there are more and more centers are being, initially it was from the national institutions or the medical colleges. Now they have started with district hospital labs. So an effort is ongoing. There's no doubt about it. We all are aware about AMR, and whatever you have said is very true. Patient is immunocompromised, he has to come to the hospital, he has to undergo different procedures. So there is a risk, and which leads to a poor outcome. Now, simple things like hospital infection, the IV drips, the air in the OT, these are totally forgotten. We must look at these things also. There should be a hospital infection control committee. If there are infections, then they should look into from what is the source and so on and so forth. That's what some comments are. But what is happening in developed countries? Are they also having AMR? because they have very strict regulations for over-the-counter drugs. Nobody can go and take any antibiotics, chemists like that. Over to you, Dr. Vaike.
Very important point. AMR is not a problem of any specific country. This is a trans-boundary problem. But the AMR is much more in developing countries and particularly in India because size, and one of the factor is irrational use. Access is what do you say? Access versus access. Access means इतनी ज़्यादा एंटीबायोटिक आदमी के पास अवेलेबल हैं, वो सड़क पे जाता है, पान की दुकान पे एंटीबायोटिक ले लेता है. I'm just exaggerating it, but you can get antibiotic and then you eat for less duration, less dose, inappropriate dose, and that can cause, and you stop it. Remember one thing, tuberculosis का जो resistance का जो issue आया, major issue in the beginning was because the doctors did not advise the patient to take anti-tubercular drugs for 1.5 years. उन्होंने कहा 15 दिन खाओ, फिर मुझे दिखाओ. 1 महीना उसने खाया, उसका तो ब्लड खत्म हो गया, उसका फीवर खत्म हो गया, स्पुटम खत्म हो गया, उसने कहा यार अब कौन डॉक्टर को जाके पैसा दे, स्टॉप कर दिया. And that started the resistance, and that started the DOTS treatment. So, but then transboundary transmission of resistance is a problem. That's why WHO is spending a lot of money in AMR, हिंदुस्तान के AMR कम करने के लिए. क्यों भाई? तुमको क्या पड़ी हमारे AMR कम करने के लिए? क्योंकि उनको भी ये अफेक्ट करता है.
That actually the organizers are repeatedly ringing the bell. So I think we have already overstepped the time. So thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful talk. Thank you.
Thank you, respected chairpersons and speakers. So I request you to please come forwards for a group photograph before we move on to our panel discussion. Thank you. Since we are running almost an hour behind schedule, so we'll hurry up. We have the next panel discussion on ethical, legal and strategic challenges in organ transplantation in India. And to conduct this, may I call upon the moderators, Professor Yogesh Chawla, ex-director PGI MER and Chairman Task Force NAMS, Professor Dr. Durga Madhav Satpathy, DMET Orissa, Professor Dr. Manish Mandal, Chairman SOTO Bihar, and Professor Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, HOD, Department of Critical Care Medicine, IGIMS, Patna. They are our moderators, and we have our esteemed panelists. May I request our esteemed panelists onto stage, please. Shri Surya Dev Datta Singh, IPS, Commissioner of Police, Bhubaneswar Cuttack Police Commissionerate. Dr. Swarnendu Mandal, Department Faculty, Department of Urology, AIIMS Bhubaneswar. Dr. Manas Panigrahi, Faculty Department of Gastroenterology, AIIMS Bhubaneswar. Dr. Ashutosh Panigrahi, Faculty Department of Hematology, AIIMS Bhubaneswar. Dr. Alok Kumar Sahu, Faculty Department of Anesthesiology and Critical Care, AIIMS Bhubaneswar. And Professor S.K. Mathur, President Zonal Transplant Coordination Center, Mumbai, NAMS. So the time allotted was 30 minutes, but I would request them to please have it for 20 minutes if possible. Over to you, respected moderators, for moderating this session.
Thank you very much. Had most of the discussions in the morning. There would be some questions from the audience. Questions have been posed by the organizers. May I request my co-moderators to ask the questions? Dr. Mathur, you've been a quiet spectator and done extensive work on organ donation. think you want to highlight anything which we have missed over this
Uh, yeah. So main thing we talk about the public awareness. There are two types. One is the general public awareness and the second is the awareness among the medical professions. And that medical professional awareness is not restricted to the doctors. It should go down to the everybody working in the hospital atmosphere. But when we talk of the organ donation, you know, in the ICU, there is a ward boy also, there is a nurse also. And when the family member is brain dead and the family is talked about organ donation, often the relatives will ask that ward boy, is what they are talking is true or not? What is his brain death? And if he doesn't understand the brain death and conveys the wrong message, donation will not happen. So it is the awareness amongst the medical professionals is also important.
is for Dr. Datta Singh from the IPS. Not there because police is something very important for organ donation. As we mentioned in the morning, you have to be friends with the police guys. Most of these patients' donations, they are medical legal ones, so you should not waste time. And in fact, at the institute, they have police officers or concerned persons from different states because Chandigarh caters to Punjab, Haryana and Himachal. So all these police guys are there readily available whenever an organ donation is to happen. So we now request Dr. Manas Panigrahi for the question, why is deceased organ donation still low in India and how can it be improved? What are your views? Should unrelated altruistic donations be encouraged or more tightly regulated? How do we balance increasing supply with preventing misuse? Manas.
Thank you very much, sir, for this question. And we have since morning you are listening, everybody are listening how the disease donor donation, and we know from your presentation only, we know the statistic. So living donor transplantation is going on. However, disease donor transplantation rate and that what is the minimum need and what is happening now is very low. And only thing we can do, what NAMS is now doing with the help of Niti Aayog and everybody, this dissemination program, this CME to increase the awareness level in all the stakeholders, not only doctors, I mean, not only healthcare workers, but as well as in general public also. So we have to show them the need and those beliefs, myths, that whatever the religious belief, we have to make them aware we are not going with these organs or something. And so awareness is the key, sir. So we have to make everybody aware.
Anas, what about the altruistic aspect?
So
regarding relatives are allowed, but what about the other non-related?
Non-related, again, there is a issue since that's where disease donor transplantation is the key. Non-related also we can take, but strict rule, regulation, all those things, there should not be any financial benefit or something to them. Of his own somebody is giving, and but that should be regulated, controlled way, and then only it can be possible, sir.
See, the problem when we talk of the altruistic, is it truly altruistic? To establish that is not an easy job. See, majority of the time, yes, donations are happening when we talk the extended family. Then it is altruistic most of the time. There can be financial dealing there also, but by and large, they are altruistic donors. When the extended family member is actually a fake person who is being shown as extended family member. And the documents are forged. The doctors themselves are not equipped to smell the rat there. And that's why I think if you look at the composition of authorization committee, in the act, it is mentioned there's two important persons from society. It includes, you can be retired judge, it can be retired police officer. So instead of including those medical officers, already there are 4 or 5 medical people. Why don't you include the police officer and the judge? Now, I'm sure that the people who are coming with the first documents will be little scared of a policeman being present in the committee and the judge being sitting who will take care of the legal part. Secondly, it gives the sense of security to the rest of the doctors' committee members. Because I'm sure that it will not be so easy to implicate the judge and the senior police officer.
The next question is to Dr. Swarnendu Mandal. How do disparity between public and private healthcare affects access to transplants?
So we all know that lack of education, financial literacies all has a toll on the availability of information and the access to healthcare. So the data in the morning have shown that. So again, the awareness has to be improved upon. Somehow these Ayushman Bharat schemes have done in a good way. They have helped these people to come up in a government hospital, unlike what it was earlier where you had to go to a private hospital and spend out of your pocket for a transplant. These schemes have helped in a bigger way. They have to improve upon it, maybe the budget over it. So that is how the education and all that has to work.
What steps can ensure equitable access for the rural populations?
Yeah, so that's the same thing. You have to improve upon
and what steps can improve coordination between the hospital, state bodies, and the National Organ Tissue Transplant Organization? Two bodies, state and NOTO.
Yeah, the NOTO at the head level, and then the SOTO and the ROTO all have to work together to make things easy. We need a digital platform where they are on the same page, and so that the information is shared quickly enough.
Right now, the state organ, SOTO in any state is directly connected to the NOTO.
Right, sir.
So all the donors, all the recipients are already registered.
Right.
Without the registration, nobody can do any transplant anywhere, private or government. So how can smaller hospitals be integrated into an organ retrieval and referral networks?
Yeah,
How can we do that?
Yeah, as sir said in that last session, these brain stem deaths are now mandatory in the states. They have to be mandatory. And then you have to set up like in every corporate and what we have here, you need a nodal officer, you need a transplant coordinators. It would not be possible for small hospitals to have it, but then you can pool such people and get it. There are a lot of things that needs to be done, and I think we are moving forward in the right direction where these sort of gaps are being broken so that more people can come in. Any polytrauma case gets admitted in a hospital which has probably more than 10 beds or they have a ICU. And we all know these cadaveric donors that happen are generally those polytrauma cases. So once they sense that this patient are in a phase where going back to normalcy is less likely, they should come in contact with their SOTO and register them. A digital registry sort of thing has to be improved upon as it is there, but it has to be only implemented on the ground. That is how it has to be.
I think district-wise committees can be made under the SOTO, where the civil surgeon of the district may be empowered to have a committee which can go to any hospital.
Right.
Because in that will save, the committee of small committees of every hospital.
Right.
So if in any district, if there is a separate committee under the direct guidance of SOTO, who can report directly to SOTO, not to the government,
right,
then things can be made easier.
Right.
So any hospital can, catch of them, and everything should be digital. So all the papers which are taken from them or certification done has to be digitalized to the district committee, and district committee can directly send to SOTO. SOTO can verify it and then notify My views.
Something like teleconsultation can make things easy as well in sending informations to people around.
Our next question is with my friend Dr. Alok Kumar Sao. That is related to our emerging technology, that is AI, etc. That how might emerging technology like AI matching, organ preservations, and xenotransplantation challenging exist ethical framework?
Actually, AI is now breaking into all the field because it makes you analyze data easier, identify the patient, identify the outcome, and it also identify where the patient is, who is the potential receiver. But the problem, what is the ethical problem with this? The ethical problem is the black box. So that what does it mean? We don't know how algorithm is made to identify the outcome of the patient. AI, in AI, you need to give a data and an algorithm to identify if the outcome is good in that patient or in the receiver. So the clinician is not aware of this algorithm. So there is a problem. There is a problem of bias. How this patient get prioritized over that, that is a problem. Second is data accuracy. That means if data is from a private hospital scenario and that data may not fit to the all. So one data is not fit to the all. So you need a huge amount of data before driving to the AI, or that is the data bias. Third is the clinician autonomicity. So the clinician, as AI is going to determine all this, the clinician may not able to convince or may not able to have a say in the donor. So that is one of the ethical issue. But AI is necessary because AI, you should not say all the AI are evil. AI should be there, but with an clinician input. That is what I think will be take. Now coming to the second part of the question, that is gene editing or xenotransplant. So till now, with the availability of CRISPR gene editing, the things are now in progress. There are some transplantation being in 2024, like kidney and heart is going on. So the one in the patients is, survived for like 40 days, and another one is survived for around the patient usually get the gene from the pig, that is an edited 64 edited kidney from the pig. That patient survived for 54 days but died because of unrelated kidney function. That is, kidney may be going well, but he is died because of heart disease. So this is the future, and I think in future we will get an pancreatic islet cell that is now is being in good way coming to the xenotransplant. And the future is like this. I think the editing gene and stem cell to create a new organ is in the future.
So Alok, should there be unified national digital or donor registry accessibility across the states?
Yes, that is that.
And what role can be and at the same time also tell what role can telemedicine play in expanding the transplant services to remote area?
So the question have two parts. One is unified national registry. The other one is telemedicine. So coming to the unified national registry, the NOTO has now a national registry, but it identify the place. Now they incorporate the brain death declaration, what our state is doing. But if it is unified to the all the place, like all the state, so patient can be identified if there is a source, there is a receiver, so it can be unified throughout the place. But there should be there is an unified registry, but this need to be transparent, and data should be given in a real time, because sometimes data is kept hidden. There is a brain death here. If I want to choose the declaration around 48 hours later, so this may not serve the purpose. So there is a strict guideline. And third one is important is data should be kept, because it is a medical data of the persons, that should be kept a strong like password system or transparency, or there is a protective mechanism for the patient. if it is going to be that way. And I think that protective mechanism will be so by the administrative people, they will do in recent future, because that is what is necessary. Now coming to the end, third part, the telemedicine. Telemedicine, yes, telemedicine is necessary because if you're going for the brain death declaration, there need a 4 doctor and sometimes an intensivist and a neurologist. So if let a small remote district headquarter hospital doesn't have this facility, so if a person from Aiims Bhubaneswar in telemedicine can consult or can help them to diagnose a brain death, then that will be immense help. So telemedicine can help in identification of an organ donor, can help in the identification of potential receiver, can help in also follow-up, like tacrolimus. The patient may not come from the district headquarters to every time to, let in Kalahandi, they will take a day to reach here. So you can have an post of follow-up after organ transplant with an telemedicine communication.
Is there a facility of the telemedicine at Aiims Bhubaneswar?
Yes, we have that, but
how it's functioning?
With this, IT is taking care of that, so it is not full. I am not saying that it is completely full house. That is not like that, but still we are lot of steps to make.
The next question is to Dr. Ashutosh Panigrahi. Are current protocols for declaring brain death sufficient, robust, and trusted by the public?
I can tell in 2 ways. I passed MBBS in 2001. At that time, none of my teachers has told how to declare a brain dead. From our seniors, we know that on. None in the clinical teaching, no one teaches how to declare a brain dead. Because now organ transplant has come into play, everyone is thinking how a brain death has to be declared. I think this has to be incorporated into study curriculum. So that will give some amount of clue that how it has to be done and how we can convince our patients and family relatives of the sufferer that yes, it is brain dead, now we can take an organ transplant. Now I am from clinical hematology, so I do bone marrow transplants. So obviously I know something about other transplants. So one good thing in bone marrow is that the stem cells, they survive hypoxemia for a long period of time, not like kidney, liver and other organs or heart. So in that way, it is privileged that if bone marrow registry is to be done and it has to be collected and it has to be a public sector, not a private one, it is a good job to take bone marrow of recently dead people even up to 5 to 7 days, if well preserved, if the body is well preserved, still stem cell is surviving. So that is a good thing. But the thing is, once you take the bone marrow, it has to be immediately processed and stored in liquid nitrogen, and it has to be open to the. So now regarding this brain dead, it is yes, it has to be taught to every person who is involved in organ donation, preservation, and all these things. Facility is not available everywhere. So one AI, one telemedicine, and over telephonic or any video conferencing type of thing can solve this problem, so that talking to an expert or talking to a higher center can solve the problem that yes, brain dead declaration is right or not. Regulatory part should be stringent, but still have some freedom that everyone can have a brain dead declaration, so that the things will go smoothly and an organ donation can happen.
What are the major loopholes or challenges in implementing existing transplant laws? How effective the authorization committee in preventing the misuse?
Main thing is no one is
loopholes and how effective?
Yes, the loophole is we are unaware of it. So that is the main loophole. So everyone should know what are the rules and regulations and how to implement them, who are the persons who are coordinating these rules, and whether it is amended by time manner, it is amended and newer things has been incorporated, some revisions has been made. These are very important things that when a law is made, it is that it has to be properly followed and everyone should know that yes, this is the rule and we should go in this way. So I think this is the loophole mainly that I feel. Maybe my other panelists can give their input to it.
I think you're right. We have to inculcate this into not only UG, PG, and MCH level all. Whenever they are coming for any training, either in UG training or in PG training or in DMMCS training or in DNB training, everywhere it should be mandatory. They have to have few classes regarding this. Then only things will be better.
Yes, during
Repeated, teaching will make more awareness between the students.
During,
nursing also, no issue. Nursing also, I think, or paramedicals also should know about the brain dead.
Sir, even during our anesthesia training initial part, we are not taught to how to declare brain death. So during critical care training, we learn how to do that. That also.
I was wondering, you said about the undergraduate courses. Has the new curriculum included organ donation and transplantation? I'm told there are 3 sessions by the NMC requirement that they have to be given to the undergraduates. That is included. Okay.
Yes.
So the last question, Dr. Mathur. While prioritizing liver transplantation, any preference of young versus the old, current alcoholic versus past alcoholic? What are the guidelines now? And then I'll come to the second question.
So, see, the age is not a only criteria, because in the liver or even in the kidney, we go by the scorings. The severity of the disease is more important than just the age. Yes, there is a concept of futility versus utility. A transplant should not be futile. That means the organ should not get wasted for doing a transplant. So that is more important, whether when you are transplanting a recipient, is he going to live a useful life or not? Or is he going to die in the post-op period because he's too sick because of his other medical conditions? So that is the main criteria for deciding about as far as the age is concerned. The second thing was? Alcohol.
Alcohol,
Yeah.
active
So,
alcohol.
so this is a very controversial thing. By and large, we say that there should be 3 months abstinence from the alcohol before you take the patient. Now, world over, the studies have shown that recidivism is not affected by the patient was alcoholic or not alcoholic. So, yes, actively patient who drinking till the time he goes for the transplant should not be given the organ.
The other point is, should neighboring states or regions share organ pools for better utilization? And what are the challenges in interstate organ sharing and how they can be resolved?
Yeah, so answer to the first question is yes, there should be sharing. There should be, because there may be facilities in one state, may not be available in the other state, or sometimes the recipient may not be there in one state and available in the another state. So organ sharing should be done. The main challenge which comes in the disease donation is the timing of available the team to come for the retrieval. So it includes, unless it is a motorable distance, it includes the airfare. Once the airfare comes into picture, how is it a commercial flight being used or is it a charter flight? So the cost comes into picture. And whenever there's a charter flight, the cost goes up like anything. And majority of the time, then the average patient, recipient who is in the queue, he loses out to the person who is rich, which I think is wrong. Now, with the even with the commercial flight, last minute tickets, because 2 or 3 persons will go, then there one seat is to be reserved for keeping the organ, the box. And the cost becomes prohibitive sometimes. My request to the ministry through the NMS will be that this should be taken as a CSR by all the airlines. This happens in US. You can give 1 or 2 seats when the organ is traveling, one for the organ, one for the accompanying person, to be taken free of charge. That should be part of the CSR from the airlines. I think government can do this. So that is the most important challenge, because the patients who cannot afford the 15 lakh rupees, he loses out the organs unnecessarily. Third is where the organ donation is happening, and the team is coming, and they keep on asking, extend the time, extend the time. In the process, sometimes the donor becomes unstable, and we lose out all the organs. So there should be a limit for extension depending on the clinical picture.
Right, thank you. And I think we would be coming to a conclusion, but before we end, Dr. Mathur, again, your opinion on crowdfunding and transplants. This is a concept which I heard from the Aster Group in Bangalore, and they could do transplants at less than 5 lakh rupees for patients who could not afford. Any information of how crowdfunding?
Yeah, so there are organizations which helps in generating the funds. Apart from the CSR fund from the corporate, and if they are contacted, they can in no time generate a lot of money for doing the transplant. And this is a good way to fund the patients who cannot afford, or when the expenses are going way beyond their means.
And the social media helps.
And the social media. So social media plays a major role in such cases.
Right. Thank you. Any other questions from your side? Any questions from the audience?
Want to make one comment.
Yes,
I want to make.
Yes, sir.
You are aware of it, what we have. We have given the recommendations also to the NMS and ministry. See, state appropriate authority, which is the strongest authority created under the Transplant Act, because they are the one who gives the license, they are the one who can cancel the license, and they have got the power of a civil court to take cognizance of any mischief committed by anybody under this act. Now, most of the state, I don't know what is happening in the Odisha, most of the state, it is Director Health Services who is labeled as a state appropriate authority. Now, we know the Director Health Services has got 4 or 5 state programs and 5 or 6 central government programs to look after. So he delegates his responsibility to another junior person. And that creates the problem, because the audit, the follow-up, and everything suffers. Because why we don't have the donations in a recognized hospital, we are doing the transplantation, because there is no audit of what they are doing. Even at the time of renewal, it is just, okay, you have some facility, do the renewal. Nobody asks them how many organ donation you did in the last 5 years. So I think it should be independent body, person who is only in charge of the organ donation program in the state.
This is what we had discussed during the National Academy program. So I think we come to the end of this session. I would thank my co-moderators and the panelists for an active interaction, and thank you all for this excellent program.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. We request you to please join for a group photograph before we switch on to our next session. The speakers and the chairpersons, the panelists and the chairpersons, please join for a group photograph together. Thank you. So we now begin with the AI session, AI in healthcare. And for this, I invite our chairpersons, Professor Dr. Subrat Kumar Acharya, former President Aiims Bhubaneswar, to please come onto the dais, and Professor Shripad Karmalkar, Director IIT Bhubaneswar. And our speaker for the day for this session is Professor Dr. Y.K. Gupta, President Aiims Kalyani. Sir will be speaking on task force recommendations on AI in healthcare. Yes, sir. So I request our Executive Director, Professor Ashutosh Biswas, to please join the stage as one of the chairpersons of the session. And Professor Y.K. Gupta is here. He'll be talking on the task force recommendations.
I think should we start? Namaskar. And we are late, so I will be very brief, not using slides. AI is not now a buzzword. It is now just like oxygen, you have to live with AI. तो लोग पूछते हैं कि AI रहेगा या डॉक्टर बचेंगे? क्या AI डॉक्टर को ख़त्म कर देगा? Because now after some time you will use AI for identifying respiratory X-rays. You will find AI algorithm for knee replacement. You are find AI for cardiac transplant. You are find AI whether to give this, which tool for respiratory illness, which tool for rehabilitation of a respiratory disability or for psychiatric illnesses. Everywhere you will be using AI. So AI, फिर डॉक्टर का क्या करना है? You think that AI will replace doctors or it will not replace? How will you say it will replace doctors? No, how many say it will not replace doctors? Why? So the correct answer is, those doctors or physicians who do not know AI will be replaced by those who know AI. तो replace तो होना ही है. तो अगर आपको AI नहीं आता तो आपको replace होना पड़ेगा. So whether you are 17 years student first year MBBS or you are 75 years giving talk like me, you have to understand the importance of AI. Otherwise you will vanish. So AI, people say, is it a must? No, it is not a must. But it does not replace, but it is supposed to augment the decision-making process of physician. Augment. उसको वहीं तक रहने दीजिए. Augment. Ultimately, your wisdom, your sensation, your sensitivity, your communication will remain on the top. And those who are sitting on the front line, the teachers and maybe those who are sitting, याद है जब हम लोगों को कहते थे कि कोई मरीज आया, I always tell that, patient आया, abdomen में कुछ है, abdomen tight है, guarding हो रही है, and then you have to palpate it. You have to put something like this, पेट पे, मोटे से पेट पे धीरे धीरे हाथ फेरो. और अगर ठंडा मौसम है तो ऐसे ऐसे करके उस पे हाथ फेरो. This is the first thing which you teach. Why? This will establish an eternal connection with the doctor and the patient. आधा मरीज तो वहीं ठीक हो गया. वो हम करते नहीं आजकल. एम्स में भी नहीं करते. मरीज आया, दूर से बैठ के दिखा दिया, उससे कहा ये टेस्ट करके ले आओ, ये टेस्ट करके ले आओ, ये टेस्ट करके ले आओ, बाकी हो तो AI पे चले जाओ, अपना जन्म पाती ले आओ. दूसरा उससे क्या होता है, इसका पेट का सॉफ्टनेस हो जाती है, गार्डिंग हट जाती है. देन यू कैन ईजिली palpate the spleen, liver and all other internal things. So your access to the internal is more better if you are using the manual touch method. But then AI will remain. Why AI is, I'm just giving, why AI is so important. AI is more of a developing algorithm. And this algorithm development has to be large number of data, develop a large number of variables, large number of places, you collect them, collate them, and then make them an algorithm. Remember that, jitna zyada data hoga, utne badi noise hogi, noise. But if you are using it sensibly, analyzing them, using algorithm, then this noise will become meaningful music. फिर उसमें से इंफॉर्मेशन निकलती है. तो बॉटम लाइन क्या हुई जो आपका लार्ज डेटा इधर उधर से आ रहा है वो कितना करेक्ट है, कितना एक्यूरेट है, कितना स्टैंडर्डाइज्ड है, एंड देन it will give you uniform thing. Why I am telling you this? The task force realized कि अगर हम डेटा यहाँ पे एम्स भुवनेश्वर में इकट्ठा कर रहे हैं, उसमें वेरिएबिलिटी एम्स ऋषिकेश की नहीं है, उसमें वेरिएबिलिटी एम्स पौंडीचेरी की जब वहाँ की नहीं है, उसमें श्रीनगर की वेरिएबिलिटी नहीं है, उसमें 1000 तरह की वेरिएबिलिटी शामिल नहीं है, तो ये एल्गोरिदम एक लिमिटेड इंस्टीट्यूशन के लिए लागू हो। एंड देयरफॉर व्हाट इज इम्पोर्टेंट, that we must have inter-institutional collaboration where large data is collected and collated and develop an algorithm. What Modi ji has said that AI, हम अभी हिंदुस्तान का एक भी AI generated program health science में अभी approve नहीं कर रहे. We are using all the data which is from outside and हम यूके, यूएस, इनका डेटा जो हमारे से कंपैरिजन में 110 to 115 कंट्री की पॉपुलेशन है, उसका डेटा हम हिंदुस्तान में इफेक्टिवली यूज़ नहीं कर सकते बिकॉज वो यहाँ है नहीं. देयरफॉर व्हाई नॉट टू यूज़ दिस डेटा पावर, डेटा हैज़ अ पावर, एंड इस डेटा को अगर हम दिस इज दैट you develop this AI program, at least कुछ AI program ऐसे होने चाहिए जहाँ पे कि हम अपना AI algorithm develop करें. AI का algorithm तो आपने develop कर लिया. The more important in AI algorithm is that you have to have a specificity and sensitivity. अगर किसी ने सिक्का उछाला तो एक गिरेगा head या tail. उसमें पहले लोग कहते थे ना, बच्चा होगा, राजा ने कहा कि तुम लड़का होगा या लड़की होगी, जो सही बता देगा उसको आधा राज्य नहीं तो मौत. ऐसे ही होता था. उसने कहा कि अच्छा कॉन्फिडेंशियल बताऊंगा, एक कागज़ पे लिख लो और जब हो जाए तब बताना. तो उसने कहा अच्छा. तो जब उसने खोला तो उसमें लिखा हुआ था, पर्चा जब खोला उसमें लिखा था पुत्र न पुत्री. तो उसने कहा ये क्या मतलब हुआ? साहब आपकी पुत्री हुई है, मैंने लिखा तो था पुत्र न, आगे कॉमा लगा दिया पुत्री. सही हो गया ना? और अगर उसका उल्टा होता तो क्या करते? पुत्र फिर न पुत्री. तो दिस इज ऑल्सो एन एल्गोरिथम वेयर 50% probability that this is not acceptable. So algorithm which is acceptable today has to be at least more than 80% and preferably 97 to 98% accurate. Then this algorithm is accepted. And this is called as a validation. So validation process of any algorithm, whether you develop an algorithm for respiratory, lungs, tuberculosis है या नहीं है, whether this is consolidation है नहीं है, whether lung cancer है नहीं है, whether there is a requirement of knee implant or whether there is a requirement of CT scan और CT scan से हम कैसे इसको identify करेंगे, what disease, EEG से आप, ECG से आप, how will you predict? That all has to be validated and that can be done multidisciplinary. You remember, Google ने पहला AI based mega project शुरू किया. My son was also involved in that, so I know that. Retina scopes and that was also ICMR funded and BIREC also funded that project. Retina की fundoscopy करने के बाद में, retina scope से करने के बाद में predict the heart disease after 15 years, 20 years or 25 years, means later stage of life. There are caveats in this. पता लगा आपने तो प्रिडिक्ट कर दिया, इसने कहा कि तुम्हारा तो यहाँ फंडोस्कोपी या ऐसे आई देखने से ऐसा लग रहा है कि तुम अभी 10 साल तक बिल्कुल ठीक रहोगे. अब पता लगा 5 दिन के बाद हार्ट अटैक से मर गया. और वाइस वर्सा कैन हैपन. So what is important when you have an algorithm based decision, you have to also be very careful about the out of this curve. ये जो algorithm बनता है, it is always under this log, this bimodal curve. And there is always what is called as an outlier. And even if this outlier means 1 to 2% or 5% outlier, that can create havoc. And unless you know in AI, the outlier, unless you know in AI, the possible failure, unless you know in AI, the possibilities and of abnormality or outlier, you will be unsuccessful. So that is something which is very important. Today, where the AI is maximum used, we have been funding ICMR since in AI task force. Several maximum projects are on X-ray chest and use of X-ray chest. The next AI is on the knee joint and hip replacement joint, because you can identify accurately when this person will need this and what joint and what exercise he has to do, what limitations he will have, and how it will the life of this. This can also give you an idea that what is the precaution which you should take if you have these parameters. अभी तो हमने पैरामीटर दे दिया, हमारा लिपिड प्रोफाइल ये है, हमारा ये है, हमारा ये है, हमारा ये है, और हमारा पॉपुलेटियल से यहाँ से लेकर के पूरा ब्लॉक पड़ा हुआ है. The AI will tell you that if you have the peripheral artery disease with lipid profile this, what is the chances of developing gangrene in the left toe, or maybe like what is the chances, which how you can reduce by exercise, can by reduction in exercise this can be done, or you require clopidogrel or aspirin or maybe stenting on the legs. So that is also AI. Now, the cost of AI, what you see, is very expensive. Each energy which is required in generation of this AI, because your data itna massive hai, you have to put this data into large capacity reservoirs or maybe in a storing system. Or wo is very expensive, and that's why in India, developing AI is a very expensive thing. It's not looking easy, but AI generated information is not easy. So that is something which is very important. And lastly, I would say, लोग कहते हैं AI में लोगों की नौकरी बड़ी, सारे इंजीनियर्स की नौकरी चली जाएगी. तो दो चीज़ें इंपॉर्टेंट हैं. क्या इंजीनियर्स सारे डॉक्टरों की नौकरी खा लेंगे? जब सारी इंजीनियर्स ही कर रहे हैं तो नहीं खा सकते, क्योंकि आपके दिमाग में तो, बट अगर आपको भी इंजीनियर्स, और इंजीनियर मीन्स टेक्नोलॉजी एंड दैट हैज़ टू मर्ज टुगेदर टुडे. That is something which is very important. And tomorrow, those will be the highest paid AI person who have the ability to give right type of prompt. उनको मिलेगा. अब prompt आपने डाला कि हमको बताओ कि हमको AI पे लेक्चर लेना है, मेरा एक लेक्चर के पॉइंट्स दे दो. 5 मिनट बाद आपके पास सारे पॉइंट्स आ जाएंगे, आपके पास लेक्चर के पॉइंट्स ये AI पे बोलने हैं. But if you tell them that I want to talk on this issue with such audience who has the capability of understanding, who has the policy making ability, who are in the early phase of career, so you are giving the right type of prompts to it, and then it will give the filtered, and then you have to filter it again, and then you have to apply your mind. तो वो AI है. अदरवाइज आपका जो प्राइवेट सेक्रेटरी आजकल आपसे ज़्यादा स्मार्ट अंग्रेजी लिखता है. आज आपके पास जो मरीज आएगा ना, वो AI से पढ़ के आएगा कि भाई इसमें तो AI में मैंने चैट GPT में डाला था, मैंने परप्लेक्सिटी में डाला था, तो आप कह रहे हैं इसमें सर्जरी नहीं करनी है, ये तो कह रहा है कि सर्जरी करने का सबसे पहले. तो आपका कंजर्वेटिव अप्रोच जो आप जिस पे गर्व करते थे, वो उसने चैलेंज कर दिया. सो अल्टीमेटली you have to be very careful where you have to stick to your clinical acumen, stick to your clinical decision, and then say AI is supposed to help me, not replace me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for excellent talk and giving the idea. Sir, you have to be here, I think, for maybe some 1 or 2 questions from the audience. It's a very important topic, the AI, and you are the expert in this field. So, sir, I have just 1 or 2 observations regarding AI, and we have been this in the field, AI and Aims and IIT. The director is here, Dr. Sripad Karmalkar. He is the director of IIT Bhubaneswar. And Aims is here, as you know. So we have been trying to know, we have signed MOU with the IIT Bhubaneswar and Aims Bhubaneswar. Try to find out this, how the application of AI could help in our medical education and diagnostic, therapeutic, and prediction, and so many thus you have told just right now. But sir, one thing is that as I think we from Aims we called many AI project to write. I've given them the opportunity and the platform that you write AI based project, and we are going to fund that. So we have given some seed money for AI promotion and all. And also IIT support is there behind us. So they are the, I think, so the faculty members, they are coming, and sir AI तो मेरे को तो कुछ पता ही नहीं है, उसमें तो कुछ प्रोग्राम होता है, इसमें तो हम तो क्लिनिशियन है, हम तो ये करते हैं सर, कहाँ से रिग्रेशन कैसे करें और उसको प्रोग्रामिंग कैसे करें. अभी आपने बता दिया, एल्गोरिदम भी बता दिया, प्रेडिक्शन भी वो सर, तो वो तो सर सॉफ्टवेयर है, एंड सॉफ्टवेयर इज द प्रोग्राम. तो आप मतलब यू आर आस्किंग कि डॉक्टर वो इंजीनियर बन जाए कि कैसा. मैं तो आई वॉज ट्राइंग टू नो, आई बीइंग ए क्लिनिशियन. उस दिन मैं ओपीडी में बैठा था तो एक पेशेंट आया, जैसे मेरे को ईसीजी करना है. बोले क्यों? ना सर हार्ट अटैक है. बोले कैसे पता तुम्हें हार्ट अटैक? नहीं, वो सर चैट जीपीटी से पूछा सिम्टम्स और मेरे को पेन इधर रेफर हो रहा है. तो सर हार्ट अटैक जरूर है, आप जल्दी ईसीजी कराइए. तो पेशेंट आर गिविंग डायग्नोसिस, patients are giving me the direction, what investigation to be done. That is the problem of AI now. So we have no much freedom. And medicine लिखा, बोलते सर चैट जीपीटी तो रिसेंट एडवांसेस में ये बोल रहे सर, ये तो एब्सोल्यूट हो गया, आजकल तो ये चलता ही नहीं, आपने वो लिख दिया. अब बताइए सर क्या करें. ओवर टू यू सर.
I think that is the challenge of transition. जब कंप्यूटर आया था तब भी लोगों ने कहा कि कंप्यूटर तो चलेगा नहीं. दिस कॉल्ड एज ए चैलेंज ऑफ ट्रांजिशन, एंड ऑल ऑफ अस हैव टू बी रेडी फॉर दिस चैलेंज ऑफ ट्रांजिशन. वो तो अभी पहले लोग पढ़ के आते थे नेट से, अब वो एआई से जनरेट करके लाते हैं कि आप बिल्कुल गलत बोल रहे हो, ये ज़माना कहाँ से कहाँ पहुँच गया है. उनसे कहना भैया हम एआई हमारा गुलाम है, हम नहीं एआई के गुलाम है, हमारा क्लिनिकल सेंस ऑन टॉप है, दैट इज़ वन. लेकिन जो आप एआई से लेकर आए हो, हम इसको भी निगेट नहीं कर रहे हैं. आई एम कीपिंग दिस टू हेल्प मी. दैट इज शुड बी द अप्रोच. नेवर एवर से कि तुम जो एआई से जो इन्फॉर्मेशन लेके आए हो ये बकवास है, गलत है. नहीं, बट इसमें लिमिटेशन है, वो लिमिटेशन हमको पता होना चाहिए. दैट इज़ वन. दूसरी आपने कहा एल्गोरिदम, वो कहता है इंजीनियर का काम है. नहीं, ये इंजीनियर तो अगर आइसोलेशन में काम करेगा तो बना ही नहीं सकता. जब तक कि फील्ड हमको नहीं पता होंगी, वो डॉक्टर ही बनाएगा. Algorithm बनाने के लिए it has to be joint work between doctor and this, and that's why I congratulate that you have MOU with IIT, and so is the AIMS has an MOU with IIT Delhi and Aims Delhi. I chair those committees. तो ये तो first step है. हम नहीं कह रहे कि डॉक्टर को एल्गोरिदम बनाना शुरू कर दो, but he will use some IIT person to do that. I will just give you a simple example. An IIT startup has started. अभी जो प्रिस्क्रिप्शन लिखा होता है ना, सिंपल थिंग, हाउ कैन सिंपल थिंग वर्क. ये प्रिस्क्रिप्शन लिखा होता है, प्रिस्क्रिप्शन डॉक्टर का ऐसा होता है कि आधे डॉक्टर तो उसको पढ़ ही नहीं पाते, होता है कि नहीं. वो लिखा होता है गुचुर गुचुर, उसमें लिखा हुआ डाइजीन तो डिजॉक्सिन पढ़ लिया, डिजॉक्सिन लिखा है तो डाइफिनाइल हाइड्रेटोन पढ़ लिया, फ्लूऑक्सीटीन लिखा है तो. I was a chairman of a committee where methotrexate was prescribed, foltrexate दे दिया, foltrexate की जगह folvite की जगह foltrexate दे दिया, because उसकी handwriting खराब थी, and the patient came after 6 months with a complete renal failure because methotrexate दिया हुआ था. Now this program, simple AI engineer has developed this, a group of engineers from IIT in collaboration with Aims and Safdarjung. इसको digitalize करो, digitalize करने के बाद में pharmacist इसको update करेगा. Now this work can be done by AI. If the person is of gastric, it cannot be digitalized, it will auto-correct it. Initial, this will require correction. Now, this type of prescription analysis can be useful in procurement, identifying कि हमको 5 साल के बाद में क्या trend आएगा antibiotics का, हमको इस 6 महीने के बाद कौन से antibiotics हमारा कितने दिन तक ये stock survive करेगा. So that is a simple use, and this will increase the patient adherence. This will reduce the patient mistakes, medication error. So that is something which is important. Similarly, किसी भी decision making process में AI should be useful. It gives a differential diagnosis better. And when you give better prompts, आपने बताया नहीं, अभी just I will tell you one example which I was reading. One of the patient was referred and he got referred to several orthopedic surgeons because उसको यहाँ से यहाँ तक पेन था. AI उसी ने पेशेंट ने डाके ढूंढ के दिया कि इसका डॉपलर फ्लो कराओ, एंड डॉपलर फ्लो उसको किया, and then complete stenosis of both the legs. Now he is being treated with the vascular surgeon. And this is, you have to accept that AI can help you. अगर आपने कहा नहीं यार हम तो बढ़िया से बढ़िया ऑर्थोपेडिक सर्जन में जाएंगे, यार वो हड्डी तुम्हारी रिप्लेस कर देगा, लेकिन यहाँ तक तुमने सोचा ही नहीं ना उसको. That is what.
I'd like to request Dr. Sipat.
It was interesting to hear you. Topic was AI, but suppose you combine AI and robotics. So I will ask the question, to what extent will a combination of AI and robotics replace surgeons?
Very good question. I just recently visited Merrill. Merrill is one of the major device making company. They are making robotic orthopedics device for hip, for this. Now, what they have developed an algorithm which they are giving training to those who are interested free of cost for 3 months, or I don't know 3 months or 1 month. कि आपकी lifestyle, your weight, your previous history, your blood chemistry, and all that based will be done, and then that will determine the exact coordinates of your best fit device. And that can personalize the device. That is what they claim, and that's why they say. और उसके बाद में what precaution, what lifestyle changes are required, that also AI can determine. That also determines what will be the life and what will be the guarantee of this device. यहाँ तक उन्होंने कह दिया. So AI in devices, AI in surgeon, robotic surgeon particularly उन्होंने जो surgeon बताया robotic surgery का यहाँ पे भी, उसमें भी AI का अब role होगा. But it will not replace the surgeon. It will never replace the surgeon. Surgeon की नौकरी तो रहेगी.
Asked because I came across a news item where they showed in China a particular place which is entirely AI and
Absolutely,
robotics.
I was just referring to that.
Devoid
that
of
was a
human-
fake. That was a fake video. A patient, a couple of patients, it was viral video. A patient अंदर गया, कोई डॉक्टर नहीं है, उसका पर्चा लिखा गया हाथ से, उसके डायग्नोसिस का कुछ किया उसने, बाद में वो सारा इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो गए, वो बाहर निकल के आ गया, ट्रीटमेंट होकर आ गया, डॉक्टर दिखाई नहीं. माइंड बॉगलिंग, बट दैट वाज अल्टीमेटली वाज फेक. लेकिन उस फेक वीडियो में थॉट प्रोसेस कितना इन्वॉल्व है ये देखो. वो आज फेक है, वो उसके बाद 50% ऑफ दैट विल आफ्टर 5 years बी रियलिटी. तो वो जो है लोगों ने कहा यार ये फेक तो है, लेकिन इसको एक चैलेंज के रूप में लो. यही होगा, रिप्लेस तो नहीं होगा, लेकिन ये होगा. सो वो जो वीडियो है ना बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है, फेक वीडियो, लेकिन देखना चाहिए, इंटरेस्टिंग है.
Thank you very much. Due to paucity of the time and that we have to continue the next, I think very important topic also, AI in medicine. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your time and valuable talk. So next topic is the AI in medicine, Professor Dr. Minu Singh. Dr. Minu Singh is the Executive Director of Aiims Rishikesh, and there the Aiims is having the Center of Excellence in AI. So a lot of activities going on in Aiims Rishikesh, and Madam is the nodal person in that Center of Excellence in AI in Rishikesh, Aiims Rishikesh. So over to you, ma'am. Yes, please.
Thank you, Ashutosh sir, for this nice introduction. We know that slides these days can be made very quickly with ChatGPT, and whatever commands you give to ChatGPT, the slides will be there. So I won't be relying too much on my PowerPoint, but of course I'll be showing you some of the things which are being done at Aiims Rishikesh. So we recently had this conference which was about AI, And this is our AI-enabled Center of Excellence, which our students have made a rangoli for that. So we have been, in this process of developing AI in association with some of our sister institutions in that area. One is IIT Roorkee, which is also has a Mehta School of AI. And we do have a collaboration with IIT Roorkee. So somewhere in August 5, 2023, this Aims Rishikesh established the Center of Excellence for Artificial Intelligence, which is supported by Government of India. We have a regional resource center for National Medical Colleges Network, which is for telemedicine. And it's actually an offshoot of that. So this was like a significant leap towards leveraging AI to address critical healthcare challenges. And we were working with partners such as Vadhvani AI and also IIT Roorkee. So this was at the time of inauguration of this particular center, which we had, which was inaugurated by then Honorable Health Secretary, Mr. Pant. And since then, we have been doing some activities there. So we usually do these faculty sensitization workshops where we want to involve faculty in writing projects with AI. We have, in this picture, we had a former Dean Academics, Professor Jaya Chaturvedi, and this is Dr. Prasann Panda, who, can I have a pointer, please? Or I can. So this is Prasann Panda, who's actually had collected a lot of data during COVID time and actually produced an algorithm for diagnosis of fever. And from that fever, like how can you make diagnosis using AI? So all the faculty actually also works on that. There are various departments which are involved in AI projects at Aims Rishikesh, and these include radiology primarily, as was said that people have been working on radiological images, and many of these machines of CT scan, MRI, and even ultrasound, they carry AI these days, and they give you some diagnosis even before an expert has looked at it. And last month, a couple of months ago, when there was this big AI summit in Delhi, we had an Indo-French summit at Aims Delhi. And there we were shown that in Aims Delhi, actually first they are reporting their images with AI. And it's only when there is some confusion, then an expert talks about that. But the departments with us who are involved are also radiation oncology and pulmonary medicine, dermatology, because dermatological images, which are produced in images which are there even through telemedicine or teledermatology, you can make algorithms for diagnosis of these images from remote. And then ENT, ophthalmology is also working hard in this field, and as was told by Professor Gupta, about prediction of hypertension and coronary artery disease by looking at retinal images. But our faculty had actually worked, and they produced an algorithm called Madhu Netra. And this is something which has been developed in association with Aims Delhi, and this received a prize during this AI summit which was done, which happened at Delhi. Then anesthesia, neurosurgery, medicine, urology, pediatrics. So this, you can see that Center of Excellence or AI actually can draw number of experts into developing algorithms, developing the clinical decision support systems, developing image intensification related methodologies which help in surgery, and also in robotics. We have a center, we are collaborating with a center of cobotics, which is at Aims Delhi, at IIT Delhi, and they are working on drones, because drones actually are robots which are collaborating robots, and that is how they work, because they can detect, they can sense a lot of obstacles, and then they can work on that. So faculties with AI projects, I just thought that I will just give you a glimpse of what kind of work they are doing. They're doing image analysis tools for assessment of burn wounds. They're developing a machine learning-based clinical decision support system for diagnosis of dermatological diseases, machine-based learning for diagnosis of primary care management of dermatophytic infections, then artificial intelligence in behavioral observation audiometry, then AI-powered clinical decision support for patients of fever, then developing artificial intelligence module in traumatic brain injury to predict intracranial pressures, then artificial intelligence-based analysis of causal factors for preterm birth, then this particular I've already talked about Ramanuj Saman, the one who was awarded for that Madhunetra project, which is a multicentric project for developing and validating AI-based model for diabetic retinopathy. Then we also had a validated a model of AI-based tool for estimating the burden of corneal blindness, cataract, pterygium, and dry eye. Then artificial intelligence for automated analysis of endobronchial lesions. Then recurrent tuberculosis, also people have been working on this. So all this actually attracted a lot of activity, and we were given by Hewlett-Packard's Enterprises as a CSR initiative, a center for artificial intelligence, in which we are provided with some of these tools. And as was said, that some of these systems are very expensive. And that is why probably India has not been able to go very further on this, and we really need to develop these systems for storage of this massive data which is there. So that was something which was given to us. We have been meeting our project investigators for AI projects regularly, and we also collaborate with IIT Roorkee, and IIT Ropar also now has actually, we signed a MOU with them. They've received a 300 crore grant for AI, but their field is more of agriculture, but they're also using it for medicine. So the project deliverables are, of course, I won't go into details of these because this is the work which is going on. So I'll just show you a few applications of AI, which Dr. Gupta has already talked about. And so basically in diagnostics, you have early detection of cancer, heart disease, infections. For telemedicine, we have AI chatbots and virtual assistants which support remote care. In predictive health, AI models forecast outbreaks and patient risks. In personalized medicine, we have tailored treatments which are based on genetic and lifestyle data. So actually why AI matters is that it is framed as a new digital layer for transplant care, because actually in transplant care, because today's theme was basically organ transplantation. So I thought we should talk a little bit about how AI has been used in transplant care. And just I'll devote 5 minutes to that. And the first thing actually what happens in transplant is that you make a very big database of donors. We know that now we have started signing up donors for that they pledge their organs. We have a QR code by which they get a form and they fill up and sign it up. So to maintain that database, we need AI. And later on, when you want to match this database with prospective recipients, because recipients also enter into a database because they have what is called as a transplant list. And based on their severity or based on their sequence in which they are coming, they have to be offered organs. So now this matching is something which is being done in US with the help of AI, because they have a massive database of donors and they have a database of all the recipients, prospective recipients, and that can be matched. Now this matching is not just, so that is the kind of matching which is done logistically. That is that this patient would probably get organ from this place. But there is also matching which is done for organ, after the organ donor has been identified. We do matching of HLA, we do matching of blood group, but that's mostly what we do. But then there are many other things, many other perspectives which are now coming up, and one of them is genetics. One of them is their propensity for infection. One of them is also for their immunological status, nutritional status. So all these things, when matched, the output which is there is much better than what we otherwise do in transplant science. The other thing which happens in transplant is that you are planning for surgery. And as was told today, that in renal transplant in Aiims Bhubaneswar, they were doing robotic donor nephrectomy, and that is for the donor that there should be minimum amount of pain. And we know that robotics also is AI driven, and robotics helps in the robot, the Da Vinci robot, which is there, which is usually used for doing surgery in human beings, is something which is, all the algorithms are derived from AI. And but before that, before you take the patient to a robot or take the patient to a minimally invasive surgeon, what you actually do is you look at their MRIs, their CTs, their total radiological investigations, and then you navigate through these diagnostic investigations using certain programs which are now available on AtomAge and other systems, where the surgery can be planned with utmost accuracy, and there you can have smaller incisions, you can have better predictions, better survival. And for survival of after transplant also there are algorithms, because there, the degree with which you are matched, the degree of your health status at the time of the presence of other diseases if you have, all those will determine the ultimate survival or ultimate survival of the transplant as well. So those things are predicted with the help of AI, and what is being seen is that all these predictive equations, if they're used, the quality of life of these patients who receive transplants is much better in comparison to when we have not used those kind of algorithms. So that is another field in which is now coming up for AI in transplant science. Another thing which helps in transplant science is management of logistics. We know that you need different kind of drugs, you need different kind of consumables. All those can be maintained with the help of inventory management, which also uses AI programs, and those are helpful in maintaining your transplant services. So we can see that even for motivating people, to donate organs, we know that we have been playing these videos, which the Man Ki Baat कार्यक्रम जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का है, which has shown, in which he has counted so many instances in which people have parents or other relatives have agreed to donate organs. And so those things can also be created, those programs with the help of AI, they can be created. And you must have seen so many AI-driven programs these days on YouTube, which seem like real. And it's actually, some of the times, they're just using people's faces and their voices, and they're able to create those kind of messages. So that's another area of education in which AI is being used. So I think we should give AI a good chance in medicine, and especially in transplant science. That is the future. Actually, the dome which you talked about, sir, the Chinese AI program which is there actually is a hospital in Korea, where which is actually a dome. And Professor Raghavan, who was director of IIT Madras, he used to talk of this dome that if you walk through it, everything should be done. And at the end, the prescription also will come from a computer, and it's probably absolutely humanless kind of a system. But they have tried to replicate that a little bit in Korea. There is a hospital in which, but then everything is working in background. In the background, there are human beings there. It is not that everything is being done by the machines. So that is, of course, the future. And but of course, the humans have to be on top of AI. Thank you very much. Jai Hind. That is why, as you said, we have this consortium which has been developed with, which we recently was inaugurated at Aims Delhi for all the 22 Aims. And it's very important that we get data from everybody else, because only then this will be universalized. It can be generalizable.
So I think that's what the purpose of this task force was, that if more number of centers across the country participate with her and give the data, share the data, then I think this algorithm will have a more sensitivity and specificity, India-centric, which word we'll use with their fitting. And I think we have to be also very careful when the international projects ask Indian investigator to give their our data and they will make their algorithm. You have to be very careful. HMSC is one agency which I also member in ICMR which look into this. ऐसा नहीं हो कि हम अपना जो आज़ादी से पहले होते थे सूत हमने दे गए और वहाँ से कपास हम भेज दिया हमने रुई और वहाँ से हमने कॉटन ले लिया 10 times expensive and then sell it more expensive. So data is power and combining that is very important. So I think that is something so ethical issues are very important now. And now one has to be very careful in 2026 onwards after this war. The biggest apprehension is a dubbing of AI. आपने कहा यहाँ से आपने ये प्रॉम्प्ट डाले और ये आपका जो जहाज आपका जो मिसाइल है वो पहुँचेगा तेहरान पे और पता लगा एआई तो उसने ऐसा बनाया कि वो पहुँच गया किसी दूसरे सिटी में तो डबिंग ऑफ एआई है कहीं दूसरी जगह पहुँच गया उसी तरह से दिस कैन ऑल्सो हैपन इन हेल्थ बिकॉज इफ़ यू आर टेकिंग द सोर्सेज फ्रॉम अनऑथेंटिकेटेड रिसोर्सेज बिकॉज एआई में प्रॉम्प्ट में तो वो कहीं से भी खींच लेगा तो उसमें डायग्नोसिस भी गलत हो जाएगी ट्रीटमेंट स्ट्रेटजी भी गलत हो जाएगी तो ये चैलेंजेस साथ साथ में एआई को डेवलप करने के लिए समझने के लिए बड़े इंपॉर्टेंट होते जा रहे हैं थैंक यू मैडम आई थिंक वी शुड क्लैप फॉर एम्स ऋषिकेश टू बी लीडर इन दिस
So I request the honorable chairpersons and the esteemed speaker to please join for a photograph together. Professor Digambar Behra has also joined us. He was one of the chairpersons of the session. Thank you very much, gentlemen and ma'am. We move on with our next session. May I request Professor Ashutosh Biswas to kindly stay back because he's a chairperson in the next session also. As well as Professor Shripad Karmalkar, Director IIT Bhubaneswar, to please stay back. Request Professor Digambar Behra to please stay as one of the chairpersons. And may I invite Professor Dr. Manish Mandal, Chairman, Soto, Bihar, to please join on stage as a chairperson. The topic for this session is Scope of AI in Healthcare. And I take the opportunity of inviting our speaker, Dr. Debi Prasad Dogra. He is Associate Professor and Head Department of Computer Science and Engineering at IIT Bhubaneswar. Professor Dogra, please.
PhD में हूँ Good afternoon, everyone. So I shall be speaking on scope of AI in healthcare, mainly the deep learning and Gen AI era. So I would like to thank Dr. Gupta for pointing out two important points. One is whether AI is going to replace the doctors, the first part, and another one which came in a couple of sessions, that whether the AI models which are currently being trained on the global data, are they relevant for Indian perspective or not? These are very important points which I would like to also cover in this session. So let me give you a couple of slides introduction about what is AI and how it came. Because I'm from the AI domain, I believe that a larger community here, they are primarily from the medical domain. So I would like to introduce with a couple of slides that what is the actual meaning of AI and how the generative AI came. So I'll go by the definition which has been given by Professor John McCarthy, who is actually given the credit for coined the term AI in 1956 Dartmouth conference. So as per his words, it is the science and engineering of making intelligent systems, right? So these intelligent systems which can actually take decisions which are as humanly as possible, right? Now, at the same time, there was one more scientist, I will take his name also, Alan Turing. He came up with a proposal. How do you define whether a system is intelligent or not? So he came up with a test that we call it as Turing test. Now, of late, during the last 3-4 years, we are seeing applications which are actually passing those Turing tests. I will not go into the details of Turing test, but it is a method through which you can explain whether a software system or a computing system is behaving like a human, or not, right? But the question comes, then what is intelligence? So it is basically the computational part which takes the decision. Now, is it possible to define AI without relating it with human intelligence? Not yet, most likely. So far, we understand certain phenomena, but some of these phenomena we still don't understand. What is most disruptive these days is generative AI. And this generative AI, why it is most disruptive? Because it can generate data. Like, Dr. Gupta was giving example that you can create visuals which are non-existent visuals, right? Now, it will hallucinate people, right, who actually do not know. They will simply assume that this data as if they are real, right? So it can generate text data, it can generate image data, it can generate video, it can generate even a physician or a surgeon is doing an operation, right? So all these sort of data can be generated, and they look so realistic, we may be confused, right? And this all started with a single paper that came in as a transformer as a paper, and that paper actually, changed the way the AI algorithms are currently designed. I'm not going into the details of those papers, but that is the backbone of this. So it's no more like a chatbot. AI is no more like a chatbot. It can actually act as a classifier. It can help you in editing systems. It can create summarization. It can answer questions. And it can make drafts for you, right? Now, these are all services. At every stage, we may require certain services. And I'm not against using these tools, but what I would like to say with a bit of caution that up to what extent we should use it, right? So there will be ethical issues also that will be coming, while particularly we will use generated data for medical applications. The one problem which comes, which I will again relate to, the kind of data that we are using it for the training model. I will again go back to our ancient scriptures. I will take help of Chanakya's Niti. If you carefully read this one, a consultation what Chanakya's Niti says that all undertakings should be preceded by consultation. Now the question is that if you do consultation with one person, it may fail in certain scenarios. If you take a lot of consultations, a lot of data comes to you, they are not curated toward a particular domain, it may be creating confusions, right? And a security will also be there because there are many people who are helping you in consultation. There may be some risk that more consultations you may not reach to a decision. So any AI model which you would like to develop must be developed with good quality of data. If you have good quality of data, then you can expect that the AI model is going to generate good quality results. That is the reason we do not want our medical systems to be trained on European data or American data. I'm not against using those models. What I'm trying to say, when you fine-tune these larger models with those data, they are not going to work for a population in a country like India. We have diversity, we have different other, maybe the genome structure is changing, all these things are there, right? So from now onwards, I will shift my focus towards how AI can be useful in healthcare and what is primarily at IIT Bhubaneswar, we are doing it in collaboration with Aiims Bhubaneswar. I'll show you a few examples of that. Now, some of these cases I have taken from what is going on globally, and we will also come back to some of the research work that we are carrying out at IIT Bhubaneswar. If you recall this image, which was maybe 25 years back, or maybe 30 years back, when this girl was united with her mother just by looking into the iris pattern. Now, 30 years back, AI was not that much, but still there was small AI models which could actually match the retina scan to unify the girl with her mother just by looking into the retina scan. We have gone beyond that. These days, we take CT scan images, we use MRI, and physicians, surgeons, they plan primarily before they go for a treatment, whether it is a surgery or whether any kind of other treatment, they actually localize the tumor or the wound or wherever the operation is needed. And that basically helps them to navigate during the process, right? This is a common practice and across many IITs, Aiims, they are doing it. Like ma'am was talking about Aiims, Rishikesh, I have been following their research work for last, since COVID. So they are discovery in several fields. I have seen it. They have made a lot of products which are basically going to change or transform the Indian medical system, right? One more example. What AI can do? Drug discovery is one point where AI can actually help. Because generating those sequences, it takes a lot of time. Okay. With the help of AI, you can actually come up with proteins which may be useful for the drug discovery. And this becomes very fast. If you look into this article, which says that the success rate of finding tight binders up to 100-fold, right? This has been reported in Science 2023. So this is again a diffusion model, generative AI-based model. I was working with IPG MER SSKM Hospital, Kolkata during my PhD, okay, closely working with their neonatology department, where I was mainly helping them to develop AI systems to automate Hammersmith infant neurological examinations. That's my first experience. First time I was exposed to this medical community. I was doing this. So you may be knowing these HINE terms. Now, grading these, different types of, postures of the newborn babies who are primarily susceptible to different kinds of neurological disorders at their latter stage of life due to the preterm birth. So I was part of developing these AI-based systems. I'm talking about 15 years back. That time AI was not that much into the domain, but still we were using certain image processing computer vision-based algorithms to automate some of these tests, which were very difficult for an expert to judge by visually observing the reaction of the baby while the tests were being conducted. Right, these are some of these visuals. I will not go into the details of these visuals, but they are basically part of those experiments which have been funded by ICMR back in 2010, around that time. So these sort of models were there. That these models were, initial days of the AI, right? Recently, we have started a lot of collaborations between Aims Bhubaneswar and IIT Bhubaneswar. Now I will focus IIT Bhubaneswar's contributions in collaboration with Aims. So one of the research projects which I'd like to mention, the PI is also available. So with Dr. Suchitra and her team, we are now doing a study funded by ICMR, trying to understand that how AI-based techniques can be useful for ovarian cancer prediction, right? This project has started just 1 year. We are finishing only 9-10 months. So here, the seriousness of the issue, you know that the percentage of the people who are actually diagnosed at the stage 1, I think more than 95% can be, 5-year survival rate will be 95% if they are diagnosed at stage 1. So that is the reason we thought that this can be a good one to start with Aims Bhubaneswar. Now, the difficulty that we are facing is we are getting data from blood, tissue, hair records, images. So you have multimodality data coming, right? So we are in the process of designing the algorithms, and our study includes approximately 300 patients. But you see the dimensionality of the features. We are handling 102 parameters for each and every patient, right? And they are all numbers, text, images, all these things will come together. So we would like to come up with an AI model which will be useful for predicting these cases. So our inclusion strategy, where do we recruit the patients? These are project-specific data we recruited from different departments of the Aims Bhubaneswar. Then also IIT Bhubaneswar is also in collaboration with Aims Bhubaneswar. We are almost in the final stage of developing a course which is in the approval stage. We would like to, like Dr. Gupta was mentioning, doctors who are not familiar with AI, they will not be required. So that gap we would like to bridge. We believe that a course like this one can be helpful for the doctors and medical staff of the Aims Bhubaneswar. And since Aims Bhubaneswar and IIT Bhubaneswar are co-located, it is now quite possible with certain learning outcomes for this particular course. I'd like to cite 2 more specific collaborations which actually resulted in good outcomes with, I have taken this photograph with one of the Aims Bhubaneswar students, Dr. Abhishek. He came to me, I think 8 years back. He was an MBBS student at IIT Aims Bhubaneswar. Suddenly one fine morning he came to me, said, I would like to do something, AI-based platform, which will be helpful for the patients to connect with them with the ambulance and the logistic connections. So I thought that you are a doctor. Why are you coming to me? You better, study the MBBS and do good. No, sir. I would like to, come to this. And I would like to make an application which can be useful. Now, actually, they have a good company now. They have established. So I must thank him that on that day, 8 years back, when he came to me, I was not that sure that whether he will be able to make it as a good product or a good company or not. Now he is doing good, in the same domain. Another one is Jivang, which is another product which is coming out of IIT Bhubaneswar Research and Entrepreneurship Park, which recently got CDSCO approval. This device will be placed in IIT Bhubaneswar screening counter so that it can actually reduce the load of the OPT, right? So this is an AI-based chatbot which will help screen the patients initially before they actually enter into the physicians, right? So these are a few examples I have not taken, because there are many peer-to-peer projects going on between IIT Bhubaneswar and Aims Bhubaneswar. I believe with the advent of generative AI and artificial intelligence and with the co-location of both the premier institutes in the same city, we are on the right track. So thank you all for listening to me. Thank you.
Very nice and elaborative talk. What would the gist of your talk?
So gist of the talk is, all the doctors, we do not want the doctors to be replaced by AI model. We want these AI models to be the tool to help the doctor in the diagnosis process. And the second point will be that without AI, if it may take a few more decades to discover certain kind of, life-saving drugs, with AI, we can expedite the process.
It can minimize the OPD time, but at the same time, it cannot go in the raw hands. Because if in the raw hands, the AI gives its own diagnosis, its own management, without the feeling of perception.
Right, sir. Absolutely right. That's the reason we are using it as a tool, right? For example, the project we are doing with Dr. Suchitra, it's not going to be an open platform which everyone can use it. For example, if the tool is successful here for ovarian cancer, we would like to deploy it probably at tertiary, maybe primary and secondary healthcare centers where all the facilities may not be fully available. So it's not going to a public domain. The public can test it. But it will be definitely connected to different tier hospital systems, right? So I understand your concern that it should not be, AI should not be actually acting as a doctor. Rather, it should be controlled way of AI usage by the physicians, by the doctors who can understand that whether the outcomes are logically correct or not. This is extremely important.
Okay, so since you started off by an introduction to AI, see, people have been using Google search.
Right, sir.
Right? Now, why Google search was never called AI?
Sir, Google search was not called as part of AI because earlier it was mainly an algorithm-driven outputs which were coming. And that algorithm was primarily relying on the data, right? But now what is happening, every time we interact with Google search, that algorithm changes itself. So that modification is happening inherently. That's why now it has become AI. Earlier it was mainly dictionary-based, right? A few mathematical equations were there. But now that mathematical equation itself is changing.
Yeah.
So, every interaction.
So can you, basically what you're saying is, ability to search is not necessarily a part of intelligence.
Right. Ability to search is not part of an intelligence. It's basically a simple process. For example, in a semiconductor, sir, you will understand better than me. In a memory design, if I give an address, it will go to a particular location, binary address, right? So it's not AI anymore. But the question is that if I give an address, if it goes to a particular location, depending on the time and all other things, then it becomes AI, right? Yeah. Sir, the proposal is with the Aims director, sir. I hope that once it is approved, and we are open to bring it to all the medical community, but we are starting with Aims Bhubaneswar. I believe that once, because Aims is a national institute, right? Once it gets accepted by the Aims fraternity, then obviously the other institute doctors, they will be also joining our program. That's our hope, right? And because we are limited in resources, that is another reason that we are keeping it to Aims Bhubaneswar at present. But I believe that this will open up. Thank you.
So thank you, esteemed speaker and esteemed chairpersons. I request you to please join for a photograph together. Thank you. We have our next session on decoding aging and malignant networks using advanced imaging and artificial intelligence. And for this, I call upon the chairpersons, Professor Y.K. Chawla, ex-director PGI Chandigarh, and Chairman Task Force NAMS. I also call upon Dr. Shantanu Kar to chair this session. Professor Chawla, please, and Dr. Shantanukar. I invite our speaker, Dr. Vivek Tiwari. He is Assistant Professor, Biological Sciences at Aiims Berhampur, Orissa, and he'll be giving his talk on decoding aging and malignant networks using advanced imaging and AI.
Sir, can I begin? Yeah.
We love to listen to you on decoding aging and malignant networks. Please join.
All right, meanwhile, it gets settled up. So, good evening, everyone. I'm Vivek. I'm faculty in Biological Sciences at Aiims Berhampur. First of all, thanks to NAMS for conducting this workshop, and special thanks to Professor Bhagirathi and Professor Bishwas sir for this opportunity to speak here and share our recent research endeavors. So, yeah, I mean, as the title says, that in our group at Aiims Berhampur, we are trying to actually understand aging-associated cognitive disorders and brain tumors, basically gliomas and brain metastasis, using advanced neuroimaging and artificial intelligence with an intent that can we develop something biologically relevant, which will be eventually translated into the clinics for routine practice. Right, so I think to begin this talk, I would like to share here that I think the clinicians need a number in their hand, right, to make a decision. I mean, this is my perspective as a research scientist, that once there is a number, I think it's easy to make the clinical decisions. Like, let's say if you have a thermometer, you can measure the temperature and you can determine the grade of the fever. So accordingly, you can administer paracetamol or any drug which is needed to actually take care of the fever. Right? Similarly, we can kind of we know that, okay, if the blood sugar is more than 180 milligram per deciliter, there is something like diabetes, right? Or if the blood, the pressure is like shooting up above 120, 90 and something like that, we can make a decision that the person is normotensive or hypertensive, right? So basically, once you have a number, I think the decision making becomes easier. And I think that's where the AI has to come into the picture. So basically, once these are single variable thing, the decision making by these kind of instruments is pretty easy. But the moment you have something like where there is multifactorials, so there are many variates working together to actually determine the health. So let's say for brain health, so it's very complex. Brain health is kind of governed by several features like the structural health of the brain, so frontal part, parietal part, occipital, hippocampus, they all have to come into the picture to actually say whether was the brain health. And it's just not the structural health, rather you also need to know what is the cerebrovascular or the microvascular health, all right? You need to know what is the glymphatic system, how is it working, what is the flow of the CSF across those vessels and the, the aqueduct of Silvers and all those kind of thing. What's the network? How are the brain regions talking to each other? Are they in the well-defined connectivities, the nodes and internodes? There is a lag though, okay. How are the connectomes in the brain working, the fibers between the neurons, how are they talking to each other? How is the neurotransmitter kinetics like glutamate and GABA working together? Once you understand all these variables, then only we can define brain health. So it's a multifactorial, and there comes in actually the role of AI, where AI is actually taking more closer to the biology, right? So it's not going to replace anyone, rather going to get clinically challenging solutions pretty easy, where you can play with the data. That's what we were talking about, that the data extensive thing needs to be wrapped in artificial intelligence to make clinically precise outcomes or decisions, right? So basically, do we have a brain health index? I don't think so. So until unless we do not kind of study across all these parameters, we are not going to get something like an index which can say that, okay, your brain is healthy, or are you aging normally, you are going towards a normal aging trajectory, or you're going to slowly drift towards MCI or Alzheimer's disease. So therein comes the role of the AI and other kind of computational algorithms. So just to say that if the brain health is so complex where there are multi-factors which we need to determine, then basically consider about the brain diseases, or for that reason any disease, it has to be multi to the power X factors. And that's where the AI comes into the picture to find out that X. And I think the whole world is actually looking for that X, that once we know that X, which can be clinically precise and help us in clinical decision making. Right, so with these kind of perspective in our lab, what we are doing is we are in the first part, we are trying to study aging and aging-associated disorders, where we are trying to develop some methods where we can forecast, not just predict, rather forecast that is your aging trajectory towards an MCI, Alzheimer's, or vascular dementia, or you are really just going on to the healthy aging trajectory. Can we pinpoint those neuroanatomic or neurometabolic changes with AI, and can be forecastive about the trajectory of the aging? That's funded by CMR CR grant recently. And the second part we are working on, actually, can we use the imaging-based measurements of the brain tumors, basically gliomas and metastasis, to actually understand the biological underpinning? Can we look at the geometry or the structural complexity of the tumors and pinpoint whether there is a X mutation or Y mutation, or if there is an epigenetic landscape, so that we can kind of for a time being bypass immediate need of the biopsy, right? And in the third part, which I may not be able to discuss today for the time constraint, where we are developing several methods to actually squeeze the time in MRI, right? You don't need to be there in for 30 minutes, 40 minutes. Can we develop some AI-based methods where we can squeeze the time in MRI spent by a person? And another project which is ongoing, funded by SMR, where we are trying to actually bypass the need of gadolinium MRI, where can we synthesize a GAD MRI without administering gadolinium, okay? So just going by the perspective about the aging study, so as I told, that brain health is multifactorial. You need to know all these kind of factors, and if anything goes wrong to any of these variables, you tend to have brain diseases. So we are in our group, we are trying to do several advanced imaging methods that I'm not going to discuss. We develop our own methods and try to measure these cerebrovascular or the flow or the functional health or functional MRI measurements, or connectome, basically DTI measurements. We try to do some imaging, good imaging, which can be actually wrapped in AI. So basically, someone was saying before this that whatever the data quality, same will be the data output. So basically, if there is garbage in, there'll be garbage out, right? So basically, AI has to also go back a little bit, where you really need to know what the data you're working on. So basically, you really need to acquire some good quality data so that you can train your model. Otherwise, the decision making will be actually always speculative, all right? So yeah, so what to do then? So what we believe, that while we are healthy, so-called, right, there are some networks in the brain which is called structural networks, which are kind of working at thermodynamic equilibria. So we really need to know our structural connectivities if you want to understand the brain health. We need to know the functional connectivities. And how is it possible? Then once you start integrating these imaging data with AI or the computational algorithms to actually understand these networks. So basically, AI is taking more closer to the biology. So instead of saying replacing, I would rather say that AI is assistive and explainable. So where it gets more closer to the biological phenomenon. So we are studying these functional networks in the brain with the help of a lot of algorithms and AI. And we believe that there is metabolic connectivity across the brain. So once all these connectivities are working at a fair optimum, basically then we say that, okay, it's a healthy brain, but we need to develop a brain health index, which we are actually working on actively. And the moment there is a lesion in the brain, right? Let's say a lesion, this could be any lesion. It can be a brain tumor or epileptic lesion or white matter lesion, small vessel disease lesion. It will try to perturb these networks. So although the regions of the brain which are not having the lesion, they appear to be normal, but how normal are they? Are they really normal? So basically, we really need to understand beyond the lesions as well, that when you are actually doing, let's say, radiation diagnosis, and I mean, you are administering radiations in the cancer patients, many times you see that some of the patients develop cognitive disorders. So why is it? Like, is the normal appearing region actually normal? So basically, we really need to understand the whole brain whenever we are doing any treatment related to the brain disorder. So basically, this whole idea that we want to determine what is the structural rewiring in the normal appearing regions, apart from even the lesions, actually, right? What's the functional rewiring and what is the metabolic coupling? If we can understand all these, I think we will have answer for that X variable that we were talking about. How do we do that? We use this beautiful toy gifted by Peter Mansfield and Paul Lauterbach. We have this 3 Tesla MRI at ISA Berampur, and we kind of wrap this with artificial intelligence and machine learning by leveraging those spin properties, right? So just moving on to the first part, I mean, this audience doesn't need to be told this, but let me say here that currently our population above 60 years in our country is actually around 153 million. And by 2050, I think we are going to be actually 347, which is equivalent to a United States of America population. And this is a prediction just based upon the demographic kinetics, right? But the moment you start kind of considering other confounding factors like, the diabetes, HbA1c, and all those kind of parameters, the hypertension, other risk factors. So basically, these numbers, I think, are really alarming. It could be that much before 2050, we may hit the limit. We may be a highly aging-associated cognitive burden society. So basically, I mean, we all know all these kind of reports over there. I don't refrain from saying that in the coming time, it's very likely that the aging-associated brain disorders could be the next pandemic, given the vehement increase in the cognitive burden because of the elderly population. So what is the problem right now? So what's the problem that we are addressing is, if you look at our brain aging pattern, some of us are cognitively normal, some slowly drift towards, or rather kind of like, phase out towards the mild cognitive impairment or Alzheimer's disease. And apparently being an aging-associated risk for MCI and AD, there's a very subtle overlap between all these. So it's very difficult to actually pinpoint a normal from MCI or MCI from AD at a very early stage, right? So basically there's a lot of overlaps. And this whole problem, and this problem is actually like this. So if you look this picture, there's a puppy and there's a muffin. So which one is a puppy, which one is a muffin? With the given kind of variables that we are actually looking at, these kind of disorders, it's very difficult to make a clinical decision. So because the changes are so subtle that you can't pinpoint what's normal, what MCI, what's AD, right? So there comes the AI into the picture, that to make invisible visible, where you integrate AI into your routine clinical practice, all right? So the idea is like, if there is healthy aging, there could be a spatiotemporal kinetics where there is a structural change, there is a cerebrovascular change, there is fiber connectome, followed by function, metabolic changes, basically like glutamatergic and GABAergic neurotransmitter kinetics, and followed by CSF flow. But let's say if there is an MCI or AD, what we believe is basically these changes could be like, now they become random. So the changes which were kind of happening in the intermediate age group for a healthy aging trajectory, they could be the one that came for the first. So basically it could be the function that gets perturbed first, and function means regional functions of the brain, right? So if you can pinpoint what is the spatiotemporal kinetics, so this is something called as event-based modeling. So once you have all that data, you can model these into the events, and based upon the events, you can have some clinical decisions. What if there is an Alzheimer's? So it's very likely that the metabolic changes or functional changes, it could be random. I'm just proposing here that this is what AI can do, that it can event model. So once we have large data and we know data sharing across the country, these models are very easily available. We should be actually employing it to actually understand these MCI and Alzheimer's or other cognitive disorders. How are we doing it? We are building a cohort actually in Berampur, but it's open to all other places. It's in collaboration with a few of the clinicians here at Aiims Bhubaneswar. We collect blood, we collect cognitive assessments, we do imaging measurements, and the imaging measurements that we are doing is basically beyond the conventional. Just the structure and all those things are well eaten up. We are going for high tractography, high resolution tractography. We are doing functional MRI measurements, spectroscopy, tailored spectroscopy rather, and we are measuring this flow, perfusion, and all this. And we are using AI to actually delve deep into the structural details. So let's say we all know hippocampus. Hippocampus is a big structure, but hippocampus is made up of several small subfields like CA1, CA2, CA3, and subiculum, which is kind of like limited by the resolutions of the MRI and kind of like diagnosis that you can make from. And each region of the hippocampus has different function to do. So what we are doing, we are employing AI, and now you can see that actually we can see well digitizations and the foldings in the hippocampus as well. So we are moving well beyond the conventional imaging and trying to develop this unique cohort from our population here. This is Neha and Neeraj who did this some work where we have all these variables. We start quantifying these small vessels by using AI-based methods. We do the spectroscopy, and what we are believing is basically we have some parameters which can distinguish CN from MCI or MCI from AD. Only 2 parameters though, which is like the parahippocampal gyrus and the CSF flow. All right, but the moment you look at the intermediate events, there are some more features. Some more new features appeared, a few features disappeared, and when you look at the late age, we have some unique parameters. So I'll not go into the result part. It's already published. This is something very interesting here, that okay, once you have big data, right? I mean, it's always a scare for the clinical community, right? So what to do with that? We don't enjoy that, and you don't have much time to actually look into those details. So what we thought that, can we identify very minimal and optimal number of the features which can help you in decision making? So we started kind of like, we always think that higher the number of the data is always good. No. Let's see here. So if you just have two features, this machine learning algorithm could not differentiate CN from MCI from AD, and the accuracy was just about 50%. You keep on adding the features, and you see that we achieve a very high accuracy here, and thereafter this accuracy goes down or it doesn't change, right? So you keep adding the features, it doesn't increase the sensitivity or the accuracy. So basically, there is always a biological interplay that has to come with AI. So the domain knowledge is really, really needed for AI to be decisive in the nature and explainable in the nature. So we have just these three parameters now, which is brain volume, which is gray matter and the white matter, and the CSF and the white matter hyperdensity, which is a small vessel disease. Once you have all these three together, you can accurately classify CN versus MCI and AD. And this accuracy that I'm talking about, it is not the group accuracy, rather it is the individual accuracy, right? So we are further working on it and kind of like, developing those forecasting model that if you can predict whether I'm going on an MCI trajectory or AD. It's quite advanced study right now, but I'll not share the results right. Yeah, and this is something where we all can work together, that can we forecast much before the clinical manifestation? So basically, there is a window period always. Can we identify these window periods based upon the understandings that we observe over the kinetic patterns, right? So if we can employ all these, go back, use AI and kind of like, develop some clinically relevant models. We are doing spectroscopy to actually get those glutamate and GABA into the brain, which are really very important neurotransmitters, tough to detect in vivo. Tissues is fine, but the moment it comes in vivo, these are very difficult ones. So we believe that any dishomeostasis amongst these is kind of like, going to cause a lot of disorders. So we are moving beyond this conventional short T spectroscopy, which is well done in the routine clinical setup. They don't get much answers to the neurologists or the oncologists. We can't see GABA, we cannot see glycine, we cannot see glutathione, glutamate with the the clinical reliability, the precision. So basically it's a challenge, and we use some AI methods to actually develop newer methods to get this spectroscopy. And once we do the spectroscopy, even we develop methods for the quantification, and there comes a lot of biology into the picture. So we in fact just don't segment the whole brain, rather we can segment the amount of the gray and the white matter or any other tissues present in those voxels. So basically, we do a lot of voxel-based segmentation. So we get these gray matter probability, white matter probability, and the CSF. And then if you look at this voxel, right, so there is some white matter, which is shown by yellow, but there is green also, which is basically the gray matter. So once you are getting those metabolite concentrations, if you really want a clinical answer from these kind of measurements, we need to delve deep into the tissue-based morphometry. So we need to get what is the tissue content of that voxel. If there's a lot of necrosis in the tissue, I mean, whatever the data that you're getting is actually, it's not representative of the whole tumor. So basically, when I come onto the tumor part, I can show that we can segment the tumors likely, that where is the necrosis, where is the edema, where is the enhancing part of the tumor, and if I place my voxel there, how much is necrosis, how much is edema. If I can account those, then only I should believe the spectroscopy, the features of the tumor or of that region. So basically, we are able to quantify this glutamate and GABA, and then we have also taken a lot of PET data and other things, started kind of doing this event-based modeling, that what is that first event that can classify a CN from MCI and AD. We took a lot of PET data, which was available from the ADNI and other global consortiums. We do see that basically, this was very surprising to us, that the white matter hyperintensity is kind of appearing the first feature, which is more descriptive than those A beta uptakes or the SUVRs from the PET that can differentiate a CN from MCI. And this is the trajectory that we are following right now, I mean, which we are obtaining from our models. So yeah, I have 2-3 minutes. I can go ahead. Yeah. So we are developing with the help of these AI-based thing that India does not have its own neuroimaging template. So what to compare with? How do I know that what is normal hippocampus volume for a 30 years old, for a 50 years old? There's no normative reference as such available in the public domain where we can access it. So basically, we are kind of, from our cohort, we are trying to develop this atlases which are India made from the Indian population, where this is basically the whole hippocampus. And once you have look at this atlas, you can get the CA1, CA2, CA3, and the subiculums and all those kind of thing. You can map, you can can now put your unknown image onto this and get to know all the volumes that is there. And do you fall in that normative range or not? So this is ongoing study. We have just 123 data from 20 to 30 years, 75 from 31 to 40, 39, 39. And I'm really looking for more collaborations, more sites to actually contribute to this initiative. There comes a lot of perspective of the data sharing. So A, we want to be an AI nation. B, we should also be looking for ease of the data sharing, where the data is actually in a cloud or in a portal, which is readily accessible to everybody. We all are generating a lot of data, but is it accessible to all? I think that needs to be taken care of. And what we want to eventually do is basically develop an app which could be used by any person who is not an expert. But again, that comes with a caveat that are we going to, actually any layman is not going to make a decision out of that. It's just to assist and explain. An assistive AI or an explainable AI, once we have all these things goes into this, in this app, where the AI does things in the background. It asks for your date of birth and all those kind of things, and it tells you how much are you deviating from your normative. So it will be something helpful for the clinicians to actually take a decision. And if we can develop something like a brain age model, where if your biological age well taken into the care, you can be 30 years or 40 years into the age, but is your brain of the same chronological age? So your brain might be 45 or 50 or 35, depending upon the brain health. So can we develop a brain health index as a measure to actually evaluate the health of the brain and be predictive in whether you are on an aging trajectory or the pathological aging trajectory. That's the part from the aging. I'll quickly sum up from the tumor part. Was the limitation in the tumor analysis, brain tumor analysis, is that still we have a lot of genetic and epigenetic markers which tells about the prognosis and the diagnosis, like IDH mutant tumors survive well, IDH wild type tumors do, they have bad prognosis, but how to get them? You need the tissue. And there comes major limitation for the society like us in the rural setup, where they cannot afford neurosurgery, or there is a lot of a big queue for the neurosurgeons. So can we develop something like a radiogenomics platform which can actually tell us, based upon the imaging, that what kind of mutation exists? It may not be immediately taken as a gold, biopsy. Biopsy is always a gold thing, but in the future, if we can make something like genomics being worked upon by the MRI, because the moment the tumor is in, we were talking about the brain stem. If the tumor is in the brain stem or the pontine regions, a neurosurgeon cannot reach over there. So we have developed something in our lab. We are looking for the geometry of these tumors, and this paper recently came in iScience with there was a collaborator from Aiims Nams as well, part of this study, where we tried to segment these tumors across the enhancing, non-enhancing, and necrotic part. And the belief was that if you see a wrinkled seed that has what Mendel told, that wrinkled is wrinkled because it has some genetic factor. There is round because it has some genetic factor. So if there is an highly complex geometry of a necrotic tumor or a non-enhancing part or enhancing part, because when you look at the tumors, they come in different shape and size. So what does the shape and size mean? What is the biological relevance of that? If I show you many examples, that the grades of the tumors are same, but they are very different in the shape and size. So what does the shape and size have to do with the biology? We have developed some AI-based methods where we can segment these tumors across necrosis, edema, and non-enhancing parts, which is available there. So we just don't do 3-compartment model, we do 4-compartment model segmentations. So these all the edema, enhancing, necrotic, non-enhancing can be made visible now, and in the 3D, just not the axial, but rather in all the 3D, you can collect this information. And then later on, I started doing for the WHO studies and all those kind of things. So yeah, this is the power of AI, that with those geometric complexity, we are able to separate an IDH mutant tumor from an IDH wild type. So the blues are the wild types and the reds are the mutants. And just by using the geometric complexity of the enhancing and the non-enhancing part of the tumor, you are getting an accuracy somewhere around 86% to actually differentiate a mutant from a wild type. And once we start putting those variables that I was talking about, the clinical translation is going to be really a practical thing in the routine setup. Yeah, I'll skip this, and this is what we are trying to develop, something called as a glioma kundli, where you don't need to be an expert in the radiogenomics, where you put up your data, it goes in there, the AI happens in the background, the segmentation happens in the background, and then it kind of matches with the library that we have. And can we say that whether the tumor is a mutant or a wild type? The decision comes from there, but again, it should be matched with other modalities which a clinician looks at. But definitely for a immediate decision making, I think this is something working well at this point of time. I'm ready to share it, and I'm really looking to test it across the clinical sites. Yeah, thanks for your patient hearing. Sorry I rushed because of the time constraint. I did take some more time, I'm sorry for that. These are the collaborators and these are the funding support, and whatever the data that I showed have appeared in these journals. And these are my team members who have actually contributed for this work. And Barampur is actually hardly 2.5 hours away from here, a beautiful place. Next, and our campus, this is Aiims Barampur, which is next to the sea beach. You all are welcome, and I'll be very happy to see such kind of conference happening there at some point of time. Thank you, sir. Thank you for this opportunity. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Vivek Tiwari, for a mind-boggling talk. Absolutely imaginative, and you're doing it into reality.
Thank you, sir.
So that was a wonderful talk, and we are still in the initiative stage. There would be a lot of variables that would come up. How does the brain of an alcoholic or an addictive person, diabetic, how it happens? But with this normative data, I'm sure you would be able to pinpoint the problem with the brain in specific group of patients. Super.
We did include the diabetes and the hypertension into the picture.
You did mention.
So I did not show some part where we are seeing small vessel diseases more in the subjects who are having diabetes and hypertension. So the moment I put them in the data, the confounders, like, so the prediction becomes like a little bit better.
Yes.
Yeah.
But simply super. You have a talking question.
Sure, sir.
Yeah, please use the mic and please identify yourself.
First of all, sir, it was a wonderful talk, very elaborative and very illustrative. Sir, I am Dr. Saurav. I am anesthesiology and critical care from Aiims Kalyani. Like when we went to Chandigarh, we had a talk of role of AI in neurocritical care in neuro ICU. So there was this three thing that was discussed. When we are discussing AI in a critical care patient, there are basically machine learning, deep learning, and your artificial convoluted neural networks with multiple layering. So when we are talking about closed loop AI, what it is doing, apart from the prediction analytics, suppose there is increase in brain pressure, it is simultaneously giving the drug also to reduce the brain pressure. So prediction analytics and therapeutics are going hand in hand. Do you think at this point of time, is it safe for the AI to do both? Because suddenly if we overshoot the level of drug to reduce the brain pressure, we may harm the patient also. So at what point of time should we intervene as clinicians?
Okay, quite clinically, vast question. But if I understand your question correctly, let me answer a little bit. So AI has moved beyond predictive. We shouldn't be actually thinking of the predictive AI. Let me tell you very honestly, because that doesn't help much. It has been there actually. AI is not very new. It has been there for the last 5-10 years and more than that, in fact. So predictive AI has not done much justice to the healthcare. It should be rather more discriminative AI, where we are. It should be a binary answer. Okay, I think that's something we are looking for. And second one is, as I keep saying, the explainable AI that has to be there. So as you are talking about the diagnosis part, it has to be those two AIs. The moment it comes for the therapeutics, so the same AI, so basically, I think the endeavor should be made to not tweak the data. So while you had a model for a trajectory which was discriminative or predictive, whatever you said, now when the similar subjects underwent some kind of therapeutics, okay, it should be very random. Rather, we should be very careful about the massage data. Massage data never gives a good answer. It should be really dirty garbage data collected from all the sites. And once we have those understanding and the well-learned model, then I think the therapeutics and the diagnosis can go hand in hand. But apparently at this stage, more of a decision making could be assisted with the help of the clinicians. It should be with a pinch of salt. And slowly, gradually, as we gather more data, AI has just begun in terms of the data. For next 5-10 years, it's going to be data extensive AI, where the data is into the market. People are kind of training onto a good, nerdy, and all those kind of data, and then start going onto the therapeutic spaces. But it may be case to case. Some of the questions are very easy to answer, so their therapeutics can come into the picture. But for some neurovascular and all those kind of thing, where you really need some good amount of the data, I think efforts need to go in there. Yes, sir.
Just a minute before we move on with the next question, I take the opportunity of inviting Shri Subhashish Panda, Additional Secretary PMO, to please join on stage as a chairperson. And this will be the last question that we take because we have still one more talk to complete.
Yeah. I just want to know that you have already explained so much about the brain imaging, and is there any data linked with the spinal cord also? Because a lot of the patients are also a spinal cord injury. So there may be, I think, some data should be collected so that we can also do something more better. And is there any relation with the Neuralink device that was the time was come in the light? So can you say something about?
Yeah, so for coming for your spinal cord question, sir, so these pipelines are kind of robust, but at the same time, they are general. So let's say you're looking for the white matter degeneration, which is also a feature of the spinal cord. So when you're looking about the axonal regeneration and all those kind of things in the spinal cord injury, this could be taken over there. This could be tested with some tweakings around because the environment in the spinal cord is little different from the environment in the central nervous system, in the brain, in fact. So it could be adapted there, but that's not my interest, so I did not delve into that. But definitely, why not? I mean, if we get data and we can train the model, those can be adapted easily. So this is one beauty, that these are adaptable in the flexible model systems, which once you have developed for something, it can be translated to the other with not, like, it doesn't require much endeavors into that.
Maybe not interest for you, but it is for my interest because my
100%.
I mean,
I think the researchers should have the interest coming from the clinicians. They should not be deciding the problem from the offices.
Yes, thank you. That was a brilliant talk and very nice deliberations it incited and invited. We now come to the end of our session where we have our last talk. I invite Shri K.N. Bhagat, Chairman, Odisha Trust of Technical Education and Training, to please deliver his talk. He'll be speaking on empowering communities, AI-driven telemedicine through Ayogya Mandir for universal health coverage and Viksit Bharat 2047.
Chief guest, dignitaries, students and the audience, those who are present over here. After listening so much from all the eminent personalities, I do not know what I am to speak. The topic has been given to me, empowerment of communities, role of telemedicine and AI. So before I speak something about it, I would like to give a brief introduction about the Odisha Trust of Technical Education and Training. Odisha Trust of Technical Education and Training is a trust and engaged in telemedicine. Telemedicine is a branch of medicine which can love all and serve all. At the same time, no other branch can do that. At the same time, any medicine, there is no medicine without a doctor. keep. No. Straight away I'll go to video link. Just keep that. The brief I'll put regarding OTAT, telemedicine. Since the topic which has been given,
India is a vast country with a huge disparity between urban and rural infrastructure. The people in rural and remote areas are found struggling to access timely medical treatment. Under the guidance of Bhagwan Sri Satya Sai Baba, with a vision of national development through education for all, healthcare for all, service for all, moral and spiritual regeneration of mankind, the Odisha Trust of Technical Education and Training, OTET, headed by Sri K.N. Bhagat, designed the e-health and telemedicine project in 2009.
Health for all is not possible due to the mismatch of doctors and facilities. Through this project, quality healthcare made accessible at the grassroots level, and it reduces the direct cost to government and out-of-pocket expenses for the general people.
It involves training of local youth in e-health and telemedicine services and enables them to set up e-health centers in government-run primary healthcare centers, PHCs, community healthcare centers, CHCs, and subdivisional hospitals. At OTIT, local youths are trained for a month in an e-health program, after which they can start an e-health center in PHCs and CHCs. OTET has tie-ups with government hospitals as well as private hospitals such as Apollo, Global, Asian Institute of Gastroenterology, and Narayana Hridayalaya, amongst others.
के कारण से रेटिना में गड़बड़ हो सकता है, उसको हम डायबिटिक रेटिनोपैथी बोलते हैं.
So far, 127 such centers have been opened in Odisha at the village and district levels. These centers have created job opportunities for over 500 youth in Odisha and reached out to over 5 lakh patients.
टेली कंसल्टेशन एंड टेली फॉलोअप जो पेशेंट माने बहुत दूर रे रहउछंदी सीएससी पीएससी गां रहउछन तांग डॉक्टर जाई पारु नाथि एठी बसी करी हमर टेली कॉन्फ्रेंस रूम रे बाहर छोट छोट जगह रे इवन कोरापुट रे बसबा लोक मान हमठो हेल्प नै पारिबो.
This project creates huge employment, thereby help for all-round socio-economic development. A person need not move from his village unless until a surgical intervention is required.
OTET's e-health and telemedicine model has been recognized as world's first viable approach to incremental and sustainable implementation of ICT-based development project based on local ownership and PPP model of governance.
Telemedicine project is one of the nation's important project as vision of our Honorable Prime Minister. After taking over as Prime Minister, he started about telemedicine and now it has gone to Arogya Mandir has been established and telemedicine has to play a bigger role in this. At the same time, AI has a role to play, but it is equally dangerous if it is not properly handled. So these are the equipments deployed. So engineering as well as medical science, both are integrated to deliver healthcare services through Arogya Mandir. And interestingly, government of Odisha have taken up this project to cover 51,000 up to 51,000 villages, starting from deploying telemedicine equipment from medical college to sub-center level. The country is in need of this, and where I feel personally, NAMS and Aims have got a bigger role to play in this. We have taken SDPGI as our technology partner. But now, in the age of this AI, a course should be designed by NAMS. We have requested for a collaboration for that purpose. At the same time, we have also taken up this matter with National Health Authority. So they have also provided support through NASCOM and SIDAC. So under these circumstances, it is very essential for NAMS and Aims to play a role. And apart from this, my suggestion will be the MS course in telemedicine may be initiated by Aims, which will be easier. Hello.
टेक्नोलोजी जुगरे जदि आमे टेक्नोलोजी को धरिकरी आगे जीवा नहीं, वी विल बी लेफ्ट बिहाइंड। तड़ स्तर पर आमे ये जो ओटीटी र उद्यम अच्छी किंबा यही बड़ी आ उद्यम जो अच्छी सेटा आमे स्वागत करू छु। जे तड़ को माने डिस्ट्रिक्ट रु तड़ को आमे डिस्ट्रिक्ट जाए वर्तमान पहुंची छु। आमे आशा करू छु जे यही बड़ी संस्था ताकू आउ तड़ को नहीं करी जीवे। विश OTTET the best, all the very best.
Also, redacted is also in the double income. And we are talking about
Basically, I'm a transplant surgeon, and now I'm into administration with the Government of India in the capacity of Additional Director General of Health Services. Now, what attracts me to come to this meeting is I'm looking after the organ transplant of the country. And we have brought in the last 2.5 years of hard work, the National Organ Transplant Bill, which was cleared by the Honorable Parliament, both the Rajya Sabha and the Lok Sabha this year, and it is waiting for the Honorable President of India's signature to be enacted as a law. I was involved from the day one for this bill, and when I looked into the scenario of our country, I didn't believe it. I'll just give you a small figure. I know we're running late. In a country like India, we require 150,000 kidney transplant in a year. 150,000. And you will be surprised to know that in India, 150 centers doing kidney transplants perform, including my center, perform 5,000 a year. Means every year, 145,000 people die because there is no kidney transplant. Now, coming to the figure of liver transplant, in India, we require 50,000 liver transplant in a year, and we do 250 to 300 liver transplant in a year. Now, what I'm going to tell about heart transplant, you will not believe the figures. I will better not tell. So when I was working on this project for the organ transplant, and we have given it as a national organ transplant program for 2011, modifying and amending a lot of laws, I was surprised that how this message of who requires transplant, where is the donor, where is the recipient, how can we prevent organ trafficking, and how we can improve the per million population transplant figure of a country. I'll give you a small statistics. In the world, Spain is a country which does the best transplant program in the world, surpassing US and UK. And they do 40 transplant per million population. And if you compare with India, we do 0.3 per million population. And there where we stand. I had gone to Spain, I had gone to US, I had gone to UK to visit their programs, take the figure. Then we sat over the National Organ Transplant Program. Now, next is that once the President of India is going to stamp and put a signature, it is going to be enacted as a law. How I am going to take, the next task for me by the Honorable Minister of the Center is that you have to take this program to each and every state, to each and every district, to each and every village. It's an arduous task for me. I was just pondering how I'll do it. It is very easy for me to communicate my center in Delhi to all the metros and the big cities. But how it is possible for me to take it to my own state and the district of Kalahandi or Fulbani or Baudh, like that. Then, all of a sudden, Mr. Bhagat met me. I didn't know him. He met me through some of my common friends, and I said, we are doing this in Orissa. And I, being an Oriya, wants to give all the privileges to my state and to my state people. So, when he came to me, I said, I'll be very glad if you can help me to translate. Now, the center is in Delhi. Center is in my hospital, the National Organ Transplant Program. We have done all the networking. Now I want to bring that networking to Orissa and to all the other states because I'm looking for the Government of India and the ministry. It is my duty to take up this to all the states. And it is he, when he came to me and showed me about the OTTET, it really gave me all the inspiration that, well, at least I can do something and I can bring this program to my state and it will to reach to all the people who really need it. It is not Cuttack and Bhubaneswar or Rourkela who can get the telephone. Why not to the people? Now, where we are going to get the donor? How to do the matching? What is a cadaveric donation? Where are you going to get a deceased organ program? All these things has been finalized, and I have requested Dr. Bhagat to meet me sometimes next week when I am going to present these things to the
OTTET. It is engaged in extending healthcare services to the rural poor in Odisha by establishing telemedicine centers in rural areas. It employs a PPP model that involves the state government and some of the most prestigious tertiary care hospitals in the country. It promotes micro-entrepreneurship by providing training to local unemployed youth on telemedicine technology and creating employment opportunities for them. OTTET is the winner of Times Health Excellence Award in e-health and telemedicine.
It is a success. this project is the only sustainable project that has been assessed by Texas University globally. So far, the telemedicine project all over the world initiated were not sustainable. And by grace of God, this is the only project till date which has become sustainable and developed a delivery system where health for all is feasible. It is my request that now NAMS as well as Aiims can play a bigger role to take it forward by imparting training to the local youth, empowering the community health workers, unemployed youth to run this, because 70% people are not accessible. They will be accessible through the Arogya Mandir, which has been established by this government to provide healthcare for all. And to make this vision success, it is the institution like NAMS, NHA or the Aiims has a bigger role to play. So with this, because there is no time, so I take leave. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bhagat. It is a wonderful talk. I actually so happy to see that you have been able to achieve so many things in the time that has been allotted to you. I think it's a Herculean task, but this is an important, most important area where the technologies what we develop has to be translated into action, that to the society where the people need it. Even if we do health technologies in different front, but in practice what you see in some of the areas, I have seen those areas where our centers are not there. I have gone to the Odisha, the Banda Hills and those areas where the people don't know how to wear the dresses also at that time. Now Banda Hills has been developed, but earlier time we have to be very careful because the people, they beat us. So we have to take, in Andaman also I have seen in our center there also the same problem. In certain areas in our country and particularly in Odisha I have seen. So these situations happen. But health technology, we cannot dream at that time, can reach to that. So here, even when we have given some of the drugs to those people, so they were not accepting it. But our program was going on in health system that the Adivasis and other the people who were underprivileged and remaining in the remote areas were given. Government is to support them, but it has become a problem because there is a great divide between the consumer and those people who actually the recipients. So the socially interaction was not there. That is why many of the things was not reaching to the people. But this is a wonderful OTT platform that you have created. I extremely happy to see that this OTT is that through telemedicine we can give a lot of therapeutics and things to that go to the people. But another thing that has been discussed in the morning, so the transplantation, which has been told recently, I was amazed to see that there is a great gap between the need and the action that has been followed. So here also, this is a great platform to, I will make the people aware, and there are a lot of people who are donors, but they don't know how to keep their donation of the liver or liver kidney and these thing methods. Even awareness has not come in many places in Odisha also, I know. And this platform can help our people to get a lot of information, and the recipients, they also can be connected. And this model will be really helpful, and it's a very practical and useful model. So whatever technology is coming, it is not only of this method, but many other technologies can come. These also follow the same method, the model. So this will be wonderful. I thank you very much. And any other comments or any of people here?
Thank you, sir, very much. I request our chairpersons to please join the speakers for a photograph together. Dr. Vivek Tiwari, if you are here, so you may also please join for a photograph. I request the chairpersons to please join for a photograph. Thank you very much. This brings us to the end of the academic session today. We'll have a short valedictory session. May I invite our guests? So please wait for 2 minutes. Professor Dr. Ashutosh Biswas, Professor Dr. Digambar Behra, Shri Subhashish Panda, Professor Dr. Y.K. Gupta, Professor Dr. Y.K. Chawla, and Dr. Bhagirathi Dwivedi to please come for the valedictory ceremony. So all the speakers and chairpersons will be felicitated here now. I request Shri K.N. Bhagat, Chairman OTTET, to please come over for the felicitation. Next, Dr. Professor S.K. Mathur, Zonal Transplant Coordination Center, Mumbai. Professor Mathur, please. Next, Dr. Vipin Kaushal, MS PGI MER, Chandigarh. Professor U.K. Satpathy from Soto, Odisha. Is he not here? Professor Dr. Shripad Karmalkar, Director IIT Bhubaneswar. Sir has also left. Professor Dr. Manish Mandal, Chairman Soto, Bihar. Yes, please. Dr. Devri Prasad Dogra from IIT Bhubaneswar, next please. His left. Dr. Vivek Tiwari from IISER Berhampur. Then own faculty from Aiims Bhubaneswar, Dr. Manoj Kumar Das from Urology, Aiims Bhubaneswar. Dr. Manoj is not here. Dr. Brahmadatt Patnaik, Surgical Gastroenterology, Aiims Bhubaneswar. Sorry. Dr. Shantanu Kar, please. Request Minu Madam and Kapil Sir to please come and join on stage. No, we have a few more. Dr. Manoj Das, if you are there. Dr. Brahmadat Patnaik. Dr. Arvind Sinha, ED Kalyani, Aims Kalyani. Is Sir here? Sir, please join us on stage. Dr. Sonali Mahapatra from Department of Hematology, Aims Bhubaneswar. Dr. Sonali, is she not here? Dr. Sanjay Giri from Burns and Plastic Surgery, Aims Bhubaneswar. Next is Dr. Swarnendu Mandal from Department of Urology, Aims Bhubaneswar. Dr. Swarnendu Mandal, are you here? Dr. Manas Panigrahi from Department of Gastroenterology, Aims Bhubaneswar. Dr. Ashutosh Panigrahi from Department of Hematology, Aims Bhubaneswar. And Dr. Alok Kumar Sahu from Department of Anesthesiology and Critical Care. Okay, so some of us are not here. All the participants? So I request all the participants who are present now to please join on stage for a group photograph, please. The volunteers backstage also, please join for a group photograph. Everyone, please join for a group photograph. Thank you. Thank you everyone for joining. This brings us to the end of our program. And till next time, thank you very much. So I request Executive Director Aims Bhubaneswar, Professor Ashutosh Biswas, to please come forwards to say a few words. The concluding remarks from our Executive Director. No, so thank you very much. And till next time, we hope you enjoyed the day. You had a fruitful day. We definitely enjoyed. Thank you very much.